Welcome to Saratoga Live, first Friday of the meets here on Fox Sports. Great to have you with us for day two here at Saratoga, the premier meet in the country. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. What a beautiful sight that is here in upstate New York. Historic Saratoga race course. What a day we had on opening Thursday of the meets, and some bigger races to come as we get closer to the weekend, including the Forbidden Apple, Coronation Cup today. Greg Wolf alongside champion jockey Richard Migliori, Jonathan Kinchin here as well. First time this threesome has been together, and we're looking forward to it. We got some very good races coming up this afternoon, including almost immediately here, 4 minutes to post. We're going to kick off the card with the early pick five.
Yeah, nice bunch of 2-year-old New York-bred maiden fillies, and I'm excited. I don't get to be on with Jonathan very often, so I'm really looking forward to this, JK.
This should be fun. And look, this is one of those races that makes Saratoga what it is. Those buzz horses you hear around town. I actually was walking in behind Mr. Broman. He had on his green jacket, so I think there might be a little bit to be said about this 5-horse here.
Yeah, that's I'm Just Kidding, who right now 7-5 on the board. We also have a pick six carryover today, thanks to that 43-1 shot that started off the late pick five, 120,000 plus in the pick six pool this afternoon.
You didn't have that horse? I thought for sure you were on that one.
I was not close. Start of this early pick five, right off the bat, that carryover, the pick six begins in race 5, and included in that sequence, the Coronation Cup, couple of big scratches, including the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint winner for Wesley Ward. Twilight Gleaming comes out of that race, and then the Forbidden Apple. Set piece likes to come from really far out of it. Could be the pace to set up for him, though. That'll be an intriguing addition. That's in race 9 at a mile over the inner turf. Of course, you could play it all by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Take advantage of that offer with that code right there, TOGA200. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Right off the bat here, we have our 2-year-old race of the day. It is brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion, General Sire, Into Mischief. It is a New York bred, maiden special weight, 5.5 furlong sprint to begin things on this Friday afternoon card. And that one we were talking about, who's taking all this attention, the 5, I'm Just Kidding, first-time starter by the Triple Crown champion, Justify. Jose Ortiz will ride. There is a look at her. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale for more.
And Greg, we'll take a look at I'm Just Kidding, as it feels like yesterday I was watching her sister, Bar of Gold, run around this very racetrack here at the spot. And Justify himself has gotten off to an auspicious start as a sire so far with 6 2-year-old first-time starters. He's won with 2 of them and has also picked up his first grade stake with Just Cindy winning the Schuylerville yesterday. Now, she's a lovely put-together filly, and yes, you see the picks there. I did go against her, but I'm not going to be surprised when she's able to get the job done. She didn't necessarily strike me as a filly who would show that much speed, but sometimes if they're that talented, they will anyway. She comes in fit. She's been professional. She did have the pony with her, but she has not turned to hair, as Jose Ortiz has given her a nice solo warm-up to boot. I actually went with a Rudy Rodriguez trainee who's, yes, her work tab is a little less than stellar, but we've seen Rudy do this in the past. And I know just a few days ago, she had a drill out of the gate, and that's her only gate work showing. A lot of times trainers will just have horses, as we say, clear the chute. They'll break just to get their gate card, and they'll just go an eighth or a 16th of a mile at top speed. I'm not worried about her braking. She looks fast. This is a filly who's well-muscled, really built downhill, has that intense kind of disposition about her that indicates to me that she's sharp, but she's professional and hopefully will break cleanly. I just opted to her because I thought she would show the speed, and a lot of times that's how these races are won. Another one that could show some speed, though, that's been very sharp is Irish Empress, a daughter of Classic Empire. Does pick up Joelle Rosario for Tally Lynch. Got a big warm-up. She's been continuously on her toes. She is wearing a short cup cheater blinker first time out, and she looks fairly fit. Though the pedigree, Greg, would say a bit more turf, though I'm not totally against her here on this surface.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Post time coming up. 7-5 favoritism still on I'm Just Kidding. Our colleague Tom Amos, JK, with a first-time starter, and there has not been a hotter trainer in the country with 2-year-olds than Tom Amos right now.
Yeah, look, I mean, I like Tom Amos personally, so I'm not just saying this, but he's doing outstanding. 9 for 20, 45% this year with 2-year-olds. That's pretty impressive. Wesley Ward, you better watch out.
It's amazing what he's done. We're going to see Curly Jack for him in the Sanford on Saturday, but I believe at one point 10 for 20.
Yeah, well, one thing that Tom is very sharp at understanding is how important speed is. And especially with young horses on the dirt, kickback plays a big role in how horses handle things. If they're stuck behind horses, they'll tend to climb. They use themselves less efficiently. They'll tire more. He gets his horses very sharp, and they usually leave the gate running.
Those Silks, that's the Tom Amos filly. Familiar, Joel Politti. These two teamed up with Serengeti Empress, who was a Grade 1 winner of the Ballerina here. Let's go back to Maggie.
Guys, in the write-up for this race by the Naira Notes team, Tom has said that he thought this filly would be best on turf, and that's the way her pedigree reads, with a lot of European influence. And to me, she did look a bit more turf-bent, and not necessarily a filly that has that much of a built-up hind end. In fact, she kind of walks a bit shorter, so indicating to me that she'd prefer a surface underneath of her that had a bit more push to it than what she's going to experience here. I'll take the wait-and-see approach, but again, Tom demands respect.
Every 2-year-old, he is sending out right now, even if they're not winning, and most of them are, they are running very good. So we'll see. Yeah, the Dam actually won her debut at a mile on the turf. She only had 2 tries on dirt, and they were both on sloppy tracks and did not run very well.
Yeah, and again, that's one of the tools we use, right, Jonathan, to try to discern which one of these horses without proven form is going to perform well first time. Try to go on pedigree.
So there she goes, moves in for Tom Amos. Tyler Gaffleone looking to get his first win of this young Saratoga meeting, coming off that monster Churchill meet where he produced 62 wins to double up second place. Let's go upstairs, John and Brielle, to kick off the Friday card.
And they're off. And it is Maddie's Grace who sprints out for the early lead. Now moving up is Lady Mine to challenge. Maddie's Grace, Lady Mine, they are heads apart for the lead, with I'm Just Kidding racing in third, and on her inside is Irish Empress. Then it's a break of 2 lengths back to Camp Aquila and the Splendid One, and at the back of the pack is the trailer La Chance. The field goes around the far turn after a quarter in 22 and 4/5 seconds. And now Lady Mine in the white blinkers has taken a narrow lead. Maddie's Grace is down at the rail. And on the outside is I'm Just Kidding, the favorite, as the field hits the top of the stretch with Lady Mine, the leader here. Lady Mine is in front. Maddie's Grace down at the rail. I'm Just Kidding now ranges up on the outside with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It's Lady Mine on the inside and I'm Just Kidding on the outside. Lady Mine digs down at the rail. On the outside, it's I'm Just Kidding. The two of them will battle it out to the finish here in the opener. Lady Mine is the winner. Lady Mine over I'm Just Kidding. Farther back, Maddie's Grace was third.
In the end, the most experienced filly of the group, making career start number 3, able to hold off this filly who took all this attention on the board.
Yeah, filly, I'm Just Kidding, was bet very heavily, loomed up, had no excuses, could not get by the 4 Lady Mine under apprentice Jose Gomez, by the Claiborne Farm Stallion, First Samurai. She was very, very game, Jonathan.
Yeah, right here, it looked like the 5 I'm Just Kidding was going to go on by, and then if you had a bet on the 5, right about here, you started to get a little nervous. The 4 Lady Mine on debut was 54-1. Then she comes back, she was 46-1. She actually ran sneaky good that day, stumbled a little bit and was involved in the pace. Now she shows up here 8-1 in a pretty short field and gets the job done. Very impressive.
4-5-3-1. Lady Mine, who had a bad break last time out, may have cost her a little bit, winds up going off at 8-1 for Jimmy Chapman.
Yeah, and Jose Gomez, a rider that's been doing very well, an apprentice that I think you're stealing getting 5 pounds with, handled by Angel Cordero Jr., the Hall of Famer. He was thinking about going to Monmouth for the summer, and I kept telling him, I think it's a mistake. I think you need to be with the best riders in Saratoga. I think right about now he's pretty happy. He made that decision his first Spa win.
Yeah, you believe, sorry, Jake, you believe he has that kind of ability to thrive in this stacked colony, don't
I
you?
do think he'll hold his own. You're getting 5 pounds with a kid that actually really sees the race now.
And just like bettors as well, to see it, to see the ball go through the hoop so early in the meet's got to be good for the kid.
It's going to raise his confidence level. You know, for years they said the bug doesn't do good up here in Saratoga. Well, don't tell me that. I won 20 races here in the 24-day meet as an apprentice and missed the last 3 days getting hurt. The bug can do well here. They just need the opportunity. Angel will see that he gets enough opportunities.
8-1 start on this Friday card with an even money favorite defeated as Lady Mine gets the victory. We got 2 stakes on the card today, as we told you at the beginning of the program. There's Jimmy Chapman, trained back in the day, the very, very speedy Caller 1. Wow, was he quick.
Very quick. And he does good work with 2-year-olds. You know, we've seen that over the last few years. He's been keeping more 2-year-olds in New York. This filly needed a race into condition a little bit, but we saw it yesterday. All the first-time starters that we talked about, a horse that had the race under her belt is the one that got the money for Wesley Ward.
It happens every time up here. You get excited about these first-time starters, all the buzz that you hear about them, and then the horses with experience somehow get it done. I think it goes a long way, especially up here.
Featured today, Grade 3 Forbidden Apple. It's race 9 on the card, part of that $120,000 pick 6 carryover. Mile over the inner turf. And this is who's going to line up in the race. Set piece for Brad Cox, multiple graded stakes winner. Coming in off a win, that was at Pimlico at a mile and a 16th. Does his work from very far off the pace. And this is that performance, that win last start in which Atone, who will line up the Forbidden Apple as well, was third.
It feels to me, Jonathan, like there's a lot of speed in here that's going to benefit this horse's style.
Yeah, and Florent knows him so well. He's ridden him so many times. I think he understands what his kick looks like. So I think if they'll run away from him a little bit, he's going to be able to save ground on the inside, so he's going to be able to give that kind of full kick towards the end of the race. The only thing I will say about Set Piece is that he is one of those horses that shows up and runs really well, and then he's one of those horses that runs 7th, and you don't understand what happened.
Did run very well here last summer, the 4-star day when he was second to Got Stormy. So we'll see if he can find some of that form from last summer. Florent Giroux, as JK mentioned, will ride for Brad Cox. 10 for 20 overall, 5 for 14 on the turf for Set Piece, the homebred for Juddmonte. As we take a look at the turf triple play coming up this afternoon, and then Forbidden Apple's the anchor leg. It will begin in race 5 with that claiming event Coronation Cup included.
We got a little ticket coming later in the show. I love these ideas. I like the higher minimums. I know some smaller players probably think it doesn't play into their hands. I think opposite. I think it does play into the hands of the smaller player. You have to be a little bit more direct. You can't spread as much, but it is an opportunity at a little bit of a score.
Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer as well as winning co-owner Jimmy Chapman, and Lady Mine, Jimmy, in her third start, really showed a lot of professionalism and tenacity. How much of a difference, just in general, does it make to 2-year-old racing when horses have experience over unexperienced rivals?
Yeah, well, I mean, she's always been a nice filly, and it takes her a while. Hell, we took 2 months to get her to walk on a wash rack mat. So she's just kind of come along slowly, and she's going to be a nice filly.
$4,000 you paid for her, and it's something you've had success with, you know, buying a lower priced horses and getting them to win early. What do you look for when buying these types?
I mean, she's gorgeous. I guess her knees were a little funny when I bought her, and I mean, she's come through it or whatever, but just another one in the group.
As you were joking, you said, I should have waited to Saratoga. Why, A, is it so special to be up here, and why do we see some horses just flourish up here as well?
Oh, I mean, it's a beautiful place to be. I mean, everybody's here. It's just a great place to win.
Well, you gotta win on the second day, so congratulations with Lady Mine, Jimmy.
Thank you.
All right, Jimmy Chapman bringing Lady Mine along, and experience prevailing, Greg.
Third time the charm, and the only one with that much experience in the race does get the win at a price at 8-1 to kick off this Friday card. As the horses make their way back to the barn, price is coming up here in a moment. There they are, $18.60 to begin this sequence. Again, that should play big with an even money favorite beat.
Oh yeah, if you had the 4 in multi-race bets, you're getting a little bit better than that $18.60 win price, I think, in here. This feels like a type of horse that would have been singled on a lot of people's tickets with the buzz going around. And I say a lot of people's tickets. I was talking about mine as well.
We're going to take an early look here at the odds for race 2. We got some silliness going on right now. Remain Anonymous. Irad Ortiz Jr. on board. We saw a period in the winter at Aqueduct where his horses were getting overbet to a ridiculous level. I know it's early in the wagering. That's happening right here with Remain Anonymous.
I think it's the Brad Cox effect. The switch to Brad Cox, I think, has a lot to do with it. The horse has good numbers that kind of fit in here as well. I thought this was a 2-horse race between the 1 and the 2. I think the 2 customer experience will probably come down in price, and the 1 Remain Anonymous will come up in price.
A lot of seconds for Remain Anonymous. 9 times second in 20 career starts. But yes, you do go to Brad Cox. You do get Irad Ortiz Jr. right now 3-5 on the board. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, we'll look back at the opening day feature. Grade 3 Schuylerville for 2-year-old fillies and Just Cindy. Sensational.
Eclipse champion Blaine ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include these standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch annually ranks among America's top value sires. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
You're watching live opening weekend coverage. Our opening weekend is brought to you by Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting, an outstanding and legendary stall #1 at Claiborne Farm. We are underway on this Friday card, the first Friday of the meet. You can follow along with free Equibase pass performances from wherever you may be. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free pass performances on all the races from today's program. Yesterday, opening day feature, Grade 3 Schuylerville, 2-year-old fillies, and it was 2 fillies coming in from Louisville, Churchill Downs, who were attracting a lot of attention. Dwayne Lucas, Summer Promise, and Just Cindy, who had the rail for Eddie Keneally. Those 2 wound up battling down the stretch. In the end, Just Cindy pulled away for the win.
Yeah, Just Cindy, she had run a fast figure breaking her maiden field. I think inside position may have helped her where, Summer Promise, kind of had a chase wide. Just Cindy was inside and then was able to come out later.
Yeah, it kind of worked out. I mean, you know, we talked about it yesterday on the show. Just Cindy being drawn towards the inside would probably need to break well to kind of keep her position. She didn't break particularly well. She kind of got shuffled just a little bit back, but it kind of worked out. Then they ended up kind of hooking up in front of her, and she ended up in a perfect spot for Irad. And like you said, then he tipped out and kind of got to go around after, you know, Summer Promise kind of did most of the dirty work, kind of chasing towards the outside.
And, you know, Eddie Keneally, her trainer, believes she's going to get even better the further she goes. Her dam was a stakes winner at a mile. Her second dam was a multiple graded stakes winner, including the two-turn Molly Pitcher.
Yeah, and you could see the way she was striding out through the wire. I mean, she's still got her legs underneath her. Sometimes horses are drawing away from other horses, but their stride is deteriorating. Hers was not. She was finishing well. And I think a nice prospect as well as the runner-up.
Yeah, don't give up on Summer Promise for D. Wayne Lucas. He is, as Gary Stevens told us on the program yesterday, D. Wayne is exceptionally high in her, believes maybe the best filly he's had in about 15, 20 years, and felt maybe he wasn't training as hard on her as he maybe could have to get her ready for this race.
Well, also, she just did run 19 days ago, so it's a quick turnaround, shipping from Kentucky up here to Saratoga. She's got nothing to be ashamed about, but she hooked a nice filly as well, the winner.
And look, she got a Hall of Fame trainer, right? So if there's some things that need to be adjusted, they might have learned yesterday, he'll make those adjustments, and then maybe we'll see the real Summer Promise next time.
Always fun to see our first graded stakes winner of the meet, and a youngster as well, Maggie.
Yeah, I really agree with you guys that the first two finishers in the Schuylerville are very, very promising fillies. And I can see where D. Wayne Lucas may have been critical of himself with Summer Promise. And, you know, I still think she's a very nice filly. She has so much class about her. In the 20 minutes I got to observe her, she just held herself with so much poise. And maybe she did look a little just, splitting hairs, a little bit softer than Just Cindy, who I really think that the further this young daughter of Justify gets to go, the better she will become. And you would have to think that Eddie Keneally and Clarkland Farm are certainly eyeing the spin away. They would have every right to do so. Now, I know that there was a 2-year-old filly race, a maiden, earlier in the card, and those actually produced faster buyer speed figures in the Schuylerville. But also don't forget that before the first race or during the first race, we had that deluge. So there's every possibility that the track could have changed a little bit more towards the end of the day. But really looking forward to what the future holds, as always, with these young horses like Just Cindy and Summer Promise, Greg.
I'm looking forward to seeing both those two come back. And it sounds like initially right now the plan is we're going to see Just Cindy again at the meet in the Grade 1 Spinaway.
Yeah, and she should appreciate the 7 furlongs of the Spinaway. And this is what Saratoga is about. 2-year-olds, the stars of tomorrow. Every year I would save my programs and go through them a year or two later, and you'd see, wow, that horse wound up winning the Kentucky Derby. This horse wound up being a turf champion when he was 4. That one was sprint champion, all coming out of the baby races here.
Yeah, it's my favorite part of the entire meet. It's what makes Saratoga, like you said, is you get to see the next champions. You get to see these horses. I remember Jack Christopher debuted here last year. We got to see him run and what he's turned into, and now he's probably going to be favored to win the Haskell. It's a lot of fun.
We also got to see the first mile race at Saratoga for the first time in 30 years. First time since 1992. Back then, it wasn't, Mig, I know you rode in some of those races, wasn't a true chute. This is an actual chute, and Tarabi looked impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. And it was a very cleanly run race out of that chute. You could see the way they put that temporary rail. And they started, the first horse in the first post actually started in stall number 5. Giving them enough room to kind of angle towards their turn, but I thought it was very well done.
Yeah, look, I just feel like if you're going to make a big deal about this chute and you're handicapping, you're going to make a mistake. There's going to be, I don't know how many of these races are going to be. I think it's 11 you said early in the meet. Wolfie, I thought you said yesterday. One of those is going to be affected by the fact that it's in this chute. And the rest of them, the best horse is going to win. I'm just not going to, I'm just going to pretend it's a mile race, and I'm not going to get too crazy about it.
And they're still tweaking it. Javier Castellano, I'd be interested to see what you think, Mig. Felt, with 8, they were scratched down to 7 horses here. But he felt up to 8, it would be fine, it would be safe. 10 might be pushing it. What do you think?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I think they have almost 150 yards before they're actually making any part of the turn.
Just short of an eighth of a mile.
Yeah, so, I mean, to me, it looked like it could maybe handle 10, no problem. Johnny Velasquez kind of felt like 10 would be acceptable. They're going to figure it out. The one thing is I think the riders got to stay thoughtful, that it is a little bit different. There's still a little bit of a learning curve. and take care of each other a little bit. It's hard because it's competitive, but at the end of the day, you also want it to be safe.
As for Tarabi, JK, looks like the test is next on her agenda.
That sounds about right. A little cut back to the test, too, which will be interesting. You'd think she'd have a little bit more finish cutting back to the 7/8 of the test. Look, I thought she was really good yesterday. That was a pretty good group she beat as well, so be looking forward to see that.
So, one of the most talked about stakes races, Maggie, that is not a graded stake in the books, and it seems like everything went well.
Everything went well, and talking with Javier Castellano after that race, he seemed very pleased with it. And I know Mig was back there. He told me, a lot of times you hear a bit of shouting, riders communicating with each other if they feel as though they're a bit crowded, and that wasn't the case. And they all chose their paths wisely. Look, we're dealing with a room of a lot of Hall of Fame riders and a lot of Eclipse and a champion riders. So they are the top of the game, and they know how to ride a course and take on new nuances. But with regards to Tarabi, I love the way that Cherie DeVoe has brought her along. She hit a few speed bumps in the road getting back to the races for her 3-year-old campaign, got that race out of the way at Churchill Downs, showed up yesterday. And as JK mentioned, I like the fact that she gets that stamina now built into her with the turn back from the mile yesterday in the Wilton Stakes to the test at the 7 furlong. So to me, she's just a really lovely physical of a filly. And I think the future is bright for her as she stays healthy and on the track. Guys.
So we look forward to seeing her on Whitney Day, likely back in the test in that grade 1. Up next, early pick 4. We're approaching the 11-minute mark to post. We'll set up race 2 when we come back.
Idle, perfectly timed. Idle gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Delmar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
And they're up. Following C. Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C. Mayo Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Mayo Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live as horses are in the paddock for today's second race. And we do see a Brad Cox runner in this claiming race for $32,000 going the 6 furlongs. Remain anonymous. First off the claim for Brad Cox. And I know that he is over 5 first off the claim here up at Saratoga. It's a very small sample, but you got to get started somewhere. And Remain Anonymous comes out of a race in which it was a fast pace in which she sat right off of looking to get a winning trip, but the top 2 horses never stopped running. So looking at her here in the pack, now I have been fooled by these Brad Cox horses shipping in here to Saratoga in the past. She looks great. She's a big, burly filly, showing me good energy, showing me that she's strong and fit here. Now, she's one that I saw 3 years ago for her debut. She looks a lot different than what I thought of her back then. So it's good to know she's grown up from 2 to 5, as she should. But I like what I'm seeing from her here in the paddock, and she's your even money favorite. We'll see if she shows up on the racetrack, as we'll check in with another new face. That's number 6, Melting Snow. Now, she was, or is, coming out of that same race as Remain Anonymous. She seems a little pace dependent. Like I said, that pace never came apart. She needs a pace to come apart a bit. And while she's very svelte looking, which I appreciate, you kind of learn how certain trainers, how their horses tend to look and how they tend to look when they're running well. And I just can't say, as this horse is first off the claim for Tom Amoss, that she looks like your typical Tom Amoss horse. She's a little bit skittish here in the paddock. She's since calmed down since they got the tack on her, but I just like her to be a little bit more robust, and we'll see how the pace develops here, if she gets it to come back to her or not. And yeah, there's a lot of familiar faces here in the paddock that have been running on the NYRA circuit, seems like for years now, and Cadeau de Paix is one of those. But you know, sometimes there's those horses that you see often that just catch your eye for whatever reason on a certain day. That's Cadeau de Paix today for Jeremiah Englehart, and we saw Jeremiah maybe show some life after a slow Belmont meet with a win yesterday. And Cadeau de Paix, while she's always a good-looking, healthy type, she just looks even more solid, like she's been training forwardly for this effort here. And she's one that, at a huge price of 17 to 1, Greg, I'd be willing to use.
All right, here comes our post parade. So they walk down Champions Way. And of course, first time in a long time, no Sam Grossman. We have turned over the bugling duties to a father-son duo, Tony Gambaro and his son Carson, just 21 years old. They were together on opening day, and they're going to be alternating back and forth throughout the meet.
Well, we'll miss Sam, and we wish him the best, dealing with some health issues, so our best to Sam Grossman. But it's kind of neat having a father-son do it, and they seem like they're having a good time. Get you a bugle, and you and Austin start, JK.
Oh, man.
You got some free time on your hands.
Yeah. Austin will like that. Austin's running around here somewhere. Who knows?
Here comes our post parade. We're going to begin with now the 4 to 5 favorite, Remain Anonymous. Brad Cox first off the claim. We'll have Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard.
Yeah, first time in the Brad Cox barn. Leaves a good barn, though, from Wayne Cannellado. Runs consistently good figures. Understand she's a favorite. Feel like she's probably a little too short of price.
Actually won, the only time she ran here, won her debut at Saratoga. She dominated a maiden special weight field at 5.5 furlongs back in 2019. Here's Customer Experience, drops down in class for Rob Falcone.
Yeah, I like the 2 Customer Experience. I think she's going to appreciate the cutback. Her last 3 races were at 7 furlongs. Now she gets to try 6.
Robertino Diodoro, one of the best claiming trainers in the game, with Invaluable.
A filly that can get a forward position, especially under a hustling Ricardo Santana. And Diodoro doesn't ship around just because he likes the atmosphere.
Manny Franco at 15 to 1 on Boston Bay, double her morning line.
Yeah, she's been pretty popular in the claim box, was claimed in her last 2 starts. Looks a tad slow for this group.
Could be part of the early pace. The 5, Grudge, just claimed off of Rob Atras, now with Eduardo Jones.
Yeah, big win for 10,000, but this is quite a bit tougher. The horse has run competitively under similar circumstances. I can't see her shaking loose in here, though.
Here's Tom Amos's filly off the claim, just claimed off of Bill Morey. And you go back to the first start of the year back at Oaklawn, that race would have made this horse probably a short price favorite. Has not repeated that since.
Yeah, it's a reclaim for Tom. Tom once had the horse, lost the horse, comes back in and claim. Tom is 25% first time off the claim in his career.
And Cadeau de Paix, Jeremiah Englehart off the claim, the one Maggie was talking about at a big price.
Yeah, is making a nice impression from a physical perspective on the track. Maggie gave her high marks and well drawn outside.
So 5 minutes to post here in a race that kicks off the early pick 4. Wow, 3 to 5, short price on Remain Anonymous. But next door, Customer Experience, another one who's dropping in class, actually taking a bigger drop, at least from the last start, than is the odds-on favorite in here. Trained by Rob Falcone. Kendrick Carmouche will ride. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Oh my gosh. So he's like, how much time do I have? How much time do I have? He's trying to get some last minute bets in. Nothing wrong with that. Rob, but you do send out customer experience here. She, looking at the board, considering she's a drop down, is a pretty big price. Are you surprised at that?
I'm a little surprised, but of course, Brad Cox and Ira is going to take a lot of money. They always do. So, and her last race wasn't particularly well, so I'm sure people are looking at that as well and, factoring that in. But I didn't think she'd be this high of a price, but.
Did you come up with any excuse for her last race?
No, not really. Kind of just throwing that one out. I really don't have an excuse for her. The 2X has always been a little bit of a tough race for her, and she just didn't fire, so that's no excuse really. She just didn't run that day.
You play the Killiman game very well. Coming up here, do you always kind of know that you're going to have to take your horses down a notch in class?
Yeah, not all the time, but you have to definitely assume that it's going to happen up here. Everyone's trying to win. Everyone wants to win here, and everyone's dropping a win. So you kind of have to, going into it that you're going to have to drop a little bit.
You care to tell us who you bet on?
Well, I think legally I had a bet on mine, so.
I don't blame you. At 5-1, why not?
Yeah, no. I played a little bit, so you got to have some fun in Saratoga when you're here. So you got to play races a little.
I totally agree with you, Rob. Well, best of luck either way.
Thank you.
Guys.
Big chance in this race for customer experience. And Rob Falcone, we saw him do some very great things. We were a little shocked. He moved. His filly kept waiting from turf to dirt, wound up winning a stake in the Broadway, and then ran second of the Grade 3 Distaff handicap as well.
Yeah, they found out that was what she always really wanted to do, was to get to the dirt. I like the way the 2 customer experience is warming up. I like the way she's framed up on the racetrack. Look at how collected she is, gathered up under Kendrick Carmouche. And I like the turn back in distance for her. You go back to 4 starts back when she faced Honey Money and loomed up like she had to win, and she just didn't finish the deal. Now, she's won going a mile, but I think she wants to turn back in distance. I think it'll strengthen her closing kick.
Look, the last time she went 6, she won. Ran a fast figure that day. And Richie, you mentioned, and this is something that I love being able to sit with you to talk to you about these things. When I've always felt like when horses are going a certain, say they're going 7 furlongs, and they do that thing in the race you just talked about where they range up and you think they're going to win for fun and then they get beat, to me that screams cut back, cut back.
Yeah, that's the same way I felt about it. And I've been honestly hoping they would get back to 6 furlongs with her. And then the way she looks from a physical perspective warming up, she completely won me over.
Coveted picnic space. Looks like it's pretty much all taken up. Got to get here early for that. Favorites still remain anonymous. 4-5 on the board with our pick 4. Pool up and over $315,000. And there's Irad Ortiz Jr., one of the heavy favorites, if not the favorite, to win this riding title. Would be the 4th time in his career. He finished with a furious close to take that Belmont riding title. I had to feel for Dylan Davis a little bit, who was trying to hang on, but Irad won with 6 of his final 16 mounts to take that title. He had the 4th fewest mounts among the top 12 riders as well and still won the title.
Yeah, I mean, he did a lot of traveling. He served the suspension that he incurred at Royal Ascot. So he probably would have won it easier, but he was riding in such good form towards the end of the meet. His confidence level blossoming, and certainly at the right time.
Yeah, look, this is the best colony in the world, and it's not even really close in my opinion. And Irad obviously at the top of that, but it's kind of chicken and egg when I talk to people. It's one of the questions people like to ask me all the time when I find out we're involved in racing is, how much do the riders really matter, and do they really make a difference? I mean, I think a guy like him makes a difference, and there is a little bit of the chicken and the egg. Like, is he getting the good horses because he's good, or is the you know what I'm saying?
Well,
and
success breeds success,
exactly.
Right? And the way I always like to put it, I've never seen a jockey get off and put the horse on their back, right, and carry them home. Although Lafitte Pincay's probably as close to anybody I ever saw do that. But that being said, it's like the perfect complement, right? You have a good sandwich, but that slice of cheese kind of puts it over the top. It's peanut butter and jelly. Peanut butter's good, but the jelly takes it to another place.
This young man right here coming off the meet of his life as well, Tyler Gaffleone, 62 win Churchill Downs meet, and before this meet started on Thursday, a little bit earlier in the week, got married to Cassidy Edwards.
Well, obviously a beautiful couple, known that they've been together a while now. And where'd you go on your honeymoon, Tyler? Oh, I went to the jockey's room.
No, I was fortunate enough to go. It was a beautiful wedding. Great families. Bob Edwards is with E5 Racing, obviously Cassidy's father. Him and his wife Chris are outstanding. They had that beautiful gesture last year, naming one of their 2-year-olds Kinshin after my father who had passed, and they looked extremely happy. So congratulations to the couple.
Tyler Gaffleone, good for him. Congratulations to the newlyweds. And we'll see, he's coming off last year. He's steadily progressed year by year by year, but a career best 33 wins at this meet last year.
Yeah, and he's shown he can win on the biggest stages, and he fits very well in this colony.
Let's go back to Maggie.
I think a horse who may not be the speed, but is able to sit very close is the likeliest winner of this race. And your 4-5 favorite, Remain Anonymous, is that. But the other horse that could be that type of runner is number 3, Invaluable. Now, I don't love the company that she's kept, but once upon a time, she was doing some good running up here on the NYRA circuit. Maybe not necessarily her one start here at Saratoga, but again, she has done well too. At least physically. I'm wondering if maybe getting back up here to New York, she can make some noise, but I do feel as though this is weirdly almost an uptick in class, as last time out, I thought she ran valiantly, but still a little light on figures.
Thank you, Maggie. Remain Anonymous from the rail, the favorite with Irad Ortiz Jr. We begin the pick 4. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
There in the gate. And they're off. And they all came away to a good beginning. From the inside, Remain Anonymous. The favorite is in front here, narrowly, with Invaluable right there on the outside in second. Then Boston Bay, who's running in between horses. Down on the inside is Customer Experience. And then it is Grudge, who is racing in 5th, followed by Melting Snow in 6th. Then Cadeau de Paix is the trailer in 7th. Remain Anonymous has the lead here through a quarter in 23 seconds. Invaluable, Boston Bay, they are together 2nd and 3rd. With Customer Experience racing in 4th. Farther back, Melting Snow has moved up a spot, then it's Grudge, and the trailer is Cadeau de Paix. They are all chasing Remain Anonymous, who has the lead coming for the top of the stretch, and the lead is now 4 lengths. And then on the inside, it's Customer Experience. Remain Anonymous ran the half in 45 and 4, confidently ridden here by Irad Ortiz Jr. It's Remain Anonymous in front, then Customer Experience, and on the outside is Invaluable. Remain Anonymous has the lead as they come on for the finish. Remain Anonymous takes it here as the favorite. Invaluable got 2nd. It was a photo for 3rd between the late closing Melting Snow and Customer Experience.
Trainer Brad Cox with his first winner of the meet, and the public was right on. This 5-year-old mare looked like an odds-on favorite.
Yeah, and she won like an odds-on favorite too. Is really never in doubt. I would say it pretty early when she made the lead. She looked comfortable. By the half-mile pole, she was traveling so well, and when they turned for home, it was over. Irad was sitting motionless with a couple of shoulder taps here.
Yeah, you see a horse make the lead that easily and cruising, and you're watching the way Irad's riding her, and you scan back through the field, and everybody else has already dropped down low on their horses. Their arms are pumping, they're pushing, and Irad's still sitting up there like he's going out for a horseback ride in Central Park. You knew it was over.
Richie, nothing gets me as a bettor more excited when I see a horse that I've bet on coming down the stretch with Irad, and he's just giving shoulder taps. When he's giving shoulder taps, he's got a ton of horse underneath.
And you saw a little peek to the tote board. He saw he was well clear.
Yeah, the guys use the tote board now. When I was riding, they didn't have that big tote board you can take a look at there. It would have helped my neck a little bit. Wouldn't have to turn around so much. But you're right. I think it's almost like Irad has so much horse, but he feels like he has to do something. So he just kind of taps him on the shoulder. It's just his way of staying busy.
Melting Snow just able to edge out Customer Experience for 3rd. That was about the only drama in this race. 1-3, 6-2 finish. Irad Ortiz Jr., 2nd winner of the meet, and Remain Anonymous. Pretty easy time here to kick off this early pick 4, and that's the 4th win of her career. 5-year-old mare by Tappinger for Brad Cox, owned by Genstar Thoroughbreds. We're going to take a timeout. Prices when we come back. Chad Brown, dominance in the Diana. It ended last year, but he may be back on track. He's got 4 of the 6 entrants for the first grade 1 of the meet. We'll have a preview coming up.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi experience and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports. Thanks for being with us on this first Friday of the meet. Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. You could say the same for that rider right there. Irad Ortiz Jr. eyeing what would be a 4th Saratoga riding title. Gets his 2nd winner of the meet on the heavy favorite, Remain Anonymous. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer Brad Cox. And Brad, Remain Anonymous. She had speed, but were you expecting her to blast off like that? And 2, when you're just the best horse, you take no prisoners.
Yeah, no doubt with the inside post, we wanted to be aggressive out there. We thought there might be a couple that could get in front of her early, but Irad did a good job to control the race and felt pretty comfortable after a quarter mile when we saw it in 23. Thought we was in a good spot.
Brad, you'll also send out the favorite in today's feature, the Forbidden Apple set piece from the rail. He's been a funny horse. I mean, thinking back through his whole campaign and career, you know, he was really highly regarded. Then you hit some bumps in the road, but boy, have you turned his life around in the last year.
Yeah, he's always been a good horse. It was just getting it out of him, right? So like the first summer we brought him up here, he didn't handle it very well, but then last year he rebounded well with the 4-star Dave, a big effort. On paper, it looks like a great set. It could be a great setup. We'll see how it materializes as the race unfolds. But, you know, inner turf here can be a little tricky. It can be a little speed bias, but it looks like there's plenty speed in there. He should have, like, once again, a good setup.
Is this a prep for you for the first 4-star Dave?
Yeah, for sure. That's our intent, was to get a run into him. Our intent was to run the Wise Dan. That obviously didn't work out at Churchill. He won that race last year. That was... Obviously, we took the races off the turf, but this was a good backup plan. I like it. He's doing really well. He's trained extremely well since Pimlico, and I think he's set up for a big race.
Brad, best of luck later, and congrats here. Always feels good to get your Saratoga winner out of the way.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Thanks, Maggie.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Maggie. Well, set piece ran huge of the 4-star Dave last year, so yeah, you would think eyeing it again. No question here, and we'll see if this sets him up for it in mid-August. Remain anonymous for Brad Cox. Odds-on favorite and just dominant here against this field.
Yeah, 340, remain anonymous. A difficult thing to do in Saratoga.
Yeah.
Especially if you're Jonathan Kinchin. Or a two-time Eclipse Award winning trainer, like Brad Cox.
This is very true.
Coming up this weekend, our first grade 1 of the meet. That is the Diana. It's our ABR race of the week. We always look forward to this one, and this is a race that historically Chad Brown has dominated. He had won 5 in a row until all of a sudden Charlie Appleby decided to come here and run 1-2 with Althea and Summer Romance last year. We'll see if Chad Brown can get back to his winning way. He's got a pretty good chance. He's got 4 of the 6 entered in the Diana, including the undefeated 7-for-7 Bleecker Street, who we'll talk about in a moment, coming off a grade 1 win.
I'm a fan. She's one of my favorite horses in training right now because it seemed like she wasn't one of the marquee players in the Chad Brown barn, and she has just met and succeeded through every challenge put in front of her.
Yeah, look, as an individual and as a horse, I love her. I'd love to own her. Awesome. But the thing is when you get an undefeated horse, people bet undefeated horses like they can't lose. And I don't think she's invincible as you would think she might be being 7-for-7.
And keep in mind, this is her grade 1 win. This is in the New York. Her stablemate was more highly regarded coming into this race. That is Rogier, who just didn't show up in this race for whatever reason. Chad Brown thought maybe the firm going might have been an issue. We will wait and find out, but Rogier has a world of ability.
But didn't Bleecker Street do something that you've really clued me into? Closing off of slow paces.
She did, and to be honest with you, I remember I kind of had a saver ticket this day on Bleecker Street, and at the top of the stretch, I liked Rogier. I thought I was in trouble. I still can't believe she won this race, and then she kind of won it going away. But yes, absolutely, closing to a slow pace, definitely get some credit for that. But also, if you're looking to kind of bounce back with Rogier, she was also trying to close in to that slow pace, and if Chad has that inkling that maybe she didn't like the firm going, there's a reason that she could bounce back.
Yeah, he also thought maybe he thought that Euro bounce after that first start. He seems to say, Chad Brown, that Rogier, at least in the mornings, is bouncing back. So we'll see if she can have a better account of herself in this grade 1 Diana. Chad will also send out technical analysis. She will break from the rail. She likes to win also. She's not undefeated like Bleecker Street, but 5-for-9 lifetime and coming in off a grade 3 victory.
She was extremely impressive in this race. Look, she was supposed to win this one. But one thing I do like about technical analysis is she's tactical and she puts herself in the race. And anytime Chad Brown has a horse that has some speed, they're so dangerous because they finish like a Chad Brown horse, but they don't have to come from too far out of it. I love her draw in here. She'll be able to save ground, make her own trip. If she makes the lead, great. If she doesn't, she'll sit in the pocket just like she did in the Lake George last year.
Yeah, I think tactically she does have an advantage because she can put herself forward. She could be in the game, create a trip. I love that stall shot. Gives you an idea. Some horses do so well in Saratoga because like that open air stall. Look at all the space. She can look, see things. Her mind's occupied. They get that nice breeze in the evening. A lot of horses do really well up here.
Well, we mentioned that win streak for Chad Brown in this race came to an end. Also, with the arrival of Charlie Appleby last year, just a game, and then again in the Diana, he sort of served notice that this isn't just the Chad Brown show anymore in these big turf races in New York.
Doesn't seem like Charlie Appleby just has such a strong handle on the kind of horses that will adapt and excel with North American style racing.
He really has, and no, the times that Creative Flair has come over, she's tried longer races. Mm-hmm. This is her first chance trying 1 1/8, which her last race she won going 1 1/8.
Charlie Appleby felt, we're going to talk Creative Flair here now, not quite what we've seen to her up to this point until her last race of what Althea and Summer Romance were, but he really felt in her last start in a Group 2 win in Maidan, she's now close to that level of those two.
Well, if she's close to that level, then she's a major contender because those very good mares that you're talking about there. I do have a question, and Jamie Spencer has had a tough time at times riding in North America. He did win with Ubir last year for Charlie Appleby, but even in that race, he kind of crossed over the field and was lucky he was just clear.
Yeah, if you look at Creative Flair's past performances, I think the race last summer, the Saratoga Oaks, is probably sneaky good, right? Remember, Cone Lima got loose that day when Flavian Pratt kind of probably got the idea to come out to Saratoga when he wired that race. I think she had an excuse that day, and I think she'll run better in here, but she is going to have to deal with a lot of Chad Brown runners and a lot of those green and light green silks.
They're both for U.S. starts. She's been a little unlucky. She hadn't broke well in either of those two, and she likes to be close.
Yeah, but is that going to be a problem again? Because they don't generally tend to break as fast as we do in North America elsewhere. We break running. We break for position. Our horses are taught to go forward out of there.
Grade 1 Diana, Saturday, first grade 1 of the meet in our ABR race of the week. It's going to be a fun one. That goes as race 8 on the card at 5:03 Eastern tomorrow. Of course, today on opening weekend, presented by Run Happy. A couple of stakes with that Coronation Cup and the Grade 3 Forbidden Apple. You heard from Brad Cox, who will send out set piece. Going to be coming from very far back, but it does look like plenty of speed to try and set it up for his very brilliant closing kick. Up next, race 3. We're on the turf at 1 mile and 1/16. New York breds in a maiden special weight trying to get that first win of their career when we come back.
Consistently versatile with 24 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins. Olympiad gets the gold in the World's Classic.
Churls Fight running on. Mason in front. Churls Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
The momentum continues for War Dancer, following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire. His progeny have posted 23 more wins in 2022, like Busy Morning.
Busy Morning, she is drawing away here.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing the winner.
And Dancing Buck.
No threat to Dancing Buck.
Now with $3.5 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are back at Saratoga Live. Thanks for being with us on the first Friday of the meet as we get set to kick into high gear in summer here in upstate New York. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Is that Jake Hayes' place for the summer? No, there it is.
I'm just couch surfing.
I love the architecture here in Saratoga.
It's beautiful,
it's just
isn't it?
fun to walk around and look at these beautiful homes.
In town every year, they have a window decorating contest, and everyone gets into the spirit with the season here at the racetrack. G. Willikers placing in third, which I need to make a visit to, by the way.
You absolutely need to take William there.
He's
That's
gonna love
my
it.
favorite toy store.
Impressions, making quite an impression with their windows. Runner up. Drum roll, please. First place in the window decorating contest goes to Lifestyles. Well done.
They got a horse coming through the window there.
They
Look
do.
At that. How'd they do that?
That's incredible. I don't know, but I got to take a walk downtown. I haven't been down there yet. I hope these stay up for the whole summer. Well done, everybody. And thanks for taking part in the contest. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori, Jonathan Kinchin with you here on our Friday action on Saratoga Live. A couple of stakes races on the card this afternoon, including Coronation Cup. We love these 5.5 furlong turf sprints, JK, don't we? A couple of huge scratches in here. Obviously, the biggest being the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint winner, Twilight Gleaming, coming out for Wesley Ward.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of those deals where the entire complexion of the race changes. Everyone who worked on their pick 6 last night, that completely changed. The horse that you most likely kind of had to use, I would think, Twilight Gleaming, just some of the races that she's run, but it's now a little bit more wide open. But I'm very interested in the 7 Static Fire, undefeated and has won on the turf.
Yeah, one first time out, only time on the lawn at Saratoga here last summer for Brian Lynch, beating a next out winner. Daring Ain sure to take plenty of support would have anyway with a scratch of Twilight Gleaming. Even more so now. This is Stormy Blues. Poppy Flower wind up winning this race. It's going to be back for Bill Mott. Artos as well, and Daring Ain was third.
Yeah, the pace was really fast in this race, so you want to keep that in mind. Daring Ain has always kind of had my attention. When she won here first out, I thought it was very impressive. I guess that was last summer. It runs together sometimes when we're up here. But she was very impressive. I've always liked her a little bit, but keep in mind that pace was pretty quick, so the horses coming from out of it, mentally, I would downgrade them just a little bit.
And what a trip and ride she got from Victor Carrasco here. I mean, the way he was able to wend his way through the field without ever getting stopped and getting that fast pace, she can't get a better trip. If she gets that trip again, she'll be tough, but you can't get a better trip than that.
And I think, a lot of people, Jake, I want to get your thoughts on it. Artos, that near miss against Twilight Gleaming in that Mamzelle, we showed that race on our program, but you got to keep in mind, too, Twilight Gleaming stumbled out of the gate in that race, so maybe not as close as you would expect.
Yeah, what I will say about Artos is she was closer than the other two that are exiting that Stormy Blue, so you would give her just a little bit of an upgrade compared to the other ones.
Let's get a paddock report as we get set for the third on the lawn coming up. Let's go to Maggie.
Thanks. As we'll take a look at number 1, Your Mission, who comes back off the layoff from 2 to 3. This guy gets a complete makeover for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. He's comes back as a gelding, gets the Lasix, and he didn't do much running, I should say, in his last race. He ran okay back on November 18th, but last time with the blinkers on, which again, obviously he's still wearing, he got away awkwardly, and sometimes you'll see that, especially with young horses, as they put that headgear on for the first time. It just kind of distracts them a bit. And to be fair, that race was wired on the front end, and after getting away awkwardly, then he got a bit headstrong, and he was just very, very wide throughout. So I suppose you could come up with an excuse. He comes back here very, very fit, but he hasn't changed much. I wish he would have filled out a little bit. He just looks slightly weak behind the saddle, but at least he is ready as far as being fine-tuned for this comeback. We see several horses coming out of a similar race May 30th, and let's talk about number 3, Whistler's Honor, as he was the one first off the layoff. He was away a bit awkwardly that day, and then there was no sense of urgency turning for home as he was stuck down on the inside. Never really tried to get him clear, never really ridden. So it felt like it was a race where you can kind of put a line through it. I love what I'm seeing from this horse coming back second off. He's fitter, he is stronger, he is possibly the best looking horse in this field. I know it's not a beauty contest, but the progression from that last race on May 30th to this one is noticeable, and I always take heed of that. Hoping that he does break a bit better is something that he hasn't necessarily been doing in any of his efforts. And then checking in with the horse that I actually picked, Uragano, last time, because I loved him getting on the turf. He finally gets to do it 2 times in a row now. He kind of got away slowly, and he was on that unfavorable outside position on the inner turf course. So you just often see horses not break well because they'll run to that open space where they just have that rope across where the 2 courses join up, and they just get a little lost out there. Then he kind of went up to contend on the pace while wide, and I thought he stayed on really well. He looks great here for trainer Kelly Breen. He's the other one that really took my eye in the paddock, Greg.
Thanks, Maggie. Yeah, there he is with Jose Lezcano. Tough post, and he did break slow. He was last early on in that race. There's Kelly Breen looking sharp as usual. Oregano, that was his turf debut. Better break today. Could be a different story.
Yeah, and you'd like to think the problem is that this horse has broken slowly a few times and has broken awkwardly a few times. So you start to wonder, is it a habit or is it a solvable problem?
Right now, 6-1 on Oregano. The favorite, Mr. Connecticut, Christophe Clement, Joel Rosario, making an equipment change here after that one race experiment with the blinkers. They come off with the 5-horse.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it, right? An experiment. Thinking you try something different, maybe get a bit more out of him. If anything, it went the other way, go back to the blinkers off, maybe keeps him a little more settled, won't jump in the bridle quite as much. I thought this was a really intriguing race, and Maggie made a great point about the 3 Whistler's Honor. He basically had no place to go, and Jose Ortiz said, okay, I'm surrounded, I'm blocked, we'll live to fight another day.
You been to the paddock suite yet, above that post bar?
Come on, Wolfie. You know that I made that happen ASAP.
That's not where you're staying, is it?
I would.
I would too.
I would for sure.
Oh, it is beautiful new addition here to Saratoga. It's going to be a popular spot.
It is, and Shake Shack's still right over there, so that's always good. I do have to point out something very important I just noticed. Miguel Clement has on red pants. When his dad wore red pants a couple summers ago, he couldn't lose.
He was on fire.
I'm just saying. I don't know if it means anything. I just wanted to make sure the people at home were aware.
Mr. Connecticut was named for him, too.
I know.
Yes, he was. Here's your mission to kick off our post parade for Todd Pletcher. A lot of changes here.
Yeah, like Maggie said, complete makeover, did run decently first time out. Todd Pletcher really, barn was rolling at the end of Belmont.
New gelding gets Lasix. Here's the Two Kingdom on pause.
Yeah, the best race was the last race, but that was going a little bit longer. This might be too short.
Next door, Whistler's Honor taking money for Jorge Abreu. Jose Ortiz rides.
Yeah, if you watch the replay of his last race, you understand why he's taking so much money. He basically got beat four lengths. He was 8th, beaten 4 lengths, and never was asked to run through the stretch.
And compromised a little bit early on in that race as well. So this is start number 3 and second start of the 3-year-old campaign. Biondi, blinkers come off. And Luis Saez, you would think, going to try and use that speed.
I like to fade horses like this, typically, that get easy leads. But Biondi still has a figure edge against these horses. So I think this is the most likely winner.
Here's Mr. Connecticut for Christophe Clement. Blinkers coming off this one as well.
Yeah, didn't run as well last time, but some of his previous races certainly make him a contender. And it kind of shows you how wide open this race is, that he's 3-1. A lot of horses lumped together.
Oregano had that compromised beginning, but J.K. pointed out it's sort of been his M.O.
Yeah, gonna have to break better. Got the U silks on there. Somewhere Ed Reed's happy.
Bernardino, Flavian Pratt, one of the best riders in the country, riding full-time at Saratoga for the first time.
On a 7-year-old maiden that's made 8 career starts, a lot of stops and starts in this horse's campaigns. The only time that he got to run back-to-back races, his second race was much better than the first. If that happens in this case, because he's getting to run back-to-back, he's actually got a shot.
And I thought this first-timer a little intriguing. He's been in soft company, but this will be the turf debut. And the Dam has produced a couple of stakes winners sprinting on the turf.
Yeah, and look, turf pedigree can go a long way in spots like this. My concern is, A, the horse doesn't break particularly well, and B, they've run this horse for a tag a lot. It just feels like he's likely not to the quality of these maiden special weight types.
Let's go to Maggie for more.
Favorite trainer Christophe Clement sending out Mr. Connecticut. Blinkers on last time, Christophe. He didn't run a step. Was that the viable excuse?
I guess, but it was very disappointing. Didn't show much. You know, he's a 4-year-old gelding at the end of the day, so obviously it's been rather disappointing. Last chance today before we try maiden claiming, so it's up to him.
Now, named, you know, in reference to your son, Miguel, who's also wearing red pants today. Who wore it better?
I'm not sure I want to really get into that, but...
Okay, I'll answer for you. You did, because I'm standing next to you. But anyway, let's talk about Dairy Nane a little bit later in today's Coronation Cup. She's a promising turf sprinter, but she's the turf sprinter in that it makes you bite your nails because you have to pray for a lot of pace.
Not correct. She's a better that could come from behind type of a sprinter. She's doing well. You know, last 2 starts a little bit a touch disappointing, obviously, but every time she had an excuse, and she's done well since she came to Saratoga. Tough race, there's no easy stakes around here, but I think she belongs, and I'm excited to see her run.
Well, good luck here, good luck later, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
All right, Nantucket Reds, guys, not red pants for Mr. Clement.
Well, now the whole family's wearing them. We'll see if we see Acacia and Nantucket Red soon.
Hey, if it makes them win, or even in their mind it helps them win.
Did you have anything lucky that you wore when you rode?
Can't talk about it.
It sounds like Christophe Clement just perplexed what happened last time out.
Yeah, it just seems like he felt like it was an uncharacteristic no-show for him.
Yeah, and the other thing I think that you could kind of get from Christophe in that situation is there seems to be a level of disappointment. I think they probably thought this horse was going to be a little bit better. And the fact that they tried the blinkers, that didn't seem to work. And whenever they say that this is their last chance and then they're running for a tag, that's kind of the throw our hands up and there's nothing we can really do. This horse might not want to win.
You know, horses train in the morning, and sometimes they show you something and you really have these expectations, and then it just never comes to fruition. They don't put it all together, or maybe they're just not as good as you thought they were from watching them train.
Did you ever have one really trick you, that you worked in the morning, that you thought you were going to win every Grade 1 race ever invented, and they just never could figure it out?
Absolutely. More times that there were a few that would get off and, wow, can't wait to ride this. And then they just wouldn't show up in the afternoons. And conversely, there was one horse that would work 5 furlongs in 105, didn't matter, blinkers, no blinkers, company, no company. Showed nothing in training. Ran first time out, won by 7, won first 4 starts. And then would train in the morning, wouldn't train. Just refused to go fast.
They can fool you, and that's why this sport can be so frustrating, but also why we love it. We are 2 races away from the start of the triple play and the pick 6, and that carryover of 120,000 plus coming up beginning in race 5 this afternoon. Toga 200, that code to use for new members to sign up at Naira Bets. Get involved this afternoon. So 1 day in and already a carryover in the pick 6, courtesy of a 43-to-1 shot winner's son that began that late pick 5 yesterday. Let's take a look at the money line here, JK. What are we looking at?
Yeah, for the sports bettors out there, if you're betting a football game, you're usually looking at, a minus 110 for a money line. But we just thought make it a little bit easier to understand these odds that we use in horse racing and pop them up there. You look at Biondi, 3-to-1, would be the same as a plus 300. Mr. Connecticut, 9-2, same as plus 450 if you were betting sports.
Do you look at this board? I'm surprised Whistler's Honor is favored. Are you surprised by that?
I'm not. Well, I like Whistler's Honor, and I thought Whistler's Honor had a great shot because, like Richie said, had a terrible trip last time, and I think can take another step forward. So I'm not shocked, but I did think Biondi would be favored.
And Biondi right now next door is the 4-horse with Luis Saez for the Bond Barn. Let's look at that start. This is Oregano, actually. And this is what we've been talking about with him. This is the 6-horse in today's race. So that turn almost comes up immediately from that angle in this race at a mile and 16th of Belmont. That's a bad position to be in early.
No, and also he made up all of that ground that he had given away at the break in the first 3/16 of a mile.
Yeah, when you break slow like that and they kind of rush up and make that middle move, it's a lot of energy that's used in the middle of that. And I think that it's actually kind of a hidden trip as well.
So back to the 2, Whistler's Honor was in this race as well. Here he is on the fence. He's, at this point, has nowhere to go.
No, and listen, you're going to win turf races. You've got to ride the inside. You've got to be disciplined about it, patient. Most of the time, it works out. You find a live horse to follow. Just basically a wedge of horses came back in his face, and he was like, well, I really don't have anywhere to go. So the fact that he didn't really get to run, in my opinion, points him out to me.
I mean, I don't want to jump to conclusions. If he gets out, he gets clear, he wins that race. He was loaded in behind there. Jose never really set him down. He was trying, but there was just nowhere to go.
Yeah.
And especially for a young horse. And we talked about it yesterday on the show when that big long shot, the 43-to-1 shot one, shot through that gap. It's not easy for these horses to shoot through these gaps.
No.
So now back to favoritism with this horse right here for the James Bond barn. That is Biondi. Luis Saez won the opener on yesterday's card, the reigning leading rider from last summer. Let's go back to Maggie.
Well, you guys talked about the long shot on the outside, getting on the turf, and the pedigree that he has. Rush to Honor, number 8. And I see turf with him. I see turf with him through his, physical, through his body, down to his foot. But as JK pointed out, yes, he's been offered for a tag quite a bit, and he just might not be up to this quality of maiden special weights. Another good thing I will say about him is that he's a horse that can be very nervous, and he was not today. And considering you're a typically nervous horse, although I'm jinxing him as he goes in the gate, and you keep it together at Saratoga, I think that's a feather in your cap, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. There is the horse that, I brought up who the dam had produced with this horse who's getting in a lawn for the first time. The other thing is a couple of stakes winners sprinting on the grass. They tried to get this horse on the turf in the debut. They tried again, New Connections, last time out, so it's yet to be on the lawn. We'll see if this horse moves forward with the surface switch. We are set for race 3. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
We are set for race 3. And they're off. Biondi and Kingdom on Pause. And from the outside, the gray Bernardino and Rush to Honor. It is Biondi and Rush to Honor. Heads apart for the lead. Bernardino sits just off of them and in third. Kingdom on Pause down on the inside runs in fourth. Mr. Connecticut is alongside in fifth. And then it is Whistler's Honor, who is racing in sixth, followed by Oregano, and down towards the rail is Your Mission. The field races around the clubhouse turn, and it is a battle up front. It's Biondi on the inside and Rush to Honor on the outside. The two of them right together through a quarter in 25 and 2/5 seconds. And then it's the duo of Mr. Connecticut and Bernardino. A break of almost 2 lengths. Back to Whistler's Honor, who races in fifth. Kingdom on Pause down at the rail. Your Mission looking to advance now in between horses. And the trailer is Oregano in eighth. The half went in 52 seconds. Rush to Honor and Biondi continue heads apart for the lead. Mr. Connecticut just behind in third. Bernardino is down at the rail. As they go around the far turn, it's Biondi and Rush to Honor with Mr. Connecticut. And on the outside, Whistler's Honor. Bernardino down at the rail. They're coming for the head of the stretch. It is Biondi with a narrow lead. On the outside, it's Rush to Honor. Bernardino looks to rally down at the rail. Whistler's Honor is on the outside. And Mr. Connecticut is now coming on through as they come down for the 16th pole. Here comes Mr. Connecticut in between horses. Here's Whistler's Honor on the outside. Whistler's Honor has the momentum, and Whistler's Honor takes it here by a length and a half, and it's a 3-way photo for second among Mr. Connecticut, Biondi, and the late closing Your Mission.
Whistler's Honor got running room in the stretch this time around, and third time the charm breaks his maiden.
Well, he wasn't taking any chances about getting blocked in behind horses like he did last time. Jose Ortiz, he was basically 4 or 5 wide around that very tight far turn on the inner turf. Now you're going to watch him. He's going to start trying to lug in. He has a propensity to want to get over on top of horses. He kind of muscled him out there. He's going to pull his crop through to his left hand, trying to keep him straight, keep him on the horse. And it's a very difficult tightrope you're walking. You want to let the horse run and go forward. At the same time, you can't let him take those horses ground. I think he rode it just right.
And look, in turf racing, a lot of times the margin is not very big. The 3-horse was so much the best in here, closing into that slow pace,
yes,
losing all of that ground on the turn, and then he actually won for fun at the end by open links with Jose really even having to set him down again. Much the best in here.
Yeah, you talk about that slow pace. 25 and 2, 52 for the half.
Yeah,
they were crawling here.
They were crawling, and sometimes they adjust the times, but visually you could see they were crawling. They were not running fast at all early. Did a really good job keeping this horse straight. Whistler's Honor was not easy to ride. Jose did a very good job.
3-1, 5-4, Jose Ortiz, Jorge Abreu, owned by Chris Larson, son of Tonalist, with the victory here in the third from Saratoga on a gorgeous Friday afternoon in upstate New York. We'll be back with the prices and set up the fourth when we return to Saratoga Live.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales rate. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Good to have you with us. Sun shining here at Saratoga Springs. The first Friday of the meet, our program brought to you where you can play it all. Go to Naira Bets and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Hopefully some of you had Whistler's Honor. Very impressive, as JK brought up, even better than looked here in the end with that wide trip and running into that slow pace.
Yeah, that's the thing about turf racing. You got to watch those races back. The figure can sometimes lie to you. What that horse just did on the racetrack overcame a ton of adversity.
So 3-year-old son of Tonalist returned $7.60 for the victory, winning third time out for Jorge Abreu. Your mission, Mr. Connecticut, second and third.
Well, and you could see why Jose rode him the way he did last time, trying to stay inside, because a horse has a tendency to want to lug in or drift towards the inside. You don't want to be caught outside of horses. Well, that didn't work out well for him last time, so he said, I'll be wide this time. But he had to really struggle with him to keep him straight.
I see a rider now with Maggie Wolfendale. Let's head to the winner's circle.
And here with Jose Ortiz, Whistler's Honor. Jose, I got to say, he does not look, after watching these last 2 races and winning this one, like the easiest horse to ride.
No, he pulls a lot, especially now with the blinkers on. And he's tough, and you see when he made the lead, he started wandering and logging in bad. So it's one of those horses that you don't know what they're gonna do. He don't have a tendency, so it's very hard to ride him. And last time I had a bunch of trouble. I never let him run in the stretch, so I was very confident today. I tried to ride him like the best horse, and I did that.
What do you have to do when you come back and you know that you're just, your head was up against the wall, you couldn't do anything? What do you say to a trainer like you had to say to Jorge last time out?
Sometimes in the grass, sometimes it's gonna happen. You gotta try to save ground, and sometimes it's not gonna open up. As long as the trainer understands it, it's fine. I'm just happy George understood and gave me the opportunity to ride him back, and we got the win today.
Jose, we've seen you take meet titles down here. What's the goal for this year?
Just try to find a nice 2-year-olds. ride nice horses, and if we are in contention for the title, so we put a fight in it.
You say find nice 2-year-olds. Is that you mean thinking about Derby horses already?
Of course, yeah. Here, Jack Christopher was here last year, so he's a very nice horse, and you find those kinds here, and then you take him to the Breeders' Cup, hopefully, and then you go from there.
I love it. You're always thinking about the future. Congratulations, though, with Whistler's Honor.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Jose Ortiz, love getting his insight. He's a very thoughtful rider, and he certainly put a lot of thought even in just winning with Whistler's Honor today.
Like his brother, trying to claim what would be a 4th Saratoga riding crown.
That's incredible. You know, we've had a lot of good brother jockey combinations over the years. You know, I think Eddie and Sam Maple and just so many. And I'm going to leave somebody out and I'll feel bad, but I don't know that we've had two. The McCarron brothers that have been this dominant.
Yeah, I mean, they're outstanding, and they're different, right? They, Irad, I think, probably excels to most people's idea on the grass. Jose probably excels a little bit more than Irad on the dirt. And then but they still, vice versa, they'll still win on both surfaces. We just saw Jose win on the grass, so they're very dominant.
Somebody explained it to me one day that had seen both of these riders, great Puerto Rican riders, ride. Angel Cordero would be Irad, and Jose would be Eddie Belmonte. And I thought that was a really good comparison.
You see that aggression with Irad, certainly.
Yeah, and where Eddie Belmonte was a little bit stylish, smoother, a little more finesse. Where Angel, he was going to run through you if he had to. I mean, that's one of the things that made him as great as he was.
Well, the Ortiz brothers continuing to do what we expect from them early on through the first couple of days, day and a half here of this meet. As we get set for race 4 next, $20,000 maiden claiming sprint. Everyone looking for that first win on the resume coming up in this field. Inspired Mischief. Rapoli Stable, St. Elias Stable, those are powerful owners. Spent $450,000 on this colt. Gave him one start when he took some money at Monmouth and now dropped for 20 maiden claiming.
I got to tell you, if Todd Pletcher ships a Rapoli down to Monmouth and they go off at almost 5-2, that's cold on the board, and then and they don't run, and then in their next start, they're in for 20, I wouldn't trust.
Right now favored. We'll see if that stands up. We're going to take a look at the field for this Sanford as the Colts get their chance in the first graded stake of the meet for the young boys on Saturday. We take a timeout. Sanford preview when we come back, including Pletcher's Forte.
Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C,
Mayo Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Mayo Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Cup champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Some incredible history in the Sanford. First of these 3 graded stakes for 2-year-olds at this Saratoga meeting. 12 will line up, including Forte for trainer Todd Pletcher, Son of Violence, Poli Stable, St. Elias. He'll have Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard. The word was out about this horse before he ever ran. He went off at 1-5. He did not disappoint.
Well, these are the Irad Ortiz taps on the shoulder. You're talking about how you went at him a little bit left-handed here because he drifted in, but this horse was so professional on debut. Jonathan broke well, very reminiscent of Witt, but breaking from the gate sharper than Witt did last year.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is what Todd does. He gets these 2-year-olds, they win a lot of stakes races, then he gets them in the Kentucky Derby. Forte feels like one of those horses that could continue to trend on. I will say that he kind of got everything his own way there. Now he's in a full field of 12, and he's going to have to deal with another really, really fast horse that we're going to talk about here in the next couple seconds.
So Forte, like most in here, getting his first test against winners. That other very fast horse is a half-brother to Firenze Fire, who won the 2017 edition of the Sanford.
And he was very professional. Broke running. He broke like, he was a moving start and just kept finding. And he looks like, to me, a mini version of his brother, Firenze Fire.
Wonder if he has the same appetite
as
Firenze Fire, famously taking a bite out of his competition in the stretch. The only thing I have about this is that this was earned on a sloppy racetrack. 2-year-old figures are hard to make anyways because you don't have any basis with the other horses and what they can run. And when they run a fast number on the slop, there's at least a little bit of a reason that you want to kind of second guess, was that race as fast as we thought it was?
But he did take money first time, probably goes off of his works and what he'd been doing in the morning.
And he's got the pedigree. I mean, it makes sense that he ran that fast. Sure. He's a half to a Grade 1 winner, so it makes sense.
So this will be the first of this fun series this summer at Saratoga. Saratoga Special August 13th, and then the Grade 1 prize, that hopeful on closing day, Labor Day, at 7/8 of a mile.
Love that comprehensive series, and they step up a 16th of a mile in distance each time. It's really good.
Race 4 next, $20,000 maiden claiming sprint at 6 furlongs. Big scratch in here with Actualize coming up, or coming out, I should say. In a lot of ways, probably made this a lot more competitive race. That's Offit Cole, one of the new faces here at Saratoga. Trainer Jason Barkley sending this one out. We'll be back right after this.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gageway.
Gorgeous sight right there. One of the recent new additions to this historic racetrack, the 1863 Club. Our program all summer long brought to you in part by the champion sprinter Run Happy. This is Run Happy opening weekend. Of course, Run Happy now standing at Claiborne Farm in legendary stall number 1. Fourth is next from Saratoga. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
We'll take a look at the most logical horses, though they are a bit light on experience. But when you're dealing with these maiden claimers, those are often the horses who win these races, as Todd Pletcher does send out your current favorite, Inspired Mischief. The son of Into Mischief does actually have a bit more of a turf pedigree, and watching that debut race down at Monmouth while he got away somewhat slowly, kind of moved a bit more like a turf horse, but we'll see as he takes a precipitous drop in class, basically all the way to the bottom here in New York. He does have very much of that Into Mischief bloodline running through him. Looking at him physically, kind of longer body but built downhill, is nickering a little bit, so indicating that there might be some genuine issues in that he's just a bit of a distracted horse, that he doesn't often have his mind on business. So the blinkers do go on here for him today. I would think he'll be a bit more forward coming out of that last race and just having the experience, but I don't think we're going to see a total form reversal or a 180. I don't think he's that quick by looking at him or watching him here in the paddock. I guess he's all right. It's just going to be interesting. Is this really the right surface for him? Well, one going from turf to dirt is number 6, Just Like This, the son of Candy Ride. Dan was a graded stakes placed runner going long on the dirt, so I'm okay with him on this surface. The problem with him, though, is that he's a horse who completely lacks a hind end, as he'll also turn back in distance from the mile to the 6 furlongs. And he just presents himself as one that isn't necessarily going to have that much speed, though he does get blinkers on for this effort here for Brad Cox, just a shortcut cheater blinker as well. And what concerns me, as I was saying, he totally lacks a hind end. When you switch to the dirt, you gotta have that push, and especially turning back in distance. And I don't know if he has it, but then again, Greg, I see why these are the most attractive options given the rest of the field.
Thank you, Maggie. There is Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz Jr. right now still with the favorite at 5-2, Inspired Mischief, and basically giving up on a horse that was pretty expensive at auction.
Yeah, and there's one of the partners too, Vinny Viola, St. Elias Stables. Vinny Viola owns the Florida Panthers hockey team.
Always dreaming, Derby winner.
Dreaming, Derby winner with Anthony Bonamo, who was standing next to him there. So pretty strong human connections here.
Yeah, the 4 Inspired Mischief. Look, this is one of those situations where the horse could win. It's not the most competitive group, so it's not like it's going to take some monster effort to win this race. But all signs point to this being a bad favorite. You know, like we talked about earlier in the show, the fact that this horse was almost 5-2 for Todd Pletcher down at Monmouth. That's a negative sign to me. The horse didn't do any running in that race, and then comes back here and is in for the bottom, you know, for the tag. I wouldn't have any confidence betting this horse.
Also a negative, when you start to rack up start after start after start, and you still have yet to win, although in this case with the 7 suppressor, as you see Pletcher and Irad Ortiz Jr. talking over their game plan, might just be that this horse right here has found the right field. He has efforts that absolutely win, no question.
Yeah, he does. He has some races that do put him right in here. And the other thing that you can do with a situation like this, when you have a horse who's 0 for 12, one of the things that gives me confidence, and one of the reasons I'm picking this horse and betting this horse, is that there is a trainer change. It's not like I'm thinking that Rob Atras is going to move up off of Steve Asmussen, but just the change of scenery could be the reason that maybe this gets this horse over the hump.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and the drop in class, certainly last time, maiden 40. It really disturbed me that he even blew second there last time. You know, he had everything pretty soft his own way and just had no response when needed. I guess the turn back could help, though, back to 6.
And I will say that I think that helps a lot. I think that the turn back helps. But he was also involved in a pace that was honest enough. It was pretty quick. So the fact that, and the winners came from out of it. So the fact that it kind of fell apart, I think that kind of gives him a little bit of an upgrade. Now, don't get me wrong. If there was another horse in here that had you know, a little bit more ability. I would have no problem trying to beat a horse like the 7 Suppressor, but there's really nothing else in here.
Gotcha.
So post parade coming up. We mentioned briefly, you know, with the scratch of the 1, Actualize would have been, I would think, pretty heavy favorite in here. Becomes a better race with him out? Or not necessarily? Did you not like him?
I was in a single in the pick 5 and used the 7 as a backup. And then when he scratched, then I just moved to the 7. I think he would have won this race.
Todd Pletcher has got some big appointments later on at this meet, including Life is Good in a showdown with Olympiad and Hot Rod Charlie in the Whitney.
Strong. The only thing we're missing is Flightline in there.
Oh, every night I go to bed and I just say, please send Flightline. Please send Flightline.
You can bet Saratoga with Naira Bets and get more. Everyone who bets with Naira Bets today gets 6 times rewards points on all wagers here at this historic track. Everyone gets the bonus points. There is no opt-in required. Earn more this weekend with your Naira Bets account. Get your account today at nairabets.com. We begin our post parade with Offit Cole. We talked about Jason Barkley, one of the new faces up here at Saratoga, the trainer here. He's got Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard.
Yeah, it seems too slow, but does have some tactical speed. That's always dangerous in dirt racing.
First-time starter next door who is taking some attention on the board. Luis Saez will ride Crypto Causeway.
It's a half to a horse we're familiar with here, Tapazirance, and gets Luis Saez. That attracting him makes this horse interesting.
The Todd Pletcher $450,000 son of Into Mischief. 1 start, now the drop in for Maiden Claiming.
Like we said, absolutely can win, but I want nothing to do with at 5-2.
Keen Ice has a pretty good reputation here at Saratoga. Here's a son of Keen Ice.
A horse that would like to see some real pace on, help set up his close and run, but is going to have to improve.
Beat American Pharaoh, of course, the Triple Crown champ. And the Travers. Here's Just Like This, Brad Cox, Manny Franco, and the Dirt debut.
Yeah, they debuted going long on the turf. To me, and then the drop, that whole story tells me slow.
Start number 13 here for Suppressor, and he is the favorite.
Well, I think he might have just landed in the right field. Does turn back in distance, a horse that should be involved. I think the outside post gives him options to get into the race the right way. And to Dylan Davis coming off a terrific Belmont spring-summer meet.
And you can definitely make a case for Marco Polo on the outside, getting back to dirt for Linda Rice.
Yeah, we got 2 thoughts. Getting back to dirt does help. I thought had a little bit of trouble last time, but I also want to say that I do think Marco Polo is one of the most underrated swimming pool games out there.
So if I haven't played it in years, but I was always so stressed.
It would stress you out, that game?
Absolutely.
I can see that.
Yeah,
I can see it.
It was not a fun game for me.
But you didn't like being it, or which one?
I didn't like either way. If they got too close to me, I felt like you're just in danger of getting nailed. And then you got to keep. And then you dip the finger in the pool. Did you have a rule? You'd have the whole body in the pool?
Yeah.
No, I put the finger in the pool. 4 minutes to post coming up here in the 4th. Let's go back to Maggie.
Bravo! I am so pleased to be joined by Tony and Carson Gambaro, our new buglers here at the track. And boy, if that's any indication of your talent levels, I mean, the best is yet to come. Tony, talk about getting and receiving the news that you guys would be the new buglers here at the spa.
It came up rather quickly. Sam gave me a call and asked me if he could give him my name to Naira. And I said, yeah, sure. And he told me what was going on. And he told Naira that I was probably the guy that could find some people to help out to fill in the spots. So what happened was I thought about it for a few days, and I decided that it was time for me to do this, and that I have there's only one problem. I have about 8 to 10 dates that I can't do because I run my own band and I've got to be at the weddings. And in walks my son. And I figured I'd offer that to Naira, which would help them one-stop shopping, as well as take the pressure off me trying to find people who would show up, maybe not show up. You know, I told him some guy's name, and so it's been a whirlwind. The most difficult thing has been finding the clothes in a 5-day period of time.
There's a lot tack shops around here,
Not with white pants, you'd be shocked. You'd be shocked. So a lot of things come in, they're not sized the way they say. They say true to size. No, they're not true to size. So
Lies. But Carson, a recent graduate of Syracuse University, congratulations. But what better way to spend your summer after graduation than up here?
Yeah, you said it. And quite frankly, like he said, we weren't even expecting this until a week's notice. So, it kind of came to us and we took and ran with it. And what better opportunity, As much as I love broadcasting, I graduated from Syracuse with a degree in broadcast journalism. I have really, really taken a liking to this instrument and appreciation to it. And what better way to express it than right here at the Saratoga Racecourse? You go around, you play for people, you play happy birthdays, you play, memorable songs like we did for you. And that, believe me, that was our greatest pleasure. And yeah, that's the essence of the job, and we're gonna have fun with it.
So no, after my job.
Eventually.
I love the honesty. Well, guys, best of luck. You've already knocked it out of the ballpark.
it's been a lot of fun, and it's been great. Thank you to everybody.
Guys, any requests? I'll be letting Tony and Carson know what songs you guys want to hear.
Throughout the meet, we're going to have plenty. And Carson, by the way, you can tell he went to Syracuse. He's already got that broadcasting voice.
He does,
Sounds pretty good,
he, right?
We're in trouble.
No, it's look, there's about 500 people here today, I bet you, that have a bugler as their ringtone. Racing fans, it goes hand in hand, and you got to have it. It's when you know you're here.
Dad's band, by the way, it's all horse racing related. I love it. 10 Most Wanted, who I'm sure you guys remember.
Oh, won Travers here,
Yeah.
10 Most Wanted. Was he runner-up in the Travers too? No, actually, I think he won it with Pat Day. You play an instrument, Jonathan?
I have a music app on my iPhone. That's about as good as I go.
Greg, instrument?
I haven't shown you the pictures. I was at a band back in the day. I had a terrible mullet. I played keyboards. My sister played electric bass. We were called Overdrive.
Well, we need to put that picture on the show.
No, please.
With the mullet.
Let's not do that. Wow. I'll show it to you off air. It's not for air. Favorite is the 7 here. 13th start for Suppressor. That's where JK will go. Maggie and Richie going outside with Marco Polo getting back to dirt. Second off the claim for Linda Rice.
It's uncanny how many times Maggie and I land on the same horse, and we don't confer about this. It's not like I know what she was going to pick or she knew what I was going to pick. The more I looked at it, I just like the idea that he's going to be outside and Suppressor. I just don't 100% trust him. I think he could benefit from an outside stalking trip.
Let's go back to Maggie.
And Richie, I know we talk about, you tell me stories about the good old days at the track, which I greatly appreciate. We do not talk and exchange handicapping notes, but what I saw with this horse is that he probably needed his last start. He's a bit of a broad, kind of heavier body type, and Linda gave him the tune-up on the turf. Now, maybe she thought he'd like the turf. Watching his action in his last Churchill Downs replay, I could see why. But he's very fit. He's the horse that looks most suited to these conditions. And like Richie said, he should get the right setup.
3 horses on the board between 5-2 and 3-1. One of them for Brad Cox, who debuted on turf. We're set for the 4th at Saratoga. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, Suppressor and Marco Polo. Offit Cole now moves up from the rail. And Just Like This is right there. So it is Offit Cole who has the lead. Just Like This runs in second. And on the outside is Suppressor, who is racing in third. Inspired Mischief runs in fourth. Crypto Causeway, first time starter down at the rail, in fifth. Marco Polo is back running in sixth. Big break back to Poppy on Ice, who trails the field in seventh. And the quarter went in 22 and 1/5 seconds as the field races midway around the far turn. On the inside, it is Long Shot, Offit Cole, and on the outside, it is Just Like This. The two of them are heads apart. They've got 2.5 lengths now on Inspired Mischief, being asked for more in third. To his outside is Suppressor. The half went in 45 and 3. Just Like This is now taking over the lead from Offit Cole. It's Just Like This in front and drawing clear here by 4 lengths. Offit Cole in second. Farther back it is Inspired Mischief, and then Suppressor. Just Like This, pouring it on here in the stretch, and Just Like This breaks his maiden by 7 or 8 lengths. Offit Cole was second. Inspired Mischief held third. Poppy on Ice came on for fourth.
Two-win day with a favorite still to come in our feature for trainer Brad Cox. Just like this, dirt debut and start number 2, a win.
Hey, big race was over. You could see the way Manny Franco was sitting on just like this, that going to the half-mile pole, how much horse he had underneath them, and everybody else was struggling. This was just a one-horse race.
Yeah, I mean, I made the assumption that based on the fact that this horse debuted long on the grass and then was being cut back and dropped, it probably just wasn't very fast. It wasn't very good. At the beginning of the race, when this horse was sitting second and almost made the lead, I knew that the idea that the 7 was going to run well was basically out the window. He got a perfect trip, and he had a little bit of, obviously a little bit of some stamina based on that 2-turn race that he had already run in.
6-2, 4-5, just like this, goes off co-favorite at 2-1. Manny Franco, Brad Cox, and Silks that we saw in the winner's circle for the Travelers a couple years ago with Catholic Boy.
Yeah, Bob
Robert
Lapenta. Yep, and but he just powered away, and off at Cole, ran well, hung on for second. Inspired Mischief was under a ride pretty much from the start, and obviously he was well placed because if he's going to win a race, it's going to be for the bottom, maiden claimant.
Just like this, getting on dirt for the first time, drop down in class and gets the win. We're going to take a break. We'll have the prices set up the 5th when we come back.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Great to have you with us on the first Friday of the meet on opening weekend, presented by Run Happy. Our program brought to you in part where you can play all the action. Naira Bets, get signed up, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NairaBets.com or download that Naira Bets app to get involved. Just like this, second win today for Brad Cox. Manny Franco gets his first winner of the meet, but really his second. He won that trial race out of the Wilson chute back on Tuesday.
And he was letting everybody know about it, too.
$6.80 for the victory for the son of Candy. Right off at Cole early on, gave it a run on the front end at 14-1, but faded in the stretch.
Yeah, we talked about it during the post parade. Speed is always dangerous. When in doubt, you can lean on a speed horse to kind of help you get some nicer prices involved in your exotics, or even to win.
So just like this, with the victory, and up next, not just the Turf Triple Play, Pick 6 carryover as well, over $120,000 in that Pick 6 pool, which I'm sure you took a look at.
Yeah, look, it's tough. I mean, it's really tough. Every time I say there's a chance at a double, it never happens, so I won't say it so that maybe it happens. But it's tough. Very, very tough. Usually in these legs, I could try to find a single somewhere. I didn't feel very comfortable at all. I'm going to look at Static Fire a little bit in the Coronation as a horse I'm going to lean on, but, man, it's a really, really tough sequence.
We'll talk more about it in a moment. Let's go back to Maggie.
Kind of a rocking chair ride, I'd say. Manny is just like this, breaks his maiden. When you're on one like that and you draw away from a field, what is the feeling that they give you, like right before you have that burst of energy to go forward?
Man, that's the best feeling in the world. I think any jockey can tell you that's the best feeling. That's it.
Is it something that you can feel in them? You feel, with your legs on either side of them in the bridle?
Yeah, definitely. You feel in your hands what you have under you. And this one today, I was a lot confident. When we hit to the tree pole, he started pulling me like he want to go. And I say, okay, let's wait a little bit because I know I got horse under me.
Now, Manny, I talked to Jose Ortiz after the last race, and he said, the main goal up here is to find 2-year-olds, to find the future. Is that something you often think about too?
Yeah, definitely. We come here looking for those babies, but at the same time we wanna have a good meet, win some races and big races and any kind of race. Here it is so nice to get a win.
Manny, what do you do in your spare time, like you jockeys? What do you do? I know that you have a lot, but we do have 2 off days now. What do you do on those days?
I don't do really much. I mean, I have my daughter, so I try to spend the day off with her and my wife, so maybe taken to, I don't know, sometime in the lake or something like that. Try to do something with them in my day off.
Don't get a lot of time with family, so you treasure every moment, Manny, and you're just that, a good family man, but congratulations here with this win.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Manny, Franco, and Valentina, I remember she stole the show last year in the Diana win, but Manny, he's always a great guy to catch up with, and I'm sure this is a win of many up here at the spa, Greg.
Manny Franco, so happy for him because he has taken kind of quietly just major strides, getting big opportunities for most notably Chad Brown. They have had a ton of success together, and as a result, Chad Brown's continuing to give him bigger and bigger opportunities.
Well, it also leads to opportunities with other big stables because say, well, if he's good enough for Chad Brown, then he's certainly good enough for me. And one thing that's interesting, and I've been out every morning here since we got to the, up here to Saratoga, how many jockeys are out every morning and how many horses they're working.
Well, it's funny to me, too, because, like we said, this is the best riding colony. And a lot of those guys don't have to be out there hustling every morning. Ira doesn't need to be there every morning. He's going to get the mounts that he's going to get. But the fact that those guys still do show up, Irad, Jose, Dylan, Manny, Joel, Louie, all of them, they're all there. Even Johnny. You see Johnny and Javier, Hall of Famers that are out there. And I think it says a lot about why this is the best colony.
Got to put in the work.
Absolutely.
Every single day, especially at the most competitive meet there is in the entire country. Again, this Pick 6 carryover, about 21 minutes away to get your tickets together in a sequence that we just discussed it briefly with JK. It is hard to come up with and find a single on this sequence, especially with the big scratches in the Coronation Cup.
The first 2 legs I thought were the most difficult. And what I would tell someone is if you're a little bit limited to a budget, then just get skinny. And if it's kind of a saver, you can come back with the Pick 4, possibly, where those first 2 legs aren't involved, not as difficult, to kind of help you out a little bit.
So $120,364 carry over the Pick 6. That is in the very next race coming up. We're going to get up there, and we love that, having one day in and already a Pick 6 carryover. Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports SoCal and San Diego. Those already with us on FS2. You're watching Saratoga Live on the first Friday of the meet. One of the great views of anywhere here at this historic venue, that 1863 club. Although that historic grandstand, not bad either. Greg Wolf, champion jockey Richard Migliori, Jonathan Kinchin with you for the early action here on the program. We get set for this Pick 6 coming up. Those just joining us here just in time for this carryover coming up, over $120,000 in the pool after a 43-1 shot. Made pretty much sure no one was going to hit the Pick 6 yesterday.
Yeah, when you get a 43-1 shot, especially on like opening day, it does kind of lead to that. And there was no other real shorty in the race that kind of messed it up. And so, surprisingly, we talked about it. The favorite in the last yesterday was not covered. That's the horse that won. It triggered the carryover.
So we're going to get into it coming up here. The race that's going to begin it will be on the grass. Mile and a 16th on the turf. $35,000 claiming race for non-winners of 2 lifetime. Let's look back on what's happened to this point so far. Lady Mine began things. The apprentice Jose Gomez for trainer Jimmy Chapman in this 2-year-old filly race.
There's a big buzz about the 5 to the outside. I'm just kidding. But the 4 Lady Mine had the experience, and experience trumped the quote-unquote talent.
Yeah, always interesting to hear that buzz horse, the horse that everybody's whispering about. I'm just kidding, was that horse. But the horse with experience, third start, was able to fend her off to the stretch under Jose Gomez, getting his first ever Saratoga win.
And that's the biggest price we've seen so far on this Friday. That was 8-1 to begin the card. In race number 2, Remain Anonymous took all this money early, went off at 3-5, and ran like she deserved to be that price.
This happens from time to time at Saratoga. You see a horse open up as a short price, and they kind of stay a short price throughout the entire betting, and then you make the assumption, you being me and everyone else, that maybe this horse is a little bit overbet, and then they do something like this, and you realize that they weren't overbet. They probably were underbet.
The way she won, apparently she was underbet, and I was right along with you. I thought she was taking too much money.
See how easy too late. Irad Ortiz Jr. extremely quiet on her. She had that win wrapped up pretty early on in the stretch. In race number 3, Whistler's Honor got a clear run this time after a troubled trip when she stretched out back in late May.
Oh, we've seen 15 races about here at Saratoga so far this meet. 14, the 15th that's coming up. I thought this is honestly the most impressive one we saw so far. It doesn't look like a whole lot, but this horse overcame a ton of adversity.
Slow pace, wide trip, trying to lug in, having to be corrected repeatedly through the stretch by Jose Ortiz. I agree. This horse was decidedly best.
And in race number 4, win number 2 on the afternoon for 2-time Renninger Eclipse Award winning trainer Brad Cox. Manny Franco rides here and getting on dirt for the first time in his second start.
Brad Cox has won 2 races today by a total of 25 lengths or something like this. This horse is impressive as well.
Yeah, got turned back in distance, got to the dirt, looked like a winner every step of the way, drew off at will. So just like this, well, it was just like that.
A couple of easy as can be victories, yes, for the Brad Cox barn. And he's going to have the morning line favorite later today, as we've been talking about in the Grade 3 Forbidden Apple, with Set Piece. As we see that recap there of what's transpired so far. Still plenty more to come later on in the program. Let's check in with Lafitte Pinkai.
Greg, I don't know if this team like bonds enough. A little Marco Polo maybe on the weekends. JK, I think he has a pool. No? Yes?
I'll pass. I have too many scars from childhood.
No Marco Polo for Greg Wolf. You know what, though? The fans here at Saratoga, they are fired up about this pick 6. And the big carryover, you can feel the excitement brewing here front side. 2 of those races, of course, on grass. Stakes races, one of them looks a lot different right now than it did this morning. The Coronation Cup, and the favorite is out, Twilight Gleaming. So now we turn our attention to Static Fire. Light and experience, loaded with talent. She's fast, she's undefeated, and she's exciting. Look forward to seeing what she does this afternoon in the Coronation Cup. Then about a half an hour later, loaded edition of the Grade 3 Forbidden Apple. There's the field, 11 deep, 1 mile, potential prep for the Grade 1 4-star Dave. Set Piece drawn inside the tepid 3-1 morning line favorite, ran second in last year's 4-star Dave. The dinner party winner for world-class connections. Juddmonte, Brad Cox already with 2 wins on the afternoon. Florent Giroux in town to ride. Set Piece, 3-1 morning line favorite for the Forbidden Apple. Now he does his best running from far back. It's a big field. Traffic is a concern. However, the pace on paper, the table should be set for the dinner party winner. That was a really lame joke. A Set Piece, and we'll see what happens in the wagering as well. Tomorrow, more stakes racing on grass. 84th running of the Grade 1 Diana, aka the Chad Brown Invitational. Brown represented by 2/3 of the field. Like, bottom line, Brown has owned this event in recent years, having won 5 of 6 and 6 overall. That, of course, is a record. Looking to pad his stats tomorrow is Chad Brown among his 4 runners attacking this thing with volume and quality. Among his 4 runners, the perfect filly, Bleecker Street. She is 7 for 7. All she does is win races. She has already exceeded expectations and coming off the biggest win of her career. Bleecker Street now a Grade 1 winner, having won the New York. That was on the undercard of the day before, the Belmont Stakes. Bleecker Street, there's just something special about athletes, Greg, that refuse to lose. Right now, that is Bleecker Street, looking to make it 8 for 8 in tomorrow's Grade 1. Diana, the most prestigious middle distance turf race for females at the meet. That's all coming up on the second half of Saratoga Live. No Marco Polo.
I think Chad Brown took it personally when that 5-race win streak of the Diana came to an end. Not only does he have 4 of the 6 runners in the race, he had 10 of the 14 that were nominated to the Diana.
I would think if you asked Chad what race he expects to win every year, I would think he would say the Diana. That would be the race that he expects to win every year. Now, I'm sure there's races he wants to win every year, and races that would be special to him. But I think the one that he expects to win every year is the Diana. So I would assume the answer to that question is yes.
Got to deal with Charlie Appleby as well, but it looks like Chad Brown holds a pretty strong hand to get back on track in our first Grade 1 of the meet coming up on Saturday, which also is our ABR race of the week. You can play it all, including this Pick 6 carryover coming up next with Naira Bets. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus offer you will get if you're a new member with that code right there, TOGA200 at NairaBets.com or on the Naira Bets app at any track, anywhere, anytime. We're going to take a timeout. Pick 6 carryover and the turf triple play coming up next. We'll be back to talk through the field when we come back on Saratoga Live right after this.
Who's the best? Who's top horse? Football gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at Three Chimneys.
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga. As America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 and graded stakes winners, Saratoga is the can't-miss event of the summer. One catalog of selected yearlings offered over 2 electrifying evenings. Recent Grade 1 winners include the brilliant Flightline, Bleecker Street, Maracuja, and Queen Goddess, plus new Hall of Fame inductee Tepin. The Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, August 8th and 9th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
We're back on Saratoga Live. Good to have you with us. Get signed up, started with Naira Bets. Play along with us all summer at the most competitive meet in the country. and get involved with what we have coming up in this race next. Turf Triple Play, races 5, 8, and 9, the newest wager we have in the game, and a Pick 6 carryover of over $120,000 that begins right here in this claiming race for non-winners of 2 lifetime. Mile and a 16th on the turf. Let's check in with Maggie.
We see several horses, Greg, coming out of that similar and common race back on June 5th. And the horse that I'm most interested in coming out of there, who I think had the least advantageous trip, is number 2, Guchko Bra in here. He was posted on the far outside, 12 of 12, never a good spot when you're dealing with the configuration at Belmont. And he was just on the 3 to 4 to 5 wide chase throughout. And when you consider how the race played out, all of the inside horses, they more or less finished 1, 2, 3 around there. And just as Richie always says, it pays to save ground in these turf races. I thought he looked good that day, coming in off a bit of a freshening. He looks even better today for Danny Gargan, who already does have a win on the meet. But I like what I'm seeing from him here. He's a generous price of 8 to 1 currently, as there's 2 Mike Maker horses in here. We'll talk about both. Number 1, Total Impact. He picked up last time, and Total Impact only has 2 turf races to his name. Second time out, always willing to forgive a horse. And then last time out, watching that race at the fairgrounds, you know, it's always the rails down at the fairgrounds have a big impact on how races tend to play out. When the rails are way out, it does tend to play favorably to forwardly placed horses. He was not forwardly placed whatsoever. Yeah, his lack of speed does concern me a bit in this spot here, but I do like the fact he returns to the turf. To me, he looks like a turf horse, and when Mike Maker does this, he does often have success. As one that I just can't get the best grasp of is his other horse, number 5, Jewelstone. I questioned it time and time again his last 3 races at Belmont. Why are they going short with this horse? He does not look like a sprinter whatsoever. But the fact that they were so keen on sprinting him, and then now finally kind of forced start off the layoff, they put him long. Am I getting my wish, or were they right all along? I will say physically, though, Greg, he looks like a horse that wants to run a mile, if not more.
Oh, his figure's going longer. Yeah, the 5 Jewelstone, much, much superior to what he has done sprinting on the grass. 7-1 right now on Jewelstone.
Yeah, I think there's some big prices here that are a little bit surprising to me. I think Jewelstone's a bit high. I think the 9 Lord of War is way out of line at 12 to 1.
There's one trainer in this country that when they stretch a horse out, I don't even think twice about if that's going to work, and that's Mike Maker. He's notorious for being able to stretch horses out. He's done it a ton of times, claiming horses that are ordinary and making them stakes winners, going 1.5 miles on the grass. Whatever it is that he does, he has an eye for it, and he knows how to train a horse to go longer.
He is coming here with some serious ammunition this year. He's brought more horses here than he has ever had, Mike Maker. 63 horses here, although now it's down to 62. He won the opener of the meet, Royal Triscott claimed. He's also got 50 horses at Belmont.
Well, remember last year, everything he put on the track the first 3 or 4 weeks of the meet, they were just running lights out. He brought more ammunition this year. Started out the meet with winning the first race.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, last year, the reason he, obviously, Chad was likely going to win anyways, but the reason I think Maker couldn't hold on, and most people thought he wouldn't be able to, is he didn't have the ammunition. Well, he wasn't going to let that be the reason this year.
This horse right here is the favorite, and that man has a lot to be smiling about right now. Javier Castellano, 3-win day on opening day. As we take a look at Alice Prince, his last effort, or 2 back, I should say. This was April 15th, his turf debut and a maiden claiming win.
Yeah, very well judged ride this day by Javier. Now, he just does get up and win by a nose, but Javier really kind of built him into his finish. He didn't really set him down until the 8th pole, and it looked like he was going to run right by Bailout, and Bailout fought him all the way to the wire, and Bailout then finished second, which is his want to do. He's in this race, 1 win, 11 seconds lifetime.
Yeah, the thing about Alice Prince is, he's drawn towards the outside, but one of those situations, if you're going to have a horse drawn towards the outside on the grass, I would prefer to be a Todd Pletcher trained horse that has some tactical speed. That's how they're trained to break away from there, sit off of another horse. If he can get over, clear, and find himself in the 2 path, he'll have no issues.
Faced a horse, several have in here, coming out of Common Race, by the way, Hilliard, who was 4th of the Grade 2 Hill Prince late last year at about 70-1, beat by Public Sector, who we're going to see later today in the feature.
Yeah, and you know, it's an interesting race because I see 2 clear-cut speeds as far as I'm concerned, and they're drawn side by side to each other. The 4 Valley Shade and the 5 Jewelstone both stretching out off of sprints, and when horses are drawn close together that have speed, that's when they tend to get hooked up together.
Here's our post parade. We start with Mike Maker and Tyler Gaffleone. This one just claimed for the Maker barn.
Yeah, claimed for 50, drops in for 35 here. Well drawn inside. Get Tyler Gaffleone, make a nice impression on the track.
Gooch Go Bra, Danny Gargan with Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, his better races seem to be in South Florida.
I thought the 3 had some races that could win this race. Assiduously, we'll have Julian Leperoux.
Yeah, those races, though, I didn't think were as recent, although he ran on that Churchill Downs turf course that they had issues with, and I wonder how much you can trust the form of those races.
Speed, as Mig mentioned, with a 4 Valley Shade.
Yeah, this is one that is stretching out that I don't necessarily know if he's going to appreciate the added distance.
Talked about Jewelstone getting back to going longer, which may be in his best interest.
Stretching back out, you got to think this horse is going to be forwardly placed. Another Mike Maker runner making a nice impression. You get Luis Saez, who knows the value of position.
Seizing the Dream. He was trying to close into very slow fractions last time out.
You took the words out of my mouth. Wolfie closing into a slow pace, one of my favorite angles. Broke a little slow as well. I think this horse will run better second off.
Yeah, broke slow from a really tough outside post. Bail out the 7 at 16-1, Manny Franco.
Well, finally got it done. Broke his maiden as a 7-year-old, 2 starts back, but 1 win, 11 seconds.
Thought this horse a little interesting. Hesitated at the break, was a step slow, and did put in a move before he flattened out.
Yeah, the race back in October where they broke the maiden, I just wish was a little bit faster, too slow for me from a speed figure standpoint.
Lord of War drops down in Class Marcassi.
I think this horse is a player, and 12-1 is too big a price, making a nice physical impression on the track.
Here's the favorite, JK.
Yeah, this horse should be favored. I don't love the horse at 2-1, but a must-use in the pick 6.
42-1. Amadeus Music, Jose Lezcano rides.
It just looks like he would have to find a race we haven't seen from him yet, and he gets a tough post to boot.
And Charlie Baker, he trains the 12 Born a Gambler with Joel Rosario 5-1 outside. Just missed at this level last start.
This horse is named after basically everyone who's watching this show.
Hunch play for many. Surprising he's not taking more money on the board.
Yeah, but he fits too. You know, I like the horse. He says he's not drawn very well, but he ran okay last time. He was close up to a pace that wasn't particularly quick, but he still got a fast final speed figure, so I can kind of forgive it to a certain extent.
I think the post is probably one of the reasons he's not taking more money, though.
Races 5, 8, and 9 comprise the turf triple play. JK, talk us through it.
Guys, I'm excited about this wager here at Saratoga every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I love these $3 minimums. I know it seems like your tickets can get expensive. You got to get skinnier and press your opinion. I'm going to spread in this first leg 1, 5, 6, 10, and 12. In the second leg, I'm going to single the 7 Static Fire in the Coronation Cup, and then to wrap it up in the Forbidden Apple, I'm going to use 3 in there. I'm going to use the 1 set piece, the 3 Mirrors Mission, and the 7 Public Sector.
That is a competitive edition of the Forbidden Apple this year.
It really is, and I think I see a lot of speed signed on there. It's going to be a really interesting riders race into the first turn. Sometimes that backfires, right? Riders read the racing form too, and everybody reads the race form and goes, oh, there's a lot of speed in here. Maybe I'll get my horse to settle a little. Everybody comes out looking at each other, and you wind up going slower than you would have ever anticipated.
Minute to post in this pick 6 carryover. Let's go to Maggie.
I'm sure Charlie Baker was like rats when the overnight came out with Born a Gambler and the post that he received for a speed horse. It's a shame. He looks like a speed horse too. You know, he's compact. He's a bit more stout than a lot more of these rangier, leggier turf horses. And last time he was flattered by the fact that the horse that finished behind him, Brazilian Air, came back to win, earning an 84 Beyer speed figure, so improving on his number as well. I don't mind this horse, but as you guys were mentioning, the post doesn't do many favors. Now, he does have what, 3/16 of a mile to run before the turn. He could get over. So I'm not against him, but it just made me think, well, that's tough to overcome. But Joel Rosario has given me every indication that he will be getting this horse out of the gate and trying to get to the lead, as he has been away from the pony the entire time they have been out here warming up. Want to talk a bit about number 6 in here, that's Seizing the Dream. Last time out in that same race with Born a Gambler. Again, that far outside post position did not do him any favors, and he ran on. I mean, he was way behind the field as the race more dominated forwardly, and ran on in between horses gamely, just kind of ran out of real estate that day. Second off the layoff, he's always a horse that gives the impression that he needs a race. He's a bit soft around the edges, and I just think that with that race, it provided him the conditioning that he needed. Looks great in the paddock and in the warm-ups here for Barclay Tagg. He could make a noise here coming out of that common race as well, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Coming onto the turf course, about to load up for a race that's going to end this early pick 5 and begin that pick 6 carryover. You see on the screen an additional $644,000 now bet into this pool.
Yeah, and look, that's the best thing about these carryovers. You get that added money in there. You get the $120,000 in free money. It's a de facto kind of takeout reducer. But if you're playing your pick 6, you got a couple of seconds left. I would take a look at that triple play. It's a separate betting, like a racing interest on your ADW on Naira bets. There's $50,000 in the pool. And like I said, I think those $3 minimums are going to surprise people with the payout.
Yeah, today it's races 5, 8, and 9 for that turf triple play. Of course, many getting involved in this pick 6. Very tough to find a single on this card, but it is Al's Prince, the 10, Todd Pletcher, and the man who had the big day yesterday, Javier Castellano. 3-win day on opening day will be aboard. That's the favorite.
And Javier Castellano catching a flight to tonight. Tomorrow will be jet set jockey lifestyle, and it's always amazing to me, guys that have had such tremendous accomplishments throughout their career, the motivation that they continue to have. You know, when it might be easy as, I'll just stick around in Saratoga, but they rely heavily on Walter Johnson, who books everybody's travel, gets everybody where they need to be.
Great crowd on hand. First Friday of the meet, and ensure those numbers to swell even bigger this weekend with the Diana and the Sanford coming up on Saturday. John Imbrial to get us kicked off in this pick 6 carryover. Let's go upstairs.
They're all in. And they're off. From the inside, Gooch Cobra. Now moving up is Bally Shade. Jewel Stone is there. Extreme outside, it is Born a Gambler. As the field races into the clubhouse turn. And it will be Bally Shade in front here with Jewel Stone running in second. Gooch Cobra next and third. Born a Gambler on the outside and fourth. Bailout runs in fifth. And then comes the Mantasy moving up a spot from sixth. On the outside is Lord of War next in seventh. Followed by Al's Prince in eighth. And then a break of almost 3. Back to Seizing the Dream, who's in between horses and racing in ninth. Down on the inside is Assiduously. And then on the outside is Amadeus Music, and trailing the field is Tonal Impact in 12th. The quarter was run in 24 seconds. It is Bally Shade who maintains the lead here. Bally Shade by 3 parts of a length. Jewel Stone runs in second, the half up in 48-1. It is Bally Shade, Jewel Stone. They are 1-2 with Gooch Cobra sitting just off of them in third. Born a Gambler is next in fourth. Then the Mantasy and Bailout, they're right together. Al's Prince, the favorite, is on the extreme outside and about 6 lengths from the lead. Farther back, it is Lord of War, along with Seizing the Dream. And on the inside, Assiduously, they're at the top of the stretch. Jewel Stone has now come away with the lead. It is Jewel Stone in front with 3/16 of the finish. Jewel Stone getting clear here to lead by 3 lengths. Then comes Gooch Cobra next in second, followed by Al's Prince and Born a Gambler. Jewel Stone, a clear-cut winner here as we start the pick 6. Gooch Cobra held second over Al's Prince.
Mike Maker, Luis Saez in the extra ground. Indeed what Jewel Stone wanted.
Well, just what Jonathan was talking about before the race. Mike Maker stretching horses out, the foundation he puts into them. They just seem to keep finding. Got a real nice trip, just sitting right off of Valley Shade under Luis Saez and kicked for home. And he did finish the deal, JK.
Yeah, it was impressive. I mean, he got a nice trip. He drew away. Like, this doesn't happen in turf races, especially up here at Saratoga in a race with 12 horses in it that are all evenly matched. You don't typically see a horse open up and win by 4 or 5. I was pretty impressed.
And Mike Maker, we talked about the numbers he has brought to Saratoga this summer, most he has ever had here, co-leading trainer with Brad Cox.
Yeah, brought a little bit more bench strength this year, if you will. And yeah, the separation he put on this field was what was impressive. How many turf races we see up here that there's 5, 6, 7, 8 horses within a few lengths of each other? I mean, he just ran away from this field, got that action, head out, down, really reaching, covering a lot of ground.
5, 2, 10, 12, Jewel Stone. Mike Maker, 3 diamonds, Farm Luis Saez, and it was Maker and Saez who won the very first race of the meet with a horse who got claimed away from Mike Maker. We'll see if Maker's able to keep this one in the barn.
The interesting, big, stout, gelded son of Triple Crown winner American Pharaoh. That's one thing, too, you can always count on Mike Maker's horses looking so well turned out, so healthy. Their coats are good. They always carry good weight.
So Jewel Stone impressive here, and then, yeah, there's a big margin of victory on the grass. Best still yet to come on this card, Coronation Cup later, and then Grade 3 Forbidden Apple. Going to see set piece, among others, public sector for Chad Brown, competitive races here.
Yeah, and look, all these races are competitive. That's what makes Saratoga so great. Often it's full fields, as we just saw, and you're getting horses at 6 to 1, and it's a lot of fun being up here, and the Forbidden Apple is another great example of that.
Liked working with you guys today. This was fun.
Went quick. That's how I judge the shows. If they feel like they go fast, that means we had fun.
I got to be honest with you. I like the early show because now I can go to Shake Shack.
The only thing we talked about that post, how beautiful it is, they need a bridge straight to Shake Shack.
We got to walk around.
That's an addition maybe for next year. Coronation Cup, Forbidden Apple still to come, and there's set piece. Brad Cox, that would be his 3rd winner of the afternoon. A horse who's using this as a stepping stone to the 4-star Dave.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit bias.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Leading by 3, Gibberish and Dylan Davis.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Day 2 of 40 from Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. This is Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. That's the training that takes place in the morning. We have some good racing this afternoon. Sunsplash, Saratoga Racecourse, temperature in the low 80s, little humid. Fans gearing up for opening weekend. Fans gearing up for this late Pick 5. Off and running in the Pick 6 with the carryover. Welcome, everyone, trackside. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. So much to look forward to the second half of this first Friday of the meet in that Pick 5 sequence. Of course, we have the 2 stakes races. One is a route, one is a sprint. As we take a look at some of the highlights of today's program, the first stakes race coming your way, Coronation Cup, 3-year-old filly sprinting 5.5 furlongs. Also, the Forbidden Apple Grade 3. They're going to go back-to-back. Coronation Cup, Forbidden Apple, first 2 stakes races on grass of the meet. So I welcome in my co-host. He's a Hall of Fame jockey, Gary Stevens, Kentucky Oaks winning trainer. Tom Amos, guys, aside from Set Piece, the favorite in the Forbidden Apple, who we're going to look at closely in a moment, what horse of the 2 stakes races, any horses running, you're looking forward to seeing most today?
I'm looking forward to seeing the 3-year-old filly Static Fire running the Coronation Cup. She's undefeated right now, 2 races. Daughter of Spitestown, I think she's an exciting filly.
Light and experience, loaded with talent, very quick. Tom, same question for you.
Well, I'm going to go to the Forbidden Apple, which is the route race for the older boys. And I'm going to take a horse that's making that transition from 3 to 4 years old in public sector. He was a very good 3-year-old last year. Started off this year, didn't do so well. I think his last race, at 2 races this year, his last race in the poker, a 1-turn race, was very good. There wasn't a lot of pace. Nobody changed places but him. I think this is his breakout day when he goes back to 2 turns on the grass here at Saratoga.
I'm with you. I don't think you want to hear that. I'm with you with public sector in a big way today. A little bit later on, the Grade 3 Forbidden Apple, wide open. Coronation Cup, wide open. Forbidden Apple, there's the field. Older horses, as Tom mentioned, 1 mile. $175,000 purse. All right, so Set Piece, 3-1 morning line favorite. Drawn inside, Florent Giroux in town to ride, Gary. This was his most recent dinner party, Preakness weekend. Set Piece, wide and on the attack, a tone saving ground inside.
Yeah, smaller field this day. There was only 7 in the field. Today there's going to be 11 competitors. A lot more traffic, a lot sharper turns than what he had here at Pimlico because they're on the inner turf course here at Saratoga. So he's going to have to work out a trip. He swung 5 wide into the lane. There's a chance that he could have to swing even wider than that today.
World-class connections. Juddmonte, Brad Cox, 2 wins on the afternoon. Florent Giroux, Tom, why might Set Piece have to be lucky and good today?
Well, he is good and lucky in the sense that although the race is shorter in distance and there is more speed in this race than last time for Set Piece to set up for his close, he's going to have to navigate a trip through traffic in a big field, even with the scratches. And for Set Piece, he has to get up going a mile, a 16th of a mile less than his last race that he barely got up in. And in that race, they went another football field a lot further. Today, it's a football field less. Look, I don't know how far you can throw a football, but that's a lot of distance.
Me to you, maybe. This is also about opportunity for those who perform well in this Grade 3 Forbidden Apple, potentially a start in the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, the most prestigious middle-distance grass race at Saratoga. Set Piece finished second last year to a filly by the name of Got Stormy. About a half an hour before that, that Coronation Cup, 5.5 furlong Mad Dash, 3-year-old fillies, big scratch. Morning line favorite is out, Twilight Gleaming. Changes the complexion of the race, so now number 6, Dairy Name. Morning line favorite as we say hello to our handicappers. Andy Serling, Paul LaDuca. Yeah, that Coronation Cup looks a lot different right now than it was when we woke up this morning.
It did. I mean, I had heard some scuttlebutt that the favorite Twilight Gleaming was going to run. And, of course, it's named for a horse who's a half-sister to that horse, Paulie, Sea Hero, that's sitting out there in the paddock at Saratoga.
That's some good information. One of the famous statues out here, when I first came to Saratoga, I think that was the first picture I took, was with Sea Hero, because 1993, I was in college. That was the year Sea Hero won the Kentucky Derby, and I was the player of the year at Arizona State, and on the front page of the Arizona Republic was me and Sea Hero, so I'll always remember Sea Hero.
Wow.
Yeah.
I know they put it up because I had the pick 6 when he won the Travers here. But, you know, that's nothing like being player of the year.
Yeah.
I thought my pick 6 story was good, and then Paulie Camp with the player of the year story. I'm going to leave right now. We'll take a look at some of the competitors in this race coming out of the Stormy Blues. I'm not sure. I think Stormy Blues, by the way, was the favorite when Heavenly Prize won the Frisette. We're all full of useless information.
second. I felt like Derry Nane may have been a little bit too close to the pace, and maybe today Joelle tries to make one run, Paul?
Yeah. I mean, she's a filly, you know, Annie, that carries her racetrack. She's run at Saratoga a couple times, one good race, one bad race. But the Bolton Landing that day was sort of a bog. This race, you're right, she was probably up close, and she went somewhat into a grind where before she's kind of made one run. And I think it happened because in the Soaring Softly, she got caught behind horses and then had to rally a kind of bit. It's almost like it's a benefit when she kind of breaks slow because then she puts herself in that position.
And I think Joelle is going to look to make one run, and we'll see if it works very quickly. Do you have an opinion here? I know.
Well, I mean, with the scratch, obviously Static Flyer is not going to be 8-1. Static Fire, excuse me, because I think a lot of people will maybe project that she's going to go to the front end. I thought the interesting horse was the 11 on the outside that's coming from Woodbine for Jonathan Thomas that ran a really fast 5.5 furlong race. I think that horse might have some potential, Andy.
I have bad news for the connections of that horse. Paulie likes her, Empress Tigress, Lafitte, and I like her too. With the Coronation Cup, we lost Twilight Gleaming, but I still think it's one heck of a race. Looking forward to talking about it a lot more later on in the show.
They have time to scratch? Too late to scratch? No? A lot of weight on their shoulders. Exciting first Friday of the meet. That Coronation Cup coming up in the Grade 3 Forbidden Apple. We'll have it all for you right here on Fox Sports 2. Meantime, the pick six with the carryover. Coming into today's action, Jewel Stone, gentlemen. It's like it's 2021 all over again. Luis Saez, Mike Maker teaming up. Jewel Stone, full of run, straightening out.
Yeah, it was a winner from 3 furlongs out. Just continues to wire. Another winner for Mike Maker here. Had a couple yesterday, so starting off the meet great. Same as Luis Saez.
This is where Maker excels, on the grass. His horses run very, very well on the grass, and that margin of victory on the dirt, 4 lengths, would be, you know, a good win. But 4 lengths on the grass, where it tends to bring the horses together at the finish, is a lot, and that is a big win. I wonder if he kept that horse, because he did drop him in for a claim in this race.
There were 2 claims, 10 and 12 headed elsewhere. I didn't see where, but I believe Owl's Prince and Born a Gambler, I think, headed elsewhere following the 5th race. We march forward, field for the 6th. Start of the late pick 5 in case things didn't work out in the pick 6. New York bred Scramble on grass. Big field. Mile and a 16th. Allowance. Optional claimer. There's the field. As we mentioned, big field. Straw into gold. 7-2. Grape Nuts Warrior. The favorite at 2-1. 16 minutes to post. Late pick 5 coming up in the 6th race at Saratoga. Also right on cue, jockey who won the last race, the reigning Saratoga champion jockey, Luis Saez, won 6 races the first 2 days last year, including a victory in the Forbidden Apple aboard Rinaldi. Can he do it again? Saez to pilot the speedy Wolfie's Dynaghost in today's edition.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
picture-perfect afternoon for thoroughbred racing. Welcome back to Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Fans love Gary Stevens. It's like the 8th. I love Gary! A chant I've heard since we sat down. Updated odds, race 6. Started late, pick 5. Allowance optional claimer. On grass, mile and a 16th. New York breds. Grape Nuts Warrior currently 8-5. Acacia, it's about that time. Race 6, paddock report. What are you observing? Grape Nuts Warrior, what's this all about? Being heavily backed.
Yeah, he's a horse that I think Lafitte has progressed and taken that proverbial step forward now at the age of 4. He's a horse that I thought ran really well, all things considered, last time out, finishing 4th, but just beat in the neck that day, and was a horse that I actually liked and thought that he was one that would improve off the bench, though he did look ready enough in that spot, as this is a horse who has become more athletic now as a 4-year-old too. He is super fit this afternoon. Really like what I've seen from him. And while I didn't mind him going the 9 furlongs, as there is a lot of size to him, I think the slight cut back to the mile and a 16th should suit him quite well. Coming out of that same race though, the number 7 Ruse, he was a horse that I was really dubious about the distance last time out, and a horse that I had actually really liked in the face of the talented graded on a curve 2 starts back, but just one that I thought really kind of needed to race into fitness and mentally to settle. He can be really rambunctious prior to his races. He's improved. He was a lot better last time out. By his standards, he is so relaxed today, which is surprising because there are a lot more people here in the Saratoga paddock than there would have been at Belmont. I think this is a much better distance for him. You could see last time out when he hit the front how he was really just struggling with that last little stretch, and getting a little bit less ground to work with today I think will suit him quite well. One that I am intrigued by, given the fact that he will get to do what I think he really wants to do, and just how much he has improved mentally. The number 5, Straw into Gold, he can be a bit of a quirky customer. We'll see him accompanied by the pony here in the paddock. That's typical. He comes in with the training saddle on before they put his racing tack, trying to just keep him a little bit more relaxed. Because of all of that, I actually really liked the cutback for him last time out. He was a horse that could show some early speed too, given how sharp he is, but it's also typical of the family. He is the half-brother to Seafoam, who's been very successful in those New York bred stakes, so on the dirt. And people may remember Seafoam would be a hot, sweaty mess prior to the races all the time. So it's typical of the family. If you do see Straw into Gold getting washed out or just really energetic, would expect him on the stretch out to be forwardly placed in here too. We'll see how that does go as far as the pace is concerned. I still do prefer him going a little bit shorter, but he's a horse that has shown he can handle this distance. As we head over to Andy and Paul.
Thanks a lot, Acacia. I think we have to talk about horses that are coming out of the 7th race on June 19th. And I was talking to you a bit off camera about how that was a weird time when horses weren't running well on the inside in the inner turf course in races, and slow paces were falling apart. And for that reason, a horse I know you are interested in as well as me, and I picked 2nd, Bar 14, he might be dangerous to try to wire this field. There's other speed, but he's quick, and he was in the wrong part of the track last time, Paul.
Yeah, I think he's the quick of the quick. I get it. I get that the one Cotton's coming out of sprint races. Ghost Giant, who's a closing sprinter. Straw to Gold is a horse that, you know, Christophe Clement usually keeps his horses covered up, so I wouldn't think this horse would be on this end. Ruse is a horse that tries to lay off the pace, doesn't really like to close the door. But you're right, Bar 14 has shown some fractions against better. First time he jumped back on the turf in a long while, and he wired a field. Now, against Tougher last time, those are honest fractions. 113 flat for a mile and an eighth. But if they let him go around the racetrack slow at 14-1, that's a nice price.
Yeah, and Grape Nuts Warrior is dangerous. Now, he wasn't the best part of the track last time. I do think there's an argument, though, that maybe he was close to the pace than he wants to be, but he's going to need a faster pace today to make his run. And even though there's supposed to be pace on paper, these days it seems like nobody wants to. One guy goes in the turf, and we're seeing a lot of horses do well forwardly placed because the paces have been so slow.
You know what, Andy? I think he was too confidently handled last time by Irad Ortiz Jr. He was 3 wide most of the way, 4 wide around the turns, and he was coming off a long layoff, so you would figure he might come up a tiny bit short. He might have needed this race. I thought he ran really well considering he was wide all the way around the racetrack. and kept pursuing.
I feel like Irad.
It's a better race to me than the outcome, I thought.
I think he did the right thing in trying to get him more engaged in the race. But as the race played out, he probably would have been better off if he just sat in the back of the pack and made a run. Straw into Gold is a dangerous horse in here, and Christophe Clement's coming off that great meet at Belmont. My worry with him, Paul, is he doesn't have that winning. He's just not a winning type lately. Last win, he wired the field. That's not happening here. And he just seems to get there, and he's not sealing the deal, though he ran fine in this race.
No, he really did. But like you said, he looked gin, didn't he? I mean, he's home. And he
got a little chandelier in him.
Yeah, he's got a tiny bit. And when you go back to his race at Saratoga, I know he ran in the Better Talk now. His other race was not bad, but he was favored in the Better Talk round. He did not lift his feet in both the races at Saratoga.
We'll see what he does today. I think it's a competitive race and what has been an extremely competitive weekend of racing so far, Lafitte.
Straw into Gold. Christophe Clement stayed with him for a long time. Keisha mentioned how quirky he was, and we were seeing some of those antics moments ago as this field made its way front side and now ready for the post parade. You're looking at Cotton. Dylan Davis rides Ruse, so John Velasquez takes over.
Yeah, Hall of Famer John Velasquez. This horse has been in the money 7 of his 11 starts, coming off of a win last time out. That was sprinting. He did break his maiden going long, though.
Bar 14, there he is. Maybe he'll find a lane with better footing this afternoon.
Yeah, I think he'll find a lane in the fast lane. He's going to break sharp and try to go. You know, the last race was 1 1/8 miles. He's getting a 16th of a mile less. We just talked about that being a football field in distance. I think that helps this horse.
Ghost Giant, Mike Dubb's 7-year-old gelding, 36 career start.
36 with 6 wins. He's in for the $45,000 optional claim here, coming off of a 3rd place finish last time out with Kendrick Carmouche aboard. He's back aboard today.
Dancing with the Stars, 2-time winner, both here at Saratoga.
An interesting horse with a hot jockey in Luis Saez, and a horse that was probably hurt by the slow pace last time and still finished up fairly well.
He's behaving all right now. There he is, drawn to Gold.
Yeah, the thing I like about this horse is Joel Rosario knows this horse. He knows he's quirky. He broke his maiden right here at Aqueduct last year, 2 years ago, and he's back aboard today after finishing 2nd on him off this layoff.
Saratoga Flash, Team Funny Side Team, Tis the Law, Saratoga Barkley Tag.
Yeah, took the winner off, came back with a win, and then moved up into this level allowance race. Found it a little too tough last time, but horses tend to acclimate into these kinds of races.
Rused, Dylan Davis sticks with his gelding.
I like this horse today just for the fact that he's shortening up from 1 1/8 to 1 1/16. He would have wanted 1 1/16 last time. That was at Belmont. This is Saratoga, guys.
Barrage, Flavian Pratt rides for a first time at a price.
Won an allowance race in his last start, a lower level allowance race, so he moves to the next level. In other words, all the horses in this race have already done what Barrage has done, and now he has to compete against those horses.
And the favorite, Grape Nuts Warrior, Erad Ortiz, seeking a 2nd win this afternoon.
Another one 2nd off the layoff for Chad Brown. Chad hits with 30%, 2nd off the layoff, and that's exactly what's happening today.
Quiet Out East, number 10, Javier Castellano, 3 wins opening day.
One of 3 horses in for the claim, meaning they can be bought out of the race by putting up $45,000. He doesn't look worth $45,000 to me.
And number 11, Regal Speaker, marooned outside.
Marooned outside. You said it. Tyler Gaffleone's going to have to work out a trip from that 11 post position. Not an easy task in this spot.
Late pick 5 starts here. New York bred's about to brawl. On the lawn, post time, 4 minutes. And you see that pool for the pick 5 continuing to swell. 4 minutes out till this 6th race. Another look at Straw into Gold. So Joel Rosario rides. Christophe Clement trains. It's real easy to say. Joel Rosario, Christophe Clement, like they win a lot of races together. But what do the stats actually prove? Like if you dive deep, what these stats prove is that Joel Rosario and Christophe Clement, they're really good together. 25% strike rate last summer, 58% in the money, 213 ROI. Yeah, you can trust those two when they team up.
Yeah, and there's certain connections that you ride for and vice versa that trainers use as a jockey. They trust the jockey. They leave things in their hands. He trusts Joel. Joel trusts him. When you have that combination, you're going to have success.
Really good together. Christophe Clement, Joel Rosario, and then here's Dancing with the Stars, ridden by Luis Saez. Saez won the opener yesterday, a win today. Gary, little behind last year's pace, you know, where he won 8 races opening week, including the Schuylerville and Forbidden Apple. But he's going to be a serious force as he tries to defend that Saratoga riding title.
What he did last year was phenomenal, winning those 8 races, and he just had an incredible meet. Obviously, you'd like to repeat that. You know, going into a meet as tough as this is, that's going to be hard to do. Repeat something like he did last year. He already got a win on the card today, so he's going to be just fine, I'm sure.
Tom, if he's going to be successful with Dancing with the Stars, number 4 at 7-1, what would be the key to pulling off a mild upset?
Well, I think he needs a little pace up front, and I sure think it's possible to get it here in this 6th race. I think the 2-horse Bar 14 is a horse that wants to be on the front end. Straw into Gold, the 5-horse, is another that has the potential to show speed, and certainly Ruse the 7. And you could watch that horse, as we were doing the post parade, the number 7-horse Ruse, go off in the post parade on his own and gallop strongly away. That's intention there. So Dylan Davis on Ruse is telling his horse, let's get revved up. Let's get revved up to go out of the gate. So I think those 3 could set it up for someone to close. And as it could help Dancing with the Stars, it also helps our favorite, Grape Nuts Warrior.
Sias to ride in both stakes races today. A couple of 15-1 shots. Mystic Eyes in the Coronation Cup and the speedy Wolfie's Dynaghost in the Forbidden Apple. Andy and Paul, final thoughts here before they cross over to the turf course and we kick off this late pick 5.
I feel like the kind of fool where I picked the 9 Grape Nuts Warrior, and I probably should have picked the 2 on top, who I picked second at 13-1. I think they're both the dangerous horses in the race. You like Dancing with the Stars out of that race, a horse that I bet last time. In my opinion, he got the best trip of anybody.
Yeah, I would agree with you. But my thing that I like about the horse, Andy, is the horse has got 2 wins. They're both here at Saratoga. And if you look, they took the blinkers off with Trevor McCarthy for the first start of 2022. And increasingly, he's gotten a little bit better with both starts with the blinkers back on. I thought he ran well going a mile and 1/8. I know it catered towards the closers that day, but he's shown tactical speed with Luis Saez in the iron. So I don't think he's going to be that far back. And I think you're getting a great price at 7-1.
All right, he is a horse that ran well at Saratoga. Let's head out to Acacia as the horses are heading towards the gate.
And Andy, a horse that you had some interest in the 2, Bar 14. This horse has been sharp throughout. Yet another one that I think the slight cut back to the 1:16 should suit quite well. I like the warm-up that Jose Lezcano gave him out there too. And we saw Jose Lezcano with a winning ride yesterday. And you could see that this was a horse that had broken well in the past. He took the horse back and came off of it. I think Jose is in a good groove right now. This is a horse that has quite a bit of speed. And I like this spot for him. I think he's really progressed and looks like he's coming into this race in fine form, sticking on the surface that I think he really does prefer. To the outside, wanted to mention the 11 Regal Speaker. He's a generous price on the board. This is a horse who will make his 2nd start of his form cycle, and he goes back into New York bred company for the first time in quite a while. I realize his most recent races leave a lot to be desired, and to be honest, physically, he's never been one that I've completely loved because he just doesn't carry a lot of condition from race to race. That's just typical of him. Tyler Gaffalione, though, gave him a big warm-up, and given the fact that he's been competing against open company, coming back into this condition now and in for the claiming tag, he is a 5-time winner. He's proficient on a variety of different courses and comes back in with fellow New York breds. He was one that I just thought was interesting at a big price. Looks a little bit stronger Lafitte than he typically does.
How hard to win from out there, Gary, Regal Speaker?
It's not easy. I mean, just with his running style. But the thing about it, there is a decent amount of speed in here, so that's going to eliminate some of him getting over and saving ground. But it's essential to save ground on at least one of the turns on this turf course, any turf course for that matter. If you go wide around both turns, you're in trouble where your finish is going to be.
Tom, the favorite, Grape Nuts Warrior, now 5-2, Irad Ortiz.
Yeah, look, I mean, 1 race back off the layoff since November. Grape Nuts Warrior hurt by the slow pace that day. I think he's got a big shot in here. I'm, full disclosure, I was a Cats, but I got to be honest with you. Andy struck me as the kind of kid that probably ate grape nuts back when we were little. I mean, Yule Gibbons probably spoke to him in those commercials. Me, not so much.
I think Straw into Gold may not have had his grape nuts this morning. There he is. Acacia told you earlier he is quirky. We have seen some of this behavior. Christophe Clement, world-class trainer, stayed with him for a long time, leaving the paddock, trying to keep him as calm as possible, making his way front side. He looks a little agitated there, Gary.
Yeah, when he originally, before they went on to the turf course, he'd calmed down nicely. He got hot, and he was being sensible. And as soon as they walked on, he had other ideas, getting a little out of his mental set right now. Hopefully he calms down when he gets into the starting gate.
Tom, if that was one of your horses you trained, what are you thinking right now?
Well, I'm looking at the other horses. I'm looking to see how hot the other horses are, because this horse is hot, no question about it. You can see it on his shoulder, but it's a hot day out there, and the other horses seem to be pretty lathered up. So now I'm just watching behavior, and behavior looks good going into the gate to me, Lafitte.
First turn comes up on you quick here, Gary.
It does, especially on this inside turf course. And if you're down inside, you've got to get in or get out.
Time for the late pick 5. John Ambriat with the call. Post time race 6, Saratoga.
And they're off. Cotton from the inside along with the bar 14. Ruse is now moving up, and Ghost Giant is up close, along with Saratoga Flash. It is bar 14 and Cotton, the two of them right together going into the clubhouse turn. And then it is a Ruse, who's forced a little wide there. Saratoga Flash is running in 4th. Ghost Giant down on the inside. Next in 5th. Regal Speaker is in 6th. And then it is Straw into Gold running in 7th. And farther back is Barrage on the outside in 8th. Danzig with the Stars is 9th. Next to last is Grape Nuts Warrior. And trailing the field is Quiet Out East in 11th. They're midway up the backstretch through a quarter in 23 and 2/5 seconds. And it is Cotton who leads here. Cotton's in front by 3/4 of a length, with bar 14 running in 2nd and Ruse just behind the front 2 in 3rd. And then comes Saratoga Flash, who is next in 4th. As the field heads for the far turn, the half in 46 and 4. Cotton and bar 14. They are right together. Ruse now makes a move on the outside. It's 4 lengths. Back to Saratoga Flash. On the far outside is a Barrage. Then Regal Speaker. Ghost Giant is down towards the rail. The field is coming for the 8th pole. Cotton and Ruse. And looking for a way through is Barrage. And on the outside it is Danzig with the Stars. Ghost Giant is bottled up, trying to come through down towards the rail. Late move from Great Nuts Warrior as they come for the finish. Danzig with the Stars won it. Danzig with the Stars, then a photo for 2nd among Barrage, Ghost Giant, and Grape Nuts Warrior.
Lots going on in this one. Driving finish, defending Saratoga champion Jockey heating up. Luis Saez back-to-back wins. Danzig with the Stars, closing at 7-1.
Yeah, and gets a good trip on the outside. There was a lot of stuff going on back behind coming into the stretch, and you saw Ruse with or Straw into Gold swerve out. He had trouble all the way around, just kept kind of getting shuffling back. Nothing that Joel could do, but perfect ride from Luis Saez.
Yeah, pace was hot here, you guys. 23:55 for the quarter and 46, almost right under 47 seconds for the half. That's a quick pace, and it sets up a horse like that. I actually thought coming out of the gate, our winner, Dancing with the Stars, might have had a little trouble and had to check and be taken back. We'll get a look at that maybe down the line a little bit, but that even makes the race more impressive for our winner, Dancing with the Stars.
Paul LaDuca locked in on target. Well done. 7-1.
Yeah, I will take it, Lafitte. You know what? I thought Louis did a good job. So he, more times than not, Andy, you got to get lucky. We saw Junior Alvarado on an $80 horse yesterday give an unbelievable ride, but you have to get some seams. The 3 Ghost Giant was trapped, and Louis was able to get the 4 outside and just out of traffic.
Yeah, I mean, I would want to bet horses out of this race back that were more forwardly placed because the pace, either here it's way too slow or it's way too fast. There's nowhere in the middle, right? It's never like just a normal pace.
Is that the right time, by
this
the way?
was I would assume. The turf's very firm.
Yeah,
We
it's
haven't
pretty
gotten
fast.
much rain. The 3 was unlucky. Kendrick saved ground. He tried to do the right thing, and that's a horse that needed a little help to win.
No,
so you can't blame Kendrick on that, and this horse just got the right trip. In this case, I read maybe a little farther back on Grape Nuts Warrior. Maybe he just wasn't really good enough, and he was a little overbet as well.
But again, we try to reiterate this to the fans. Horses that win over these turf course and like it up here in Saratoga, they come back and run well, Andy.
No, he came alive here last year, the winner, no doubt about it. If I hadn't bet him last time and felt he had such a good trip, I probably would have liked him more today. But this was a very tough race going in, and the kind of race you want to watch again. Look at some trips in here, and hey, little tip of the hat to Ray Handel and Flavian Pratt getting second with Barrage at 8-1. Use him in the exacta, Paul?
No, I didn't.
Sorry, but I know you bet him to win. Back to the other set.
Never satisfied. like he's never satisfied. 7-1. Danzig with the Stars. Barrage at 13-1, completing the exact at 4, 8, 9, 3. Michael Imperios. Danzig with the Stars. Third win on this turf course at Saratoga for trainer Dominic Schettino. Back-to-back wins for last year's Travers winning rider, Luis Saez.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutant.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C,
Miles Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Miles Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Stirring stretch drive in that first leg of the late pick 5. Danzig with the Stars. You're watching Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com today. Go back to the start, Tom. What'd you see with the eventual winner here, Danzig with the Stars?
Well, unfortunately, it's the first time we get to look at it other than live, and I thought maybe he got shuffled back between horses right through this area right here. There he goes. He's having to check a little bit and drops back a little bit more. It's very, very slight. It's not near what I thought it was live the first time.
Maybe a blessing in disguise, Tom, considering where he wound up and how fast the pace was.
And a credit to Luis Saez that was able to guide him through the right path to get the win. But you're right. The pace was fast. Sometimes bad luck can be good luck.
Worked out nicely here. Luis Saez, back-to-back wins, standing by with a case in the winner's circle.
Indeed, as Luis Saez. Louis, we talked yesterday before the first race, and you talked about your mindset coming off of the riding title last year. Now, as we're a couple of races into the second day, and you've got a few winners already, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feel very exciting, very blessed. You know, being here in a winner race is pretty tough, but nothing is impossible. We always came with the mind fresh, like we said, and try to do the right thing. Horse has been running great, so we pretty happy to be here.
And this horse, Danzig with the Stars, seems to really just love this Saratoga turf course. You rode him to 2 victories here last year.
Yeah, this horse love here. And of course, it's a beautiful place to win a race, so that's great. He's been running great here, and we're excited.
Yeah, I know we all love it too, but talk to me a little bit about you and your agent, Kieran McLaughlin, and the work that goes into finding mounts for this meet in particular.
Wow, my agent Kieran is a person that he came for us like family. My wife, my daughters, we love him, his wife, Letty, and it's a bless for us to be working together. And well, Richie did a great job too. He was my agent, but now he enjoyed every single victory we have with Mr. Kieran, and I feel great, you know, we feel blessed to be here.
Understandably so, and the hard work paying off, Louis. Congratulations on another winner.
Thank you so much.
Luis Saez picking up another one, Luffy. His agent, former trainer, Kieran McLaughlin, doing a terrific job finding those live mounts.
How many times do you have to say it, Gary? It's that Lafitte Pinkai Training Academy in Panama. Like, how many times? 16-20, Dancing with the Stars. Luis Saez back-to-back, as Andy mentioned, Barrage, Flavia and Pratt, big run there at 13-1. The favorite having to settle for third. Great Nuts Warrior in the 6th. Turn the page. Race 7, start of the late pick 4. Back to the main track, restricted $25,000 claimer, non-winners 3 lifetime. They're all 2 for something. Mile and an 1/8. And the early favorite, American Pure. Wow, 8-5. 22 minutes to post. We'll step aside. When we return, he is coming off a historic Belmont meet. The defending Saratoga training champ, Chad Brown, sending out a relay team, literally, in tomorrow's Diana, included the undefeated filly, Bleecker Street. 52 opponents faced, 52 opponents defeated. That's next.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle. Performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor.
American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer. Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom. I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
On the outside, it is Rushing Fall. It's Mean Mary, Rushing Fall. Now nothing between them as they pass the 8th pole. On the outside, Rushing Fall. Mean Mary on the inside. A terrific finish here in the Diana. Rushing Fall now has the lead in deep stretch, and Rushing Fall has won it.
Thriller in the 2020 Diana, Gary. Javier Castellano, Rushing Fall, out-dueling Mean Mary, Luis Saez to the wire.
Yeah, and listen, this filly, when they're this class and she's putting her head down like she is, you can see those ears pinned back on her head. She has given everything she's got. She doesn't want to get beat. I thought she was in danger that day inside of the 8th pole. Not to be a fighter.
No roar from the crowd. Pandemic summer. What an exciting finish. Graham Motion's like, I got to watch this again. Tom, what does it mean for a racehorse to win Grade 1 races at the ages of 2, 3, 4, and 5?
Well, I wish I could tell you firsthand, but this horse, that it's such a unique thing and such a special athlete to be able to do that, and it takes a trainer and a manager of the caliber of Chad Brown to be able to bring that horse back year after year at the top of her game. I mean, it's just absolutely amazing. You see Sister Charlie there as well. She was another one that went on quite a streak as well. Chad Brown, you know, has a notebook full of win pictures on these kind of horses. For the rest of us out there, we just admire.
6-time winner, 5-year streak ended last summer. Brown poised to start another. Roll the animation. America's Best Racing's race of the week, and it is the Diana. First of 17 Grade 1 flat races this summer. Older mares, numbers 1, 3, 4, and 6. Trained by Chad Brown. Gotta like his chances. And we start with the perfect filly, Gary. Bleecker Street, like the win machine, and now a Grade 1 winner.
Yeah, she just keeps stepping it up. Don't forget Rozier, the barn mate of Bleecker Street. She was 65 cents on the dollar that day. No one thought that Bleecker Street was in the same neighborhood. Well, they did. They bet her down to 5-2, so they thought enough of her. And she just keeps continuing to shine. But Rozier, I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't bounce back tomorrow and make it a tough fight.
This race right here gives you an idea of why Bleecker Street is 7 for 7. When they turned for home, she had a tough task. Maybe even in some people's eyes, if you're watching it live, an impossible task, but she still got up.
There's no pace.
Yeah, no pace. She overcame that. She had a flying finish to do it. And when you have a horse like this, they do those things that seem impossible when you're watching visually.
Just wins. Bleecker Street, owned by Peter Brandt, campaign 2-time Diana winner. Sister Charlie, 6-5 favorite for tomorrow's Grade 1 at Diana. As for the rest of Brown's Diana Quad Squad, technical analysis, who loves Saratoga, owned by Seth Klarman. Bleecker Street, the French filly Rougier, despite her name in Italian, is in fact English, all owned or co-owned by Peter Brandt, Andy and Paul. However, only one of these fillies has actually won here at Saratoga. It's not Bleecker Street.
No, I don't. Bleecker Street was too busy running at Monmouth and the Meadowlands last year while we were in Saratoga, and she is an amazing story, and it was quite an achievement winning last time in a no-pace race. There really isn't a weak link among Chad Brown's entrants. You know about the races that Technical Analysis has run. In Italia, ran well in the Justa game in a very fast-paced race last time. She may be the speed of the speed. Can Rozier bounce back? That's maybe the biggest story of this race.
It really is, but she's a filly that does like to win races. She's 5 for 16 lifetime, and she just did not fire in the New York. In the Bouquet, she showed a wicked turn of foot, and that's why she was 3-5 coming right back in the New York. And maybe she needed a little time. She had been laid off for a little bit. Maybe she ran her best. You know, when I look at Bleecker Street, Andy, I think of bricks and mortar. Now, I'm not putting Bleecker Street in bricks and mortars category, but listen, looking at a filly that's 7 for 7, she's never been really fancied. 3-5, 2-5 at the window. She just keeps on winning and winning, sort of like bricks and mortar did.
Well, she's the opposite of the filly mare. Well, actually, the filly we're looking at here, Rougier, and that she won her first 2 races in New Jersey, and she looked like a horse that, in a lot of barns, might have been heading for claiming races, considering the kind of numbers she was ridden. In Chad Brown's barn, she's now a Grade 1 winner. But as far as Rougier, she was purchased for almost $3 million by Peter Brandt. Connections from Coolmore as well, as you probably recognize those Michael Tabor silks. On the cusp of winning the Prix de l'Opera, which is the big filly race, a filly mare race run on the Arc card in France. So she probably has $2 million in residual value as a broodmare. A big disappointment at 3-5 last time, but you're going to get a much better price, and I think that she's going to bounce back in a big way.
Well, she is. And Chad also with technical analysis is probably going to set the pace. That's going to be the target. But again, another quality filly. If they let her just go out there and canter, she could be dangerous too.
Yeah, but I think in Italia is going to be in front of her. It's an interesting situation. There is no weak link among the 4 horses that Chad Brown's starting. There's no rabbit. There are 4 horses that can all win this race. Can they run 1, 2, 3, 4? I guess we'll find out tomorrow, guys.
You bring up an interesting point, Andy, in strategy. And Gary, you know how this works. I think we had this conversation before the New York and several other graded stakes races where Brown has had multiple runners. How does that impact things for the jockeys when you have several of them riding for one trainer?
Well, I had that happen a lot during my career with a guy named Wayne Lucas. Multiple entries in a horse, multiple riders. Chad thinks he's got a chance with every single horse that he leads over there. And that's how I always felt when I was riding for Wayne Lucas. And I know every jockey that's employed on that day for that specific race feel that they've got an excellent chance to win. They're going to put themselves in a position that they can win the race and do what's best for their horse.
whether you're a handicapper or not for course, Tom, the fact that technical analysis is proven here and seems to do her best work here. None of the others have won here. She has 2 for 2.
Right, and that's the fly in the ointment, in my opinion. I mean, and nobody handles it better than Chad Brown. He's got 4 in the race. He's got 2 different owners that he's training for in that specific race. So he has to be transparent in the instructions with everybody, how he's going to be. I'm sure everybody will come together along with Chad, and they'll talk about the race. It'll look like, they're in a timeout in the NBA game, the players and the coach, maybe stature-wise, not so much, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Hey.
But, I think they're going to, everybody's going to be together, and they're going to talk about the race, so everybody feels like they have a fair chance.
Acacia, everybody talking about the Diana tomorrow, first grade 1 of the meet.
Can't wait for that, Lafitte. And one thing I'll really be looking out for is how Rozier is acting before the race, because last time out, it seemed that she lost her race before it even began. She was all over the place on the track, expending so much energy. So that's something that I'll be keeping my eye on tomorrow, but can't wait to see her and the rest of the runners in that grade 1 Diana. But looking at horses here in the paddock for this 7th race, to start with the number 4, American Pure, your favorite. Now, he hasn't necessarily run faster races than other horses in here. Looking at his race 2 starts back where he won that allowance at Horseshoe Indy, I noticed that Martin Pedroza that day kept him wide throughout, and he looked to me like a really big, long striding horse that likely resented being inside of horses. Now, seeing him here, he does. He has so much size to him. He looks like a 9 furlong type of horse. He looks like this is the distance that he wants to go, but he is more of a grinding type. He doesn't necessarily look quick or agile in one of those types. He's carrying really good weight. He looks really, really strong. And again, his physicality suits these conditions. It is a drop in class, certainly, versus what he faced last time with the likes of Howling Time and Rattle and Roll. And I do think he suits in this spot. The number 3, 6%, also gets a drop back down in Class 2's condition claiming race, and he's going to stretch out to the mile and an 1/8. That's the concern for me. He's a little bit more of a handier type of horse. He's really fit. He's really athletic. He doesn't necessarily carry a lot of condition, and he's always one that I've been a little bit concerned about the distance. In fact, last year in Saratoga, even when he was with Mike Maker, my notes from July 30th said, like him, but distance is the concern. And that's still the question for me in here. He's also one that recently has been really bad about getting out of the gate. So keep your eyes on 6% and Jose Ortiz, who's riding him for the 3rd consecutive race, on how they break, because that's going to be the key for him. The 5, Will E. Sutton, he's a horse that definitely wants the distance. His last workout was on the turf here in Saratoga with the first-time starter that Jonathan Thomas did run yesterday. He's one that has won at the mile and an 1/8 and has actually tried further in the flat out, but was just facing considerably better horses. I like this spot for him. He's probably looked one of the best times that I've seen, in that he's been a little bit more composed in here today and could handle this distance quite well. We'll see what Andy and Paul have to say about this race, guys.
I feel like playing up here, Paul, you have to be very focused on playing against Irad Ortiz, because his horses are getting dramatically overbet. He's a wonderful rider. I do like his horse this race, and I picked American Pure, who I think is just better than the field.
Yeah.
Should get a good trip and be close, but is this horse really worth 7 to 5?
I'm with you. I picked the 4 too, and I don't, maybe not at 7 to 5. There's so many question marks, because this is a horse that started on the synthetic, broke his maiden in his 3rd start, came right back in an
impossible
allowance
spot last time,
and then wins, and then goes in an impossible spot. You're right, against Howling Time, who's a nice runner for Dale Romans. Rattle and Roll, dropping G's. The horse does not break out of the gate, does not run, and now the obviously drop for 25. Now, Brad did drop a horse from 70 to 20 that jogged earlier in the card, so are his horses for sale today?
He may just be running this one where he can win. And you have to do that in Saratoga to win races, and that could be the case with 6%, a horse who's dropping as well. And I think 6% does belong. There's an argument the racetrack he ran on last time at Belmont was very friendly to horses that are forwardly placed, and I think it compromised his chances.
Well, 2 back, he lost to Royal Trist, who did win the first race of the meet here yesterday. And it was a tiny bit muddy on the racetrack for the first race, but then came back and ran okay. But this is the lowest that he's been in for. The worry is he's 0 for 7 the last 2 years, but I think he does fit in here. And 7 to 1, ridiculous price.
I'm interested to see how Jeremiah Englehart does this meet. He's had good meets in the past. He's been a bit quiet. He had a winner yesterday. I think he's going to have a good meet. Jade's Dream is a horse I know you're interested in, and his last dirt race was a win. That was a wet track, though, for what it's worth.
It's really hard to endorse the two. He's a horse that really runs his races upside down. And what I mean, he comes from way out of it, and he's more of a turf horse. Hasn't been much of a dirt horse, but he drops to his all-time low. He is a New York bred. I thought he was the horse that, if this race would collapse, maybe you'll see him late.
You got to love the horse, the 5 Willie Sutton, named for the famous bank robber. I believe his quote was, they asked him why he robs banks, and he said, that's where the money is.
I thought it'd be better than betting horses.
Well, there you go, right? I mean, isn't that why we're at the racetrack, Rolly? That's where the money is. And what a better place to be in than Saratoga as we head back to Lafitte.
Where the sharp handicapper is, Paul, who did you have on top here? You had a 7-1 shot that struck in the last race. Who'd you wind up with?
How about not with the chalk in this race? I can't be going with all kinds of 7-1 shots, Lafitte.
Raise the bar. Victim of your own success. American Pure. We'll see him in the post parade. Currently 3-2. Post parade. Andy, there's Corkman. Jose Lascano in the Flying P stable, hot pink.
No, he's worried about those Flying P horses. They seem to be live everywhere they go. And I think you could argue this horse is a player in here at a price if you're looking for a long shot.
11-1. Corkman, number 2. Jade's Dream is sideways. Carlos Martin with a win on opening day with High Tide.
Yeah, you're right. High Tide was really good yesterday. Dylan Davis aboard the Strassemeyer gelding.
Number 3, 6%. As Acacia mentioned, watch him at the starting gate when they break.
Well, I chalked it out with the 4 American Pure. I used this one. I picked him second, and I used both the 3 and 4 to start out the pick 4.
The chalk follows American Pure. As you guys mentioned, strength of schedule is his.
Yeah, and you know, this horse has shown the ability to rate, but maybe Irad will take the initiative and just try to run them off their feet. 3-2 is very low.
Willie Sutton, Manny Franco looking to rob you blind at 5-1.
Well, he's a horse, and we can just keep being corny that might try to steal it on the front end.
This is so bad. I am the cash man. Sneaky contender live on the board.
I'm kind of with you, Lafitte, because this horse excelled since he's gone around 2 turns, and a lot of people forget about the finger legs horse, and you're right, taking money.
Yes, somebody's paying attention. Number 7, Forever Wicked, 2 for 36 lifetime.
An awfully big price on a horse who has the fastest last race buyer, but that buyer was earned closing into a race at a very fast pace.
Should have that tattooed somewhere. Don't be late, 30-1 outsider.
Yeah, tough to get to, and you're right, an outsider, but ran into a really tough field last time. 30-1 if you want to put underneath.
Roman Empire, Andy, with a Kendrick Carmouche heartfelt win on opening day.
I'll say it since Jonathan's not here. 10 strike racing. That's all I have to say.
18-1. Start of the late pick 4. Just a restricted $25,000 claimer. 5 minutes to post and a 6-5 favorite currently. Yep, the presence of Irad Ortiz, American Pure, getting hammered. The late pick 4 from Saratoga on the first Friday of the brand new meet. Stay tuned.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September yearling sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners and champions across the field.
Life is good. Next go, superstar.
Go to the back. Good luck.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. Pick 6 for the carryover. 5-1 shot to kick things off. 6-1 shot in the first leg of the late pick 5. Time now for the late pick 4. Horses on the track, race 7, $25,000 restricted claimer. All 2 for something. American Pure, the 6-5 favorite. But there's Roman Empire, 2 for 15 lifetime, trained by Michelle Giangulio, the same Michelle Giangulio who provided us with one of the most memorable moments of last summer, Tom. This was the Evan Shipman Stakes, Seafoam in front. Giangulio's first career victory, and it took place in a stakes race at Saratoga.
Pretty awesome. I mean, Saratoga's the type of place, if you accomplish anything and you do it here, it's just a notch above anywhere else. The thing I love about Saratoga as compared to some of the other really special racetracks, it brings everybody together in a close environment. You know, pauper to king, everybody's around each other, everybody's having a good time. I like the diversity of the crowd here.
It's like watching a rookie Major League Baseball player hitting a walk-off home run in his first at-bat at Yankee Stadium. So much fun to watch, and perhaps Giangulio will have another one to celebrate at Saratoga with Roman Empire. Kendrick Carmouche. Guys, would be a big surprise at 19-1. Final thoughts as they approach the starting gate, Andy and Paul.
Really talk about Willie Sutton, Paul, and I think he's a little bit dangerous. I don't mind his race in 1 mile and 3/8 2 back. I do feel like he should have run better last time. That worries me.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, but doesn't he warrant the drop? So he sort of makes a lot more sense to me than the 4 on the drop. Now, I did pick the 4, but you can look at the 5, and he has a couple races that do win this race. Since, you know, Jonathan put blinkers on him, he has gotten better.
You know, and Paulie and I have made some very poor investments at the racetrack in our lives, but at least we didn't pay $1 million for this one. But they're worth what they're worth when they're running. And American Puro I picked, and I know, Paul, you picked him too. I'm sorry, even money is ridiculously low on him, win or lose. And it just feels like, at least as of now, you've got to be looking to bet against Irad Ortiz's horses. They're just getting dramatically overbet. This is too good a colony for people to be thinking that somehow he has a magic touch.
I'm kind of with you. I mean, and the other part about it is a lot of people, and it's nothing against Horseshoe Indianapolis. I had a wonderful time covering the Indiana Derby. A lot of people are leaning on that one number right there. And sometimes when you lean on a one-number horse that's dropping way in class, even money. But I do get it. This horse is, to me, a Ricky Bobby horse, I call him. I think first or last, Andy.
We'll see what happens as we head out to Acacia trackside.
And I agree with you. That's why I landed on Willie Sutton, just looking for a little bit of an alternative. But if we're talking about bank robbers, what about I Am the Cash Man coming in from the Finger Lakes? And this horse, I would say, physically stacks up nicely with his competition in here in New York. He looks like a distance type of horse. He was really fit, really well muscled, had a nice warm-up out on track. One thing I will be interested to see is what they do with him out of the gate, Andre Worry, because last time out when he was 4-5, he was really hard-assed after breaking a little bit slowly from the rail. And sometimes horses that are just so big are uncomfortable being drawn down inside, and I'm wondering if that could have been what happened with him. As you can see, he dwarfs his lead pony. He seemed to be much more comfortable 2 starts back when being able to kind of gallop into stride. He chased the pace setter around the whole race last time out, but he's at 5-1 right now, taking some attention, and like I mentioned, Lafitte, he fits in here.
And Gary, I know you agree. You wound up with I'm a Cash Man on top.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this. The horse, he did improve when he started going 2 turns. This trainer, Christopher Progno, he's hitting at 38% right now, 5 for 14 this year. Andrew Worry, the rider, 44 wins this year. He's hitting at 20%. Tom was talking about Saratoga. Why not come on over to Saratoga and steal some of the Saratoga money? It spends just as well as in Finger Lakes as it does here.
Easy to overlook. I Am the Cash Man and Willie Sutton at 5-1 at the gate here, Tom.
Yeah, look, I think it's about intent, you guys. It's 2022, and everyone claims horses now. 10 years ago, that wasn't the case. These horses in this race, they're gone. They're going to get claimed. So what is the intent of the trainer? With Brad Cox, this move, dropping a horse into claim where he thinks he can win. He does it all the time. He's doing it with American Pure here. He did it earlier today with Remain Anonymous in the second race, and she won. Of course, she got claimed. This horse is gone. So is Willie Sutton. So what are those trainers thinking? Are they comfortable letting that horse go and getting the win, or is this a move to say, hey, these big drops, because they're both making big drops, is this a move to say, you know what, I don't think this horse is as good as he once was, and I want to get rid of him? With Brad Cox, I think I know the answer. I think Brad is trying to win this race. Willie Sutton, the 5 horse with Jonathan Thomas, I'd like to think he's doing that because that's the horse I'm going to pick just to get some value.
Shake and bake, Paul LaDuca. American Pure steps forward. First to last, we're about to find out. Time for the late pick 4 from Saratoga, the 7th. Johnny I standing by.
They are in the gate. And they're off, and it was a stumbling start for the favorite, number 4, American Pure, and he trails the field. From the inside, Jade's Dream is going out for the lead, going into the clubhouse turn. Willie Sutton is there, passed by Don't Be Late, Roman Empire on the outside. So it's 3 of them across, Jade's Dream, Don't Be Late, and Roman Empire. Willie Sutton sets up now in 4th. Down on the inside is 6%, who's running in 5th. I Am the Cash Man is next. And to his outside is American Pure, who has moved up after that stumbling start. At the back of the pack, the 2 trailers, Forever Wicked and Kornman. The opening quarter went in 23 and 4/5 seconds. As they race up the backstretch here, it is Jade's Dream and Don't Be Late, and the 2 of them are right together here. And on the outside, American Pure continues to advance. American Pure racing very wide here. Right alongside is Willie Sutton. And then comes 6%, who's next in 5th. I Am the Cash Man in 6th. Roman Empire is 7th. Corkman at the back with Forever Wicked. The half mile in 48 seconds. American Pure moving up along with Willie Sutton. Willie Sutton and American Pure, the 2 of them right together. Don't Be Late runs in 3rd. 6% is 4th. Jade's Dream drops out of it. Passed there by I Am the Cash Man and Roman Empire. 3/4 went in 1:12 and 1. Here comes 6% now, who makes a move at the quarter pole. It is 6% on the outside to take over the lead. Willie Sutton and American Pure back running 2nd and 3rd. I Am the Cash Man has now moved up, but it is 6% who has built a 6-length lead. Then I Am the Cash Man and Corkman on the outside, Forever Wicked, but 6% dominates here. Won by 9 lengths. I Am the Cash Man was 2nd. Forever Wicked did get 3rd. Corkman was 4th.
In an absolute blowout, 6% at 6-1, another mid-range price in this pick 6 at Saratoga. Gary Stevens, we go right back to the start. Acacia mentioned watch 6% at the start. He didn't have the problem. It was the favorite, American Pure.
Yeah, stumbled, fell right on his head, changed the whole shape of the race. There was no pace on early on. The winner, 6% with Jose Ortiz, going around the first turn. He was intent on getting him out. He's down on the fence right now, and then he peeled out, got him out on the outside where he wasn't getting any kickback. He could just sit, camp out there on the outside and pull the trigger when he wanted to, and he hadn't pulled the trigger yet. He hadn't moved a muscle at this point in the race.
Yeah, you know, the half mile was moderate in this race, going around the ground, 48 seconds. But for American Pure, who had to make up that ground and did it in the first 5/8 of a mile of this race, that's asking a lot. That's taking a lot of gas out of the tank in American Pure, and it cost the favorite at the end of this race, as you see him backing up in the yellow saddle towel there. For the winner, 6%, a really good race. 2 for 22 coming into the race, 10%. Now he's going to increase. He'll be about 15% on the win column.
Math, Andy Serling. Math, 3-6-7-1. Public locked in on the wrong Ortiz this time.
Nice that somebody brought an abacus for Tom. We mentioned Jeremiah Engelhart. He's got 2 wins already on the meet. This was a fabulous ride by Jose Ortiz. Obviously, they all benefited from the favorite start. The way he won, it's hard to believe he wouldn't have. But Jose did such a great job, Paulie, of getting good position, drafting in behind horses, and angling outside when he had to. Sure, maybe a lot of guys could have won on him, but whatever Jose did, they were all the right moves.
Yeah, when American Pure got left and was sort of making that middle move, I looked at you and I said, I'd like to have 10 to win on the 6. You said, I mean, on the 6%, you said 10,000. I said, yeah, I meant 10,000 because he's going to win by a pole. You're right, he was loaded behind horses, and just gave the horse a perfect ride when he just let the pace develop. And when American Pure went up, it quickened up the pace. And give credit to I Am the Cashman. I know he was way, way back, but 6-1, you get some nice prices underneath Lafitte for the trifecta and the superfecta.
6-1 over 5-1 over 36 and 11-1. 3, 6, 7, 1. Second win on the afternoon. Jose Ortiz. Results, reaction when we return. And now it gets serious with the stakes racing. Kentucky Invaders mean business in the main event. Set piece, deep closing. Juddmonte gelding and Mere Mission supposed to run in the Wisedan Churchill. Turf racing scrap for now. Omaha audible, and just like that, here he is.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. 6%, Tom. Jose Ortiz, second win this afternoon, and wins in an absolute runaway.
Yeah, favorite compromise at the start, and a race. We talked about intention, and some of these horses that were dropping down the well bet. Why were they there? Were they willing to lose their horses? But just a very, very good effort from this horse.
Second win of the meet, trainer Maya Engelhart standing by with Acacia.
Always a pleasure to catch up with Jeremiah Engelhart. And Maya, 6% in his last couple of races hasn't been great getting out of the gate. Tell me what you thought as soon as you saw Jose Ortiz had him in such a good position early.
Well, he's a horse that kind of likes to run against the bridle. When you kind of let him off, he kind of, flounders a little bit. But he actually had a pretty good setup here where there was 4 horses across the track. So he really had to stay against the bridle behind them, and it worked out well. And he actually, he ran on well from the top of the stretch home too. So all in all, it was a great race.
Looked like he was cruising with so much horse underneath of him, and looks like he wasn't claimed either. That's to be exciting for you, given how he ran today.
Yeah, it's just, you never know here. You run horses and they, you know, you have them for a little bit. You lease them here, but no, I'm not 100% sure, but I didn't see a red tag, so maybe we'll get to do it again up here in Saratoga.
Oh, tomorrow in the Sanford, you are running Put the Blame on Me, who broke his maiden first time out at Parks. What can you tell us about that new face coming in tomorrow?
It's you know, he's a pretty neat horse, very professional. I say that, and he'll probably be a jerk in the paddock, but we shipped him down to Parks. He ran really well, and just going to give him a shot. You know, he showed it in the mornings that, you know, maybe deserves a shot, and there's some horses in there that have run better numbers, but we'll see if he makes that, you know, next race jump. So.
Well, we look forward to seeing him tomorrow, but congratulations on the win here, Maya.
Thank you, Acacia.
Jeremiah Engelhart with 6%, certainly winning a much higher percentage than that, Lafitte.
Much higher, hoping his Sanford runner is not a jerk in the paddock. 26% over I Am the Cashman. Gary's top selection ran well, just too much, 6% on this afternoon. 3, 6, 7 in the 7th at the Spa. We turn the page, now it gets serious with the first of 2 consecutive stakes races on grass. 10th running of the Coronation Cup, 3-year-old fillies, 5.5 furlong sprint. Curious to see what the early wagering would look like. Dairy Name, 2-1 favorite, 25 minutes out. Before we dive too deep into the Coronation Cup, wanted to recap some of yesterday's stakes activity and the traditional opening day feature, the Schuylerville for 2-year-old fillies. And Tom, you had said Just Cindy was the best 2-year-old filly you saw at Churchill Downs. She performed accordingly.
Yeah, I thought she was the best visually in breaking her maiden at Churchill Downs of all the girls that I saw run there. Look, this time of the Schuylerville, this renewal of the Schuylerville, is not going to wow anyone, but I just like her professionalism. I like what she does at the very end of this race and the idea that she's going to get more distance. And so maybe her best races, she's 2 for 2, she's undefeated, are yet to come at further distance and perhaps stretching out to that very important 2-turn distance where all the big races lay when she turns 3.
Gary, trainer Eddie Kenneally said it was, quote, a brilliant ride from Irad Ortiz. Why? What'd he do?
He won. He got
that's
there
what we
first.
judge it by us traders.
He got there first.
What'd I get for asking a stupid question?
He put her in a perfect spot. She was down on the fence. He was able to get out and sit, come around. This filly, she's beyond her years right now for only racing 2 times. The way she handled everything, dirt kicking back in her face. Then he was able to get her to the outside, and when he pulled the trigger, she responded to it. Look, and Summer Promise, Wayne Lucas's filly, he was pretty critical of himself this morning, said that he felt like maybe he didn't train her hard enough going into this race. He's got a long summer ahead of him, and this filly, she was coming back in 19 days from her maiden breaker, so she's not going to go away either, but
she ran well.
Super impressive, the winner was.
Is this, and we look ahead, you mentioned maybe improvement with added distance.
Right.
Trying to get a gauge, she's only raced twice. Do you think, from what you've seen, this is a filly that could compete at the spin-away level, the most prestigious race for 2-year-old fillies, grade 1 here at the Spa at the end of the meet?
Well, I'm not going to speak for Eddie Kenneally, the trainer, but I have to think that's exactly where they're pointing towards. 7/8 of a mile at the end of the meet. It's a great segue into the 2-turn races later on, including the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
That was yesterday with the Schuylerville. This is one of those don't kill the messenger moments. We are going to step aside on Fox Sports 2 for the time being. We will see you on Fox Sports 1 at 5 o'clock. You'll see both stakes races, we promise. Coverage continuing. Fox Sports 1. You can also catch us on Naira's YouTube page and the Fox Sports app. Up next on FS2, Women's Copa America Soccer, Argentina and Uruguay. We'll see you later on Fox Sports 1 at the top of the hour as the fillies enter the paddock for the Coronation Cup, post time in 22 minutes. See you on Fox Sports 1 at 5.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne.
Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
The Jersey Shore's biggest race is the TVG.com Haskell Stakes, Saturday, July 23rd. Join us at Monmouth Park or watch and wager nationwide as the country's top 3-year-olds battle it out in the race where champions prove their greatness. Play our $400,000 guaranteed pick 4, $200,000 guaranteed pick 5. It's all TVG.com Haskell Day, Saturday, July 23rd, Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Catalina Cruiser. He won 7 of 9 starts coast to coast with 6 triple-digit buyers and 5 dominating graded stakes wins, including a record in the Grade 2 True North Stakes. A son of leading 5th crop sire Union Rags. A $370,000 yearling with an imposing physical and one of the best of his generation. There's only one Catalina Cruiser, now standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
On June 6, 2019, a new chapter began at Alapa when Hillendale transferred its operations to the famed Kentucky Station and Thoroughbred Nursery in Paris, Kentucky, on a farm that traces its origins to 1827.
All the essential things have been done.
3 years later, owner John Sikora couldn't be more proud.
You know, we're trying to be progressive, thoughtful, and respectful to what's already been here, the intent of the farm. Along with, trying to become efficient and modern.
The 1,400-acre Alapa is driven by its owner John Sikora's passion to return the landmark farm to its original glory. The extensive restoration includes building a brand new breeding shed out of stone and concrete, matching the training barn that's been converted to be a stallion barn and now houses a roster of world-class stallions. Hillendale also built 8 new barns, plus adding landscaping and building tens of miles of fence, plus adding roads and utilities. Sikora appreciates the daily inspiration the farm gives him.
There's the ruins of an old dairy barn, which is it's like a beautiful relic. It's peaceful and quiet. There's waterfall ponds behind the house, behind the office. There's many unique, peaceful, great parts of the farm that create peace and a sense of understanding where you are and how unique the farm is.
He also enjoys visiting the stallion barn in the evening when it's quiet and peaceful.
The horses are looking outside their stall, looking outside the windows. There's like 4,600 windows in the stallion barn. They can look outside and it's very, very, very natural, peaceful to them. And when I look at this barn too, I feel all the history and the great horses that were here. Great champions were all raised and broke and trained here.
Sikora is now focused on making new history at Alapa.
When you think of all that living history, it makes you respectful of the barn and who's been housed there, and then also a responsibility of trying to keep that same standard and try to move it forward and be historic in what we do, so that when someone would look back 50 years from now, they have a feeling of obligation for them to do the same here.
Stunning facility, great stuff from our friends at Hillendale. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, but a sad day for everyone at Hillendale. Announced today that the 2004 champion turf male, Kitten's Joy, Tom, passed away at the age of 21 earlier today. The relationship that you have with your horses and the relationships formed over the years, 21 years old, and understanding what a heartfelt loss this must be for everyone at Hillendale.
Oh yeah, for the barn, as well as the owner Ken Ramsey and the farm managers and everyone else involved with the horse. It's a family. That's probably stated too often, but in racing, Gary, it is. And those horses, you're with them on a daily basis. For Kitten's Joy, It was the combination of him going to sire and Keeneland making the decision to get away from their traditional dirt track and going to poly. And when they went to that artificial surface, if there was a Kitten Joy running at Keeneland, you better put him in your wagers because they were always competitive. And that surface made him as a sire. He was spectacular with his offspring on that surface.
Just a huge loss. You remember all those horses, Kitten this and Kitten that. And it was like this building of an empire for the Ramseys with Kitten's Joy as a stallion. And then just as a racehorse. Remember, he was actually the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Turf 2004 at Lone Star Park. The ground turned up soft. But just as an individual, what an exciting stretch runner on grass, Kitten's Joy.
Yeah, he was fun to watch. I imagine he was fun to ride as well. And like Tom said, he not only got good runners on the synthetic tracks, but the turf, that's well known, but also the dirt, he's come with some good runners. So all around great sire and a great racehorse.
Sired 111 stakes winners, 58 graded or group stakes winners worldwide. Kitten's Joy gone at the age of 21. Kind of a clumsy segue, but we go back to the live racing and the field updated odds for this Coronation Cup. 3-year-old fillies ready to blaze, 5.5 furlongs, $150,000 purse. Dairy Nane, 2-1 favorite with 15 minutes to go. Acacia's in the paddock with this Coronation Cup paddock report. Acacia, again, a race that looks very different right now on paper than it did when we woke up this morning.
Absolutely, with this scratch, especially of Twilight Gleaming, but there's still some really talented horses in here. And one horse that I've been looking forward to seeing all day is Static Fire, who's 2 for 2. Brokered maiden, first time out on the turf right here at Saratoga, and then won impressively on the dirt last time out. Now, it's funny, looking at her physically, she's not one of those ones that you would look at immediately and say, she's absolutely a turf horse. She has really kind of smaller feet to her. She's very well muscled, very strong, has a lot behind the saddle, which I certainly appreciate. And in her debut, she looked like she kind of just got a little distracted out on her own in the front end because she was just so much quicker than everybody else. We know that she can handle the turf, and we saw her drifting in that race off of the hedge. She'll get back onto the turf today. Again, we know that she can handle it, and she's grown up nicely. She's so much more composed, certainly, than she was as a 2-year-old, that she was really sharp in the paddock that day. I really like the progression that we've seen from her, and we know that she's quick. Looking at a couple of others, though, the number 4, Artos, she's one that really physically hasn't gone on much, but she does have that European pedigree. Sometimes they tend to be those European runners, smaller, just not really ones that carry as much substance, and that's just what Artos is. There's just not much of her, but she's incredibly athletic. I thought in her last couple of races that she's made some good counts of herself. Last time out, she was the one that kind of went on the rail, while the second and third place finishers, or the winner and third place finisher, also in this race, I should say, were the ones that were between horses and then closing outside. Fergal Lynch gave her a strong ground-saving trip that day. She's looking to get back to the winner's circle for the first time since her debut, but she is one that I do think suits here, and if there is a little bit more pace, if somebody tries to be aggressive with the likes of Static Fire, she will be not too far off of it. The number 11, Empress Tigress, is taking some attention as she did break her maiden on the Tapeta first time out at Woodbine. Oftentimes, horses that handle or run well on synthetic can translate that to turf, but it's not a absolute given. She looks like a turf horse. Now, she is out of an unraced mare, and the sibling was 0 for 5, but did finish in the money on the turf a couple of times. She is wearing a Houghton bit, which is typically one with a bar underneath that keeps them from drifting. Didn't notice any drifting in her debut, but that's something we'll keep an eye on as we head over to Andy and Paul.
Thank you, Acacia. Well, Paulie, we're going to be kind of semi-chalk eating weasels, but we are interested in the 11. Now, I find synthetic and turf to be two different surfaces. Sometimes these horses are like fool's gold, and you and I are two fools, and we're falling for it with Empress Tigress. But like you, Paulie, I was wildly impressed with this debut.
No, I just like the way she leveled out. Now, you heard Acacia saying about the Houghton bit, to basically maybe force a horse not to lug out a little bit. Maybe because she's drawn the 11 hole, they don't want her to break to open space. But you could see Kimura basically just still on her. She was bet that day even money for Jonathan Thomas. And a filly that they paid a lot of money for, $410,000.
but they are giving up a lot in experience. And a horse like Dairy Nane, I think she's a very tricky horse to ride. You know, 2 back, going 7 furlongs. She's really a sprinter, and she's a closing sprinter that wants to go 5 to 6 furlongs. And at 7 with a slow pace, she ended up closer than she's most comfortable, and I think it affected her. And I think last time out, a rider who's not familiar with her out of town may have had her too close.
Yeah.
I feel like Joel Rosario, win or lose, is going to drop back to last year and make his best shot, making one big run.
No, I'm in agreement with you. You could argue she could have won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint last year. She got sawed off early and came rolling.
I agree with you. And I bet her, by the way, so I definitely agree with you.
She's got one bad race, Andy, and it was in the Bolton Landing, but that was a bog that day. If you look at her other races, she has, listen, she's one of those fillies that comes from way out of it, so she's going to run into trouble. But if she gets a clean trip, she's going to be rolling.
There's no cooler customer than Joel Rosario in these turf sprints closing. Static Fire is a funny horse because while she broke her maiden first time out on the turf, she was much more impressive coming back as a 3-year-old in the dirt. I really thought Brian Lynch would have tried the victory ride with an eye on the test here, but instead he's taken the turf route. And as Keisha was saying, win or lose, she is a rocket ship.
No, she's a rocket ship, and she's beating a nice horse here on the 1s and 2s. We talked about this horse a little bit yesterday. On the 1s and 2s, beat Tarabi. Tarabi actually won yesterday for Cherie DeVoe in the Wilton, the first 1-turn mile that we ran here at the meet. And so comes out of a live race, and on the 1s and 2s for Norm Cassidy, I know is on the shelf right now, but he had told me it was the best horse in his barn. So Static Fire has a ton of speed, and maybe she just loves both surfaces.
Guys, I love a race named for a daughter of Glowing Tribute, who was one of the greatest brood mares back in the 70s and 80s, had a lot more stake winners than just Sea Hero.
The Coronation Cup, Andy, and the post-parade. Take out Marissa's Lady, Bang Bang, Twilight Gleaming out. We start with Artos, pictured at 8-1.
You go 2 back with Artos when she took on Twilight Gleaming, and she had to do all the dirty work. Twilight Gleaming on the lead all by herself. She chased. It cost her a little bit at the end, but that was a much better race than her 3rd-place finish.
Sweet Solari, long shot, turf debut.
Yeah, she's interesting. Horatio DePaz, very, very good horseman. Trying this filly on the turf for the first time. She's got good tactical speed.
Dairy Nane favored, best closer in the field, but her last was disappointing.
I like what Andy and Paul said about Darien, and maybe, just maybe, the last race she was a little too close, and getting back with Rosario, a rider she's familiar with, makes a big difference.
Static Fire, top of the show. Gary said there was one horse he was waiting to see today. That's her.
Yeah, and the reason she raced on the dirt was for a prep for this specific race today. Talked to Brian Lynch about that while it was happening. He loves this filly, and I'm looking for a big run from her today.
Number 8, Poppy Flower, closer, Stormy Blues winner at Laurel last month.
Well, we lost some pace with the scratches we had today, but Poppy Flower, if she gets the right setup, that last race at Laurel was a very, very good one where she kicked home.
Currently 5-1. Number 9, Lady Scarlet, Miss Preakness winner at Pimlico on dirt.
Yeah, she carries a lot of early speed, too, whether that's going to shift over to the turf. She's run here at Saratoga where she did make the lead, but it was a bad performance in a maiden special.
Number 10, Mystic Eyes. There she is, quick filly. Louis Saya is riding for Todd Pletcher. Saya seeking a 3rd.
Her last race was back in mid-May at Churchill Downs on that so-called turf course. Throw it out and look at her other races. I think she could be a player here.
Empress Tigress. Wild card. No idea what to expect or how good she is.
I would expect that she's going to handle the turf just fine after winning on the Tapeta up at Woodbine. She stalked that day, Pounce, won by 6 lengths.
Shaping up as a wild one in the Coronation Cup, 7 minutes out. Post time in 7 minutes. Naira Bets heads up. Bet Saratoga with Naira Bets. Get more. Everyone who bets Naira Bets today gets 6 times reward points on all wagers in Saratoga. Everyone gets bonus points. No opt-in required. Earn more this weekend with your Naira Bets account. Get your account today at NairaBets.com. Good crowd here. We'll be pausing momentarily. Fox Sports 1 joining us at the top of the hour. 2 stakes races forthcoming. This Coronation Cup. 3-year-old fillies sprinting. And the Grade 3 Forbidden Apple. That's still coming up. 3 exciting races left here at the Spa. Welcoming our viewers on Fox Sports 1. Your first look at Saratoga this summer. Didn't miss too much. Opening day yesterday, and now everyone fired up for opening weekend at the Spa. Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Trackside, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. You are just in time. We have 3 races left, but it's 2 of the 3 races biggest on the afternoon. 2 stakes races, both on grass. The Coronation Cup in moments, and later the Grade 3 Forbidden Apple. Today's schedule pretty much just gave it away. You'll see races 8 through 10. Coronation Cup, the 8th. Forbidden Apple, the 9th. Temperature in the low 80s. Main track is fast. Turf courses are firm. So welcome in my friends and colleagues. He's a Hall of Fame jockey, Gary Stevens, Kentucky Oaks winning trainer, Tom Amos. Gentlemen, this Coronation Cup, so we were disappointed this morning. Breeders' Cup winner was favored. She's out, Twilight Gleaming. Flip side of that, though, Tom, is maybe we wind up with a more competitive race.
Competitive race, and maybe a race that you can have the right trip in. This was a big field. There were 11 horses in the race, including and also eligible for the main track only, with the scratches, all of which we're going to challenge for the front end early in the race. It's now a field of 8 horses, and you're looking at a situation where, you know, maybe trip comes into play, whereas before it looked like there was a lot of speed in this race.
And Gary, big field, turf sprint, some of the challenges for the riders.
Well, it's a lot better now that there were these scratches, because that turn comes up quick. You're going a lot faster in these sprint races down to the backside. Got to get position. You still got to save ground around this sharp turn. And so those are the challenges. There is speed in here, but the race should spread out a little more than it was going to originally.
The horses are on the track. They're warming up for this Coronation Cup. Updated odds look like that. 3-year-old filly sprinting 5.5 furlongs. A big defection. Twilight Gleaming out, along with Marissa's Lady and Bang Bang So Now. At 5-2, Static Fire, number 7, the current favorite. 4 minutes to post. To our handicappers in the paddock, Andy Serling, Paul LaDuca. What did we come up with in this Coronation Cup?
Thanks a lot, Lafitte. I think it's a terrific race. Obviously, we lost Twilight Gleaming, but it's a very interesting cast of characters. And both you and I like the horse on the far outside, Empress Tigress. But we want to talk about a couple of horses we hadn't really talked about. One is Artos, who very quietly has improved for Rusty Arnold, who's coming off a strong meeting at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, he really did. He had a really strong meeting. This is a horse that's run at Laurel, at Churchill, at Gulfstream Park, and actually was 4th in the Queen Mary at Ascot. So this horse does have a little bit of back class. She's a filly that's run some decent races, Andy. And, you know, last time she debuted, first time with Lasix, it was her best race. Poppy Flower beat her, who was in this race, the 8 at 6-1.
Is she really supposed to be 9-1 in this race, Paul?
Well, I think she draws the rail, and I think people are worried. She does have kind of bit of gait issues. Her last 3 times, she hasn't really broke well. She's broken flat-footed, so maybe they're thinking because she draws the rail, she can't get position.
I mean, I prefer her to the horse who beat her last time, the 8 Poppy Flower, because she has enough natural speed and she doesn't need the lead. I let the chips fall as they may gain the rail, and at 9-1, you don't worry about that. Poppy Flower has clearly improved for Bill Mott, and while she beat Terry Nane last time, I'm going to be surprised when she beats her again, but it's a racetrack. We get surprised a lot.
No, you do, but they went really fast at Laurel that day, 44-3. Listen, she finished up in great time, 102, almost 102 flat for 5.5 furlongs. That's actually running, and you're getting the price on her at 6-1. You know, when you look at Darien and you look at Poppy Flower, you can kind of look at them through the same lens. Who gets a cleaner trip? Now, I do think the 6 is a better filly than the 8, but if the 8 gets a better trip than the 6, she can make up the ground too.
It's a wide open race. I think, Paul, you and I agree on one thing. Static Fire, I'm surprised that she's favored on the turf. On the dirt, she should be the favorite. In the turf, we'll see, and we'll see what Acacia thinks. She's trackside.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Static Fire in this race, Andy. But as far as Dairy Nane does go, she's one that I think will get a better trip today under Joel Rosario. She was kind of out in the open last time out throughout the majority of the race, and she just never looked like she was allowed to settle. And I think that really inhibited her in that spot and kind of left her with a little bit of no punch in the stretch there. She's so classy acting. She carries her weight well. She's such a attractive and well put together filly, but she's had excuses in her last couple. The question is now, is she going to be able to take that step forward, get the right trip, and will she produce if she gets the right trip back with her regular rider in here today. The number 10, Mystic Eyes, I spoke to trainer Todd Pletcher about what he thought happened in the Momcell overnight last time out, and he said, yes, the Churchill Downs turf course seemed to play a part of it. He thought that she was just spinning her wheels. He also thought that she was really thrown off by the lights, given the fact that it was a night race, and he just said she was so distracted throughout the preliminaries and out on the track as well, but has really been training well since then. She's dappled out from head to toe, and she had a strong warm-up under Luis Saez, was actually kind of throwing her head up and just really, really keen out on the track. We'll see if she gets a better chance on this Saratoga turf course here today, Lafitte.
Quick filly, Acacia. Not sure that the race shape on paper works in her favor. There is speed, even with the absence of the morning line favorite, Twilight Gleaming. Maybe sets up, Tom, for Poppy Flower, that Stormy Blues winner, number 8, who you have on top at 6-1.
Yeah, look, this is what we need to see happen for any kind of closer to have a chance. Static Fire is super fast, and they ride her with intent. They leave the gate, and they send Static Flower. So I don't think that the other speed in this race has her kind of speed, but can they make it interesting for Static Flower by keeping close to her at least? I don't think anybody can be alongside of her. She's that fast. But that's what we need to have any kind of close here. Poppy Flower closed really well last time. You're getting a good price on her at 6-1. I need that pace up front, and I don't need them to leave Static Fire alone on the front end. I'm nervous that that's the way it's going to go.
I'm not. We haven't talked about Mystic Eyes for Todd Pletcher in the 10 hole. She's fast as well. I'm hoping that she doesn't attack early on because I've got Static Fire, but we'll see what happens.
I asked you last night, one horse. Working tomorrow, Gary, one horse you're most excited about seeing. Without hesitation, you said Static Fire. Why?
I watched her train all spring long at Churchill Downs and just kind of fell in love with this filly.
There she is with the Belmont Derby thief, Julien Leperoux, stealing the winner's share of $1 million purse in the Belmont Derby Classic Causeway. Try to steal this Coronation Cup as well with Static Fire. Despite the lack of experience, she is the favorite. 2-1 at post time, first of 2 stakes races on grass. John Embrial standing by with the call. It is post time for the Coronation Cup Stakes.
Appears that the rider is off number 8, Poppy Flower. We're going to have a delay here.
John Embrial announcing a delay. It happened so fast. Number 8, Poppy Flower, Gary, and Jose Ortiz immediately being tended to.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, you know, people talk about the danger in this game for jockeys and equine together, but the starting gate is the most dangerous place before the race ever begins. When you're sitting in there, they're still. These horses they're powerful, they're quick, they react to certain things. A lot of times you can't protect yourself. We've got assistant starters in there. That's who got him out of the gate as quickly as they could possibly. They're ready to roll. He's tough.
Some of the toughest athletes in the world. We'll try it again. Take 2, post time for the Coronation Cup.
And they're up. From the outside, Empress Tigress is going out for the early lead. And Mystic Eyes is now coming on through. Down on the inside, it is Artos. Mystic Eyes has the lead with Empress Tigress on the outside in second and Artos next in third. Then comes Lady Scarlet, who's racing in fourth, Static Fire in fifth, and right alongside is Derrynane. And then we come back to Poppy Flower, and farther back is Sweet Salate. The quarter went in 21 3/5 seconds. It is Mystic Eyes leading by a half length. Empress Tigress on the outside, right there in second. Just in behind is Artos, who's down towards the rail. Then comes Lady Scarlet. Static Fire is forced widest of all. As the field comes into the stretch now, it is Empress Tigress who has the lead here. Static Fire on the far outside. Now moving up is Poppy Flower. Empress Tigress trying to hold off Poppy Flower here. They're coming on for the finish. Empress Tigress and Poppy Flower. Empress Tigress. She's only run twice, but she is now 2 for 2. The 3-year-old filly captures the Coronation Cup.
Desperate finish in the Coronation Cup Stakes. Empress Tigress, Saratoga's all-time leading jockey, John Velasquez, repelling the late charge from Poppy Flower and Jose Ortiz, who was banged up right before the start of the race.
This filly is super impressive. Only her second out of her life. She drew the outside the first time that she ran up at Woodbine. Probably an easier, very easy trip for her, but she's super quick and super talented. You know that she's still got to be, she's got a lot of inexperience and still overcomes it.
Yeah, I mean, and she was dominant in her win at Woodbine, albeit on a different surface, but she sure took to the grass today, ran a super race. Late run from the 8-horse Poppy Flower on the outside, finishing strong, but it's too late.
Tom's top selection closing with giant strides, going to come up about a half length short, 11.867. Empress Tigress, no jockeys, won more races here, or stakes races here. John Velasquez, Gary, what'd you see at the start?
Well, the 7-horse, we were all wondering what happened at the start. She kind of broke all bunched up. She didn't push off back behind, it didn't appear. She just broke in a tangle and didn't get away good. And then she was running very green back behind the traffic. First time
she's
she's
totally
been
out
back
of
behind.
position.
Totally out.
And you wonder, with as much as the gate rattled and with it involving the horse right next to the 8-horse, did she maybe have something happen to her as well? Because that is not the style that she runs.
Andy and Paul, felt like the wild card going in, the one race, didn't know what to expect. How good is she? That's how good she is.
She's very good. I mean, she dueled with an okay horse, Mystic Eyes, and just buried that one. Obviously, the race changed with Static Fire, but even though she showed speed in her debut on the turf, it wasn't the blinding speed she had in the dirt. Maybe she isn't as quick on the turf. Nice performance by the runner-up in here, but the winner's good, Paul.
No, the winner is good. And you know what? When you have a horse first time on the turf, the first, 10 steps out of the gate, yeah. I'm sure Gary will attest to this. When she broke on top, I immediately said, okay, she's taken to the turf course. And that was, I think, was very, very key. And then when Johnny V, if you look at the fractions there, they went from 44-3 to 55. He went 11 and change in that middle quarter, Andy, to get that separation and try to go to the wire.
Yeah, this is a very, very promising filly. A nice performance. No knock on the others, and Poppy Flower made it close.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's any doubt that the winner was best.
So much upside to do that against this quality of field in just her second career start, Tom.
Oh, no question. And versatile. I mean, two different surfaces. It's one thing to dominate, and she did dominate a group of maidens at Woodbine. It's another thing to come in to Saratoga, go to a new surface, and take it to them as Empress Tigress did today.
We saw Jose Ortiz ding before the start of the race, closing on the outside with Poppy Flower. Would have been a great story, right? John Velasquez is having none of it. Feels the presence of Empress Tigress, who digs. Velasquez knows who's coming. Left-hand crop. Empress Tigress responds. Poppy Flower surges. Just in time, the wire arrives. Empress Tigress in the Coronation Cup Stakes. Perfect in 2 starts. 11.867 results. Reaction when we come back. Also, it's all systems go for that 4-time Saratoga champion trainer Chad Brown, ready to unleash no less than 4 top-class fillies in tomorrow's Diana, headlined by the one who refuses to lose. Bleecker Street, 7 for 7, looking for a second Grade 1 victory.
And nobody's gaining on Tyler's Tribe. Tyler's Tribe 6 lengths in front as they come down toward the line, and this good-looking son of Sharp Azteca will win the Prairie Gold Juvenile by distance.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
crowd still buzzing after that performance. Empress Tigress in the Coronation Cup. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at NairaBets.com today. Lead into the winner's circle brought to you by Fasig Tipton. Gary Stevens, John Velasquez, the Hall of Famer. He's done that like a gazillion times.
Yes, he has. And he's like fine wine, just keeps getting better.
John Velasquez, the winning rider. Jonathan Thomas, winning trainer, standing by with Acacia.
And it was fun in the break talking to Jonathan about the journey for Empress Tigress. Jonathan, you mentioned got her out of a 2-year-old sale and she just needed a little bit more time, but now she's done a lot in a short amount of time.
She really has. We've been lucky where she's put together a few good months and we've been able to kind of utilize her ability and get her to the races. So we were really thrilled with what we saw today from her, but we've been seeing that in the morning too.
She was on the turf for the first time today. She was facing much more seasoned fillies. And talk about the performance and what you saw from her.
I think, you know, when you have a filly that's as fast as that, it kind of overcomes a little bit because you're not negating a trip. So, you know, we got really lucky with some scratches today and everything, but I think she really showed up, so we're really proud of her.
I had noticed in the paddock she was wearing a Houghton bit, kind of for horses typically that tend to drift a little bit. What was the thought process behind that equipment, and what have you seen from it?
Honestly, it's not the getting out part. She just likes that straight little piece of leather in her mouth, and it's just more comfortable for her. So
they're all individuals, aren't they?
Exactly. We want to keep them happy, and that showed today. So
it certainly did, Jonathan. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All about finding what is right for your horse, Lafitte, and they've certainly figured out what's right for Empress Tigress.
Well, it's working. Empress Tigress, onward and upward. 2 for 2. Augustin, Jonathan Thomas, John Velasquez, big run, Poppy Flower, Dairy Name having to settle for third, 11.86 in the Coronation Cup. 1 stakes race down, 1 to go. Forbidden Apple is next. Another big field, 1 mile, older horses, $175,000 purse. And there goes our price, Tom, on public sector. 5 to 2, 22 minutes out. Plenty of time to dive into the Forbidden Apple. But first, tomorrow's Diana, as we take you inside the numbers, by the numbers, for the most prestigious turf race for female runners at the meet. Named for the Roman goddess of wild animals and the hunt. So who was fastest? Hard not to like, stopping the clock at 1:45 and 1 in 2015. Most wins, 8. 2-time winners, Miss Grillo in the early 40s and the popular Gray, Forever Together, 2008-2009. Most wins by an owner, Rokeby Stable, 6-time Diana winning owner in a 22-year span. All-time leading jockey, just saw him in the winner's circle, John Velasquez, 6-time Diana winning rider. Leading Diana trainer, guess who? Chad Brown has won 5 of the last 6 and 6 overall for now. This is elite. 3 mares have won the Diana and Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf. Sister Charlie, the most recent, 2018. Perfect Sing is on that list. And on this one, Diana winners crown champion accomplished by only 8 in history. The Diana by the numbers. And no surprise, it is the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week field for the 84th running first Grade 1 of the brand new meet. Older fillies and mares, mile and an eighth. Yeah, Chad Brown trains 2/3 of the field, included number 3, Bleecker Street, 6-5 morning line favorite, Gary. And this is a big reason why Bleecker Street's performance in the Grade 1 New York on the eve of the Belmont Stakes, running her record to 7 for 7.
Yeah, it was supposed to be Rogier, her barn mate, that won that day. But Bleecker Street just keeps improving with each and every effort. Huge run down the middle of the racetrack, just explodes. You said it earlier, impossible trip to get there, and she got it done.
Tom, I've referenced her as the Chris Carter of thoroughbred racing. All he did, catch touchdowns. All she does, win races.
She does. 7 for 7. That's hard to do in our business, and it's even harder to do when you're facing top-notch competition as she was there. And if you're that good, if you're that athletically good as an equine athlete, you seem like you might know the game a little bit when they turn for home and know where that wire is. She had a tough, if not impossible, task to get there in front, and she was able to do it. That's called heart.
Think Ortiz enjoyed that one. 52 opponents faced, 52 opponents defeated. Bleecker Street. So Chad Brown represented by talent and volume in tomorrow's Diana. Technical analysis, more on her in a moment. Bleecker Street, the filly Rogier, favorite over Bleecker Street in the New York, and the English filly, despite her name in Italian. Chad Brown seeking a 7th win in tomorrow's Grade 1 Diana. Andy and Paul, so Bleecker Street, the one thing is she has never raced here at Saratoga. That home court advantage belongs to another Chad Brown trainee.
Right, but Bleecker Street seems to run well everywhere she runs, so I don't think it's going to matter where she runs. Obviously, Technical Analysis had the wins last year, but I do think Technical Analysis' last win in the Gallery was a huge step forward. It's the biggest race she's ever run from a speed figure standpoint. I know you look at the sheets, her numbers came up very strong.
They did.
And I think that's what encouraged Chad Brown to run her at 1 1/8 miles, which maybe could be stretching her limits, and take a shot against the big ones here.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. You know, when she ran the QE2 Cup, I thought she ran really well that day, and she came back at 55 cents on the dollar, and she might not have been ready, might have needed that race, and that was against 4-year-olds. That was her first start. Then in the Gallery, I get it was 3-5, but it was impressive as can be. She's got a 2 for 2 here at Saratoga. Like I said, she is the dangerous horse in this field because she has the talent. I get it. She's got stablemates in here that maybe have better credentials, but she does have the talent. If you leave this filly alone on the front end, it could be good night.
Yeah, I think Italia's going to be in front here, the other Chad Brown runner. We'll see if Delica shows some speed. But Chad Brown feels that she's a horse that can stalk, and stalk comfortably. We'll see what plays out. One thing that's for sure, though, about this race, there isn't a weak link among any of Chad Brown's runners. They're all players in here.
I would think so. I mean, listen, Bleecker Streak is undefeated. The horse is 7 for 7, and she just loves to win races. Andy's right. With Tampa, Meadowlands, Monmouth. This is a horse, he debuted at Monmouth, then went to Meadowlands. This is the kind of horse to me that I don't think Chad really thought, okay, but she's just such an unbelievable trier, and she loves to win races, and she's been sort of dismissed at the window. Meanwhile, she's 7 for 7. She's going to be the probably odds on, maybe for the first time in her career. She might be odds on
this field.
Even money.
I don't know. Maybe they are enamored by wins. And the question is, which one's Irad Ortiz riding?
That's
because
true,
whoever he's riding ends up the favorite in every race, guys.
Yeah, we'll pay attention to the wagering when we get closer to the Diana tomorrow. Bleecker Street, the 6-5 morning line favorite. And Gary, circling back to a conversation that we had before our FS1 audience joined us, was that you've been in this situation. How does it impact the jockeys when you have several of them all riding for one trainer?
I wouldn't say in any special way. I did it on a lot of occasions for the coach, Wayne Lucas, many occasions, and they were horses that belonged in the race. It wasn't like there was just one horse that had the big chance to win. He's got a chance with all 4 of these fillies tomorrow. All those guys are going to ride with confidence. And with Wayne, it was private conversations with us, speaking about that horse individually and then possibly the other horses' strategies as well. But they're all going to be left to ride their own horse. They've all got a chance, and that's how they're going to ride the race.
You've trained Grade 1 winners here. Tom, what is it about Saratoga? Some horses, Technical Analysis, 2 for 2 here, that just seem to thrive here in upstate New York.
Yeah, my first Grade 1 win was here at Saratoga in the Go for Wand with Heritage of Gold. And, you know, look, Chad Brown's in a different atmosphere for me as far as Grade 1 wins go. But winning here at Saratoga, any kind of race, specifically Grade 1s, where you're the center of the attention of the entire crowd that's here at the track, there's no other feeling like it. I mean, no one is paying attention racing-wise to anything else than what's happening right here behind us, and that makes it really special.
Doesn't get better than this. Grade 1, highest designation in thoroughbred racing. 17 of those events here every summer. The first tomorrow, Grade 1 Diana. We'll have it for you right here on Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. And we have a Grade 3 stakes race coming up. That guy's back at Saratoga after running second in last year's 4-star Dave to Got Stormy. He's on the same path, but first things first, set piece. Talented closer, serious threat in the Forbidden Apple.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter.
Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing!
I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family. We are New York Horse Racing.
On the eve of the Grade 1 Diana, we have Grade 3 Turf Stakes racing coming up. Welcome back to Saratoga Live, the Forbidden Apple Stakes in 13 minutes. Acacia Clement in the paddock standing by. Updated odds. Acacia, set piece, currently 2-1, co-favored with Public Sector. What are you seeing?
He's a horse that we did anticipate to take quite a bit of money, and one that I love sticking at this mile distance. He's a horse that really has progressed and become more athletic as he's grown and developed too. And looking at his race last time out in the dinner party, where he was pretty far back, that's how he tends to do his running. You have to allow him to just kind of get into stride and to run where he's comfortable, which is what Florent Giroux did in his last start. So I love that he has his regular rider in here today. He's not the sharpest out of the gate. In fact, he actually got cut off at the gate a little bit last time as well. He looks terrific. He was alert but composed. I like the progression that I have seen from him. It's just pretty sharp getting the tack on here too, but will drop back early on. Taking a look at the number 8 Atone, who comes out of that race as well. Irad Ortiz that day was really keen on getting him to the lead and getting him to set the pace that afternoon. He is one that typically does his better running when he can be in a little bit more of a stalking spot. Now, I didn't see him in his last 2 races, but did see him over the winter at Gulfstream, and ironically enough, even down in Florida, his coat wasn't really coming in very well. He looked like he just wasn't carrying the best weight. He was maybe getting really hot prior to his races. None of that today. His coat has come in beautifully. He is really, really strong, really well muscled, really fit in here today too. And I don't expect, with the presence of some of the other really quick horses in this race, that he'll be on the lead early on. The number 7 Public Sector taking a lot of money too, and I think rightfully so. He ran very well last time out behind his short price stablemate in Mason, who this horse ended up being pretty wide throughout. They cut him back to the mile. I like him sticking at the mile. I think this is the best distance for him. And he's one that you kind of wonder, did he lose his spark a little bit? I thought that race is so much better than it potentially looks on paper, and he's a major player in here, also sticking at this mile distance, and he will have a little bit more pace to run at in here. So we head over to Andy and Paul.
Well, this is another situation where Paul and I like the same horse. Now, it worked last race. Can it work twice in a row? Public Sector's overbet at 2-1, and it's the Irad Ortiz factor. I really thought he ran very well in the poker last time because the race was run against the flow of the way he wants to run. First of all, he was the widest of all. Everybody else was coming through on the inside, saving more ground. But also, he's a dead closer, and they went 48 and 1 1/2. They came the last half in 45 and 4. He was widest, and he was gaining ground at the end. So he went 45 and 2 for the final half mile.
Yep.
What chance do you have there? In this field, Paulie, he just figures to get a much stronger pace. He can't get a slower one.
I'm with you completely. I actually thought he ran the best race completely. He was on the grind most of the way.
Yep.
Now, when you look at his PPs, he ran in the Turf Classic. You know, I was at Churchill Downs the whole meet. I just don't know what to do
Nobody
with the
handled
turf.
it that day, Paulie.
Yeah, you
Two
know
horses, the ones that ran 1-2.
I just don't know what to do with the Churchill Downs turf races. And the turf races have not converted so far. And, you know, I get it. We're only 18 races into this meet. But I thought that race was good. It was actually his best number he's ever earned, actually, if you look at a Thorograph or a Rags, whatever you type to use. But it's just hard. And the reason why the horse is 2-1, it's Chad Brown, number 1. It's Irad Ortiz, number 2.
He is
and
bad
the
value.
horse is 3 for 3 here at Saratoga.
Well, we talked about technical analysis. She won the 2 Philly Stakes last year. He won the 2 races for Colts. He also had a tough trip in the Hollywood Derby behind a slow pace buried inside. But he's not supposed to be the same price as the horse you're looking at there, the 1 Set Piece. Set Piece is a solid runner. He's run multiple triple-digit buyers, 5 of his last 6 races. And he's just a very logical horse. He draws extremely well on the inside. Like Public Sector, he benefits from pace, but even won this race, Paulie, without any pace. Yeah, he had a good trip, but he overcame a slow pace.
Well, listen, when you're 10 for 20 lifetime, you like to win races, Andy. This horse has won 5 out of his last 8. Good second. I mean, in the 4-star Dave last year, he was right behind Got Stormy, who was the prize winner of that race. She resurrected, but he was not, disgraced at all. You get Flo the jockey aboard. I'm in agreement. He should be the favorite for Brad Cox. Looking for his 3rd winner on the card.
And I don't want to discount the new improved Mirror Mission. This horse was really improved for Ian Wilkes. Yeah, you don't want to knock him for handling the turf last time when the others didn't, but he handled it, and he's run 3 straight triple-digit buyers. Right now, isn't he kind of the value at 9-2?
I think he kind of is, because if you look at his races, he's pretty darn consistent. And Ian Wilkes is an underrated trainer. He goes to his go-to guy, Julian Ray Prue, who's been riding very, very well of late. You had mentioned at the end of the Churchill meet, he had a second yesterday with Lady Fucci at about 20-some-odd to 1. Mirror Mission's a player in here.
I could not agree more. Horses are heading out the track for this race. I mean, they look like the big 3. It's a very interesting field. I think a lot of people are taking a shot to see if they can run in the Grade 1 4-star Dave in a few weeks, Lafitte.
A key prep, a Set Piece, who you touched on, a second to the Philly Got Stormy, the mare, the only female to beat the boys in the 4-star Dave. He was second last year. A good run today, and we'll see Set Piece back in the 4-star Dave. Post parade for the Forbidden Apple. There's Wolfie's Dyna Ghost. Easy lead in the poker. Not today.
You know what? He ran well to the wire. He's the type of horse that maybe you want to put underneath.
25-1, and then the favorite, Set Piece, Kentucky Derby winning team, Juddmonte, Brad Cox, Florent Giroux.
Just a very logical horse. Drew extremely well on the inside. Should get a good trip under Florent Giroux, and he just feels like the horse to beat.
Aforementioned Mirror Mission, that heartbreaking loss in the Grade 1 Turf Classic Derby Day.
He's an overlay at 9-2. He's not supposed to be a significantly higher price than Public Sector. Even though Paulie and I like him, he's an underlay Public Sector.
You'll hear from trainer Ian Wilkes in a moment. Number 4, yes and yes. David Dunk, trainer, has him locked in.
You got to give David a lot of credit. You're right, Lafitte. This horse is 3 for 3 under his care. Now needs to stretch out. The waters get a little deeper.
Velasquez looking for a stakes sweep. Number 5, Clear Vision. A very good claim by Matthew O'Connor, but the waters get deep here.
No question about it. They've done great with him off the claim. They're taking a shot here. There's too much other speed, though, for him to be his most effective.
Number 7, Public Sector. As you mentioned, Paulie, this is his turf course thus far.
No, he's our play, Paulie, but I don't think we expected to get 2-1.
Yeah.
Tom Amos expecting big things as well. Co-favorite, number 8 here, Atone, second to Set Piece in that dinner party Preakness Day.
Yeah, you're right, Lafitte. And we've already seen Michael Maker win a one on this card. You know, this horse got blinkers 2 back and hasn't really improved from the other numbers at Gulfstream. Might improve today.
Get Smokin', number 9, quick Grade 2 Hill Prince winner at Belmont in 2020.
Javier Castellano has to go. And one thing Javier's thinking, I'm going. If other guys go, so be it. But if they don't, I'm going to try to wire the field. But he had no excuse to lose last time.
Castellano won 3 races opening day. Number 10, City Man, a New York bred. A New York bred won this race last year in Aldi.
Yeah, you can make a case for this horse, especially at 11-1. You draw a line 2 starts back in the Fort Marcy. That was a bog. And then last time, the horse was really rank, was going. It was just an odd ride. If Joel is able to take this horse back, this horse has got back numbers that can win this race at a big price.
Revving his engine, City Man here, Scuttlebuzz, the elusive quality winner at Belmont.
Yeah, I mean, Rudy Rodriguez is going out of his comfort zone, trying to stretch him to a mile around 2 turns. He's a terrific sprinter. He's taking a shot. If he does well here, try the 4-star Dave. If not, you turn him back to the Troy.
And finally, Sanctuary City, marooned, parked outside.
A pretty honest horse. Let's be honest. I mean, 14-20 in the trifecta at 38-1, and you get Kendrick Carmouche for James Ferraro.
He's an overlay, huh?
Yes.
He should be 40-1, this horse.
38-1. Deep, competitive, exciting addition to the Forbidden Apple. You have 5 minutes, which means you have plenty of time to sign up. Join us today. Naira Bets. You get a $200 deposit match. Sign up with the promo code TOGA200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet on a track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NyraBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Down to Acacia with Mira Missions trainer Ian Wilkes. Acacia.
Lafitte, thank you. And Ian, as you and I were just talking about this horse, originally planning to go to the Y stand, rerouting and coming here with no turf racing at Churchill. But you just said to me, welcome to racing.
That's it. That's the whole thing. You know, it's racing. You've got to adjust.
Now, how has he done coming out of that big effort last time out in the Turf Classic? He was really game.
Yeah, he was. I was very proud of him. You know, he's small horse, you know, but he's just knee-high to a grasshopper, but he's a fun horse, you know. But he's done well. I freshened him up a little bit and got him a little sharper for this race. And, you know, there's some bigger goals later the year, so we'll see what we can do here.
As you mentioned, he's not a huge horse, but he's remarkably consistent. What's it like having a horse like that in the barn?
Well, it's good. You know, I'm a beneficiary of Tom Bush had him early on. He put the foundation in, and I'm reaping the rewards.
Well, we wish you the best here today. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Ian Wilkes have to be flexible in the sport of racing, Lafitte.
The Audible, the Wise Dan, no turf racing Churchill, so here he is in the Forbidden Apple, Tom. And that's the thing, trying to evaluate Mira Mission. A couple of questions. How strong was this year's Turf Classic? A, by Turf Classic Grade 1 standards. And B, yeah, evaluating that Churchill turf form.
Well, I just don't think you can evaluate that Churchill turf form. I think it has to be something you put a line through. I wouldn't discredit a very good race. And Mira Mission ran a very good race back on May the 7th that day. Made the lead, actually, and battled to the wire, and the inside horse came back and got him at the end. But having said that, there's some very good horses in here.
Including that guy, Public Sector, your top selection, 5-2, who in the last race, he comes from off the pace, no pace whatsoever.
Right.
The table should be set for him today.
So no one switched places in that race. The two pace setters stayed 1-2 all the way around there, and Public Sector was the only one to gain ground down the stretch in that group. And I think Andy said it best, which is kind of having inside knowledge of what Belmont was like at that time. And he texted me this morning to tell me, hey, you know, just because the track is a certain way, it wasn't playing that way then. So I take that to heart as well. And I think the public knows that because I'm really surprised at how far bet down Public Sector is at 5-2.
Gary Starr, jockey at Rad Ortiz, can be that much more patient here.
Yeah, and somebody else I think is going to be patient in here is Flavian Pratt on a tone. Shortened up half a furlong today. You heard Acacia say that Irad was pretty aggressive at the dinner party at Pimlico last time. This horse does not need to have the lead. I like the switch over here. I think he can hit this horse to settle. He runs his best race when he is just stalking a little bit. The question is, will he be able to get him to settle?
You're talking about a tone, Public Sector. Take a look at some of those brown Seth Klarman, the Saratoga Firepower technical analysis, running in tomorrow's Diana, Preakness winner, early voting, Gerrymander, Alabama bound search results, McCulloch grade 1 winner. Yeah, other than that, Andy, slim pickings this summer for Klarman and Brown.
Well, it doesn't hurt to be in the Chad Brown barn. As Seth Klarman said when he won the Eclipse Warriors Best Owner, he said, I think Chad and I make a great team in the sense that Chad and anyone make a great team.
It is true.
That's a long shot. As Gary likes a tone, and he was disappointing. He had the run of the race last time, the dinner party. But I think you were looking for a bit of a price. He's not bad, but he's only 6-1.
No, he isn't. But he carries his racetrack. He's run well here. He's run well at Gulfstream, Keeneland, Pimlico, and Mike Maker seems to strike here. And Flavian Pratt hasn't had a winner yet, but he's gonna.
I don't think he gets shut out.
Yeah,
I don't think he gets shut out.
Exactly.
If you want a bomb, I mean, Sanctuary City, if you're one of these people, and a lot of people think the race may come apart, he's an honest hard knocker. He didn't draw well, but he's going to drop back and make one run. I mean, he feels like a horse could be third or fourth in the Super, doesn't he?
I agree with you. At 31-1, this horse can sit back and make one run. But I truly have to root for the 3 Mira Mission. About 2 weeks left in the meet at Churchill, my battery went dead. And Tom Amos literally left me adrift. And Ian Wilkes came over and charged my battery while Tom just waved goodbye to me,
You know
Andy.
what's funny with the story? That story doesn't surprise me at all.
No, I know.
Because I know one of those guys is a good guy. The other guy, I don't know. You got to work with him, Lafitte.
You abandoned him?
Well, let me just put it this way. There's somebody on the desk that's sitting right next to me today whose phone is going dead. Would you like to tell him whose charger you borrowed?
I borrowed
Gary?
yours. I borrowed yours.
And I gave it to you with open arms.
You're a beautiful man.
So maybe it's present company versus...
that's something personal,
I think
yeah.
you know what we're talking about here.
Filing into the gate, grade 3 Forbidden Apple. A Speed Gentleman, number 2, Wolfie's Dyna Ghost, and Get Smoking towards the outside, number 9, yes?
9. I think they all are going to be very close and prominent. That helps these horses from off the pace. Let's see if they can get the right trip. We saw these horses finish along the outside of the turf in this previous race. That's where they're probably going to be running from late.
Who will run best to step forward for the Grade 1 4-star Dave next month? Set Piece is in the gate. And watch how far back he is and trying to navigate traffic. He is a closer in those famed Juddmonte colors with Florent Giroux. Tom, you had a final thought.
A technique called tailing. They're holding the horse's tail. It doesn't hurt, but it makes the horse want to get away from that when the gate opens. So it actually helps them to break better. And trainers will often request for the gate crew to tail their horse in a race, and that's what the process is, to hold the tail from behind the gate. They still have a man in the gate with the horse, but they'll have someone behind the gate holding the tail, and those horses will tend to break a little sharper. It's a trick that we use at the racetrack all the time.
Gary, when you're in the gate right now, you're sitting on your horse, nice, calm, and relaxed. Do you start getting anxious when others are taking this long to load?
No, it's the worst thing you can do is get anxious. The horse senses it, they feel it, then they start getting tense. They may be getting tense anyway. You're trying to give them a signal to stay relaxed as well.
Scuttlebuzz moves in. Manny Franco. One left to load to the outside Sanctuary City. John Embrial with the call. Post time 2022 Grade 3 Forbidden Apple.
And they're off in the Forbidden Apple Stakes. And Yes is away well. A Tone is right there. On the outside it is Get Smokin'. And moving up in between horses is a Clear Vision. As they go into the clubhouse turn, Yes will be the pace setter here with Clear Vision running in second. And on the outside, Get Smokin' is next in third. Wolfie's Dinah goes down on the inside in fourth. And A Tone is now back running in fifth. 2.5 lengths to Public Sector, who races in sixth. On the inside is City Man next in seventh. And then comes Scuttlebuzz in eighth. Followed at the back by Mira Mission, Sanctuary City. And the trailer in 11th is Set Piece. The quarter went in 23 1/5 seconds. So it is Yes on the inside and Get Smokin' on the outside. Yes by a neck. Get Smokin' on the outside, runs in second. It's a break of 3 lengths. Back to Wolfie's Dinah Ghost, who is down at the rail. And then Clear Vision is there. On the outside, gaining ground is A Tone. Then comes Public Sector, who follows the move of A Tone. And also gaining is City Man. Scuttlebuzz will be forced widest of all. The field is coming into the stretch. Here comes Get Smokin'. Here comes A Tone. A Tone and Get Smokin'. And putting in a late run here is City Man. Public Sector is on the extreme outside. So it is City Man who has come away with the lead. It is the New York bred City Man who spurts clear at the end. Won by 3.5 lengths. A photo for second between A Tone and Public Sector.
Back-to-back years in the Forbidden Apple. New York breds, Rinaldi last year, this time City Man and star jockey Joel Rosario, 12-1 at post time.
Yeah, and I was trying to get my bet in on A Tone. In our conversation earlier, the relationship with Joel Rosario, Christophe Clement riding with so much confidence, and training with so much confidence when he's riding for Reeves Thoroughbreds. I worked out a great trip. Does what he does best, comes late, and just powers him home.
Yeah, look, I mean, this race did back up. They went quick early on, and The Tone, and our 10-horse City Man really took it to him the last eighth of a mile. Probably saved a little more ground than some of the others that were willing to be wide throughout this race, including the horse I liked today.
Set Piece
Public
had a
Sector.
I'm sorry, Lafitte.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, keep an eye on Set Piece. What Florent Giroux finds himself in a box here and basically had to eat. He tries to find a spot right there. That closes up, and just bad racing luck there. It happens in these big fields, and he's going to get another chance, another day. It's just one of those races that's frustrating as a jockey, trainer, and owner.
That's the problem when you're coming from that far back. You've got to get the trip.
Andy and Paul was not Set Piece's day. Bottled up in traffic. City Man Joel Rosario take full advantage.
Yeah, but traffic or not, the best horse won this race.
I'm with you.
I mean, this horse, when you open up that kind of daylight on the field the way he did at the end, a terrific ride by Joel Rosario. We kind of thought maybe he pushed Public Sector out a little bit in the stretch. He didn't. Public Sector doesn't have the horse to keep up with him.
No, if you look at the top of the lane, you're 100% right. The 7, when Irad peeled out, you're thinking, okay, the 7's going to now start to kick out, but Joel Rosario had a ton of horse underneath him, and if you look at the top of the lane, he actually kicked Public Sector out of that spot because Public Sector just couldn't hold it. City Man was just going faster at that time, and then Atone was able, I thought, actually really dug in to hold off Public Sector for second, but City Man, no doubt, ran back to those numbers for Christophe Clement, and Joel Rosario, man, sometimes on the turf course, he just gives scintillating rides, man. He really does.
And I really think you look at him last time out, and I don't blame Joel. He was just probably more aggressive than you wanted to be, as it turned out in that race. And this race, he got a great ride, a great trip, and Joel Rosario, he is cool as a cucumber.
Superstar Joel Rosario, City Man, you won a Breeders' Cup Classic on his sire, Mucho Macho Man, by a flared nostril.
For those same owners, Dean and Patty
There
Reed.
you go. Exactly right. They campaigned the stallion.
10-8, 7-9, City Man in an upset in the Grade 3 Forbidden Apple. Results, reaction when we return, and he's at it again. Jonathan Kinchin and his mobile production studio. Car Talk is back. First installment is a good one. JK with a pair of top-class trainers. You might recognize one of them. Former college roommates at LSU. Sounds tame enough. Stay tuned.
Level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga. As America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 and graded stakes winners, Saratoga is the can't-miss event of the summer. One catalog of selected yearlings offered over 2 electrifying evenings. Recent Grade 1 winners include the brilliant Flightline, Bleecker Street, Maracuja, and Queen Goddess, plus new Hall of Fame inductee Tepin. The Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, August 8th and 9th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Stirring edition of the Forbidden Apple. Welcome back to Saratoga Live, where we just watched City Man at 12-1. Coverage is always brought to you in part by Run Happy. Champion sprinter, always race medication free. Now standing at Claiborne Farm. Joel Rosario pushed the button in the stretch. Gary, City Man unleashing a furious rally. Wins going away.
Yeah, when he produced him, the acceleration was instant, And I'm in agreement with Andy and Polly that the best horse won the race, regardless of what happened with set piece. This horse was never going to get beat with the trip he got today and the way he finished up. Powerful performance.
Tom, you'll discuss that, why tactical speed is so important. It's closers from far back. That's what can happen, what set piece ran into today.
I mean, look, tactical speed is the most dangerous weapon a horse can have because a rider can do whatever he needs to do based on what is happening in the race. Tactical speed means you're not, in a position where you have to be on the lead, but you can position against pace. And if there is no pace, you can be on the lead. So it's the most dangerous thing weapon a horse can have. The toughest is when you're committed to a style. And, for set piece, as well as the horse I liked, which was Public Sector, those horses, they needed the race to back up, and they need to have the right trip. And even Public Sector was really, really wide in this race and was content to be wide all the way around the turn just to get a good trip.
All worked out for City Man and the Forbidden Apple. Over to Acacia, the winner's circle.
A very exciting winner's circle here. Pleased to be joined by winning trainer Christophe Hunt, as well as winning owner Dean Reeves. And Christophe, we'll start with you because you train Forbidden Apple. How special is it to win a race at Saratoga named for a horse you trained?
It's fun. So I trained Forbidden Apple, unfortunately, quite a few years back. And he was ridden by an exercise rider called Bob. And believe it or not, City Man has been trained by the same exercise rider called Bob as well. So it's kind of fun that he won the race named after the other horse. But anyway, no, it's fun and it's great. Everybody's very enthusiastic and you've had a wonderful race.
And he's had some tough trips. How rewarding is it to see him get through and really be best in here today?
And absolutely, he had a great race at Aqueduct, a bit unlucky afterwards, very bad ground, very soft turf at Belmont. Then slightly unlucky last time we was trapped all the way, he had nowhere to go. But today he really exploded, like halfway in a stretch when he got him leveled. He was bought by a great owner. We knew about him when he bought him as a younger horse, and I guess it's working out finally.
It certainly did. Dean Reeves, Dean, I remember I interviewed you the day this horse broke his maiden here at Saratoga. Tell me a little bit about the journey you've been on with him.
It's been fabulous. We bought him at the OBS sale as a 2-year-old, and I just loved him then. And he has just rewarded us with so many great wins. And I think, now as a miler, he is really sprinting on the turn for home. So I was hoping we could get a trip and get him out there. And Joel did a great job, and Christophe and the staff had him ready to go. So he's just been a fun horse. And these mucho macho mans, they get better with age.
Absolutely. Paying off in here today. Congratulations and good luck this weekend as well. I know you have Big Invasion.
Yeah, thank you so much, Acacia.
Dean Reeves, Christophe Lafitte, an excited winner's circle indeed.
See Dean Reeves light up when he talks about Mucho Macho Man.
I light up a little bit myself when you talk about Mucho Macho Man.
A $5 million win, I'd light up too. Tom, is that 4-star Dave quality, what we just saw there from City Man? Would you expect to see him in the Grade 1 4-star Dave?
I certainly would. The separation that he created towards the end of the race there from the rest of the field suggests that he's definitely a candidate to be one of the favorites in that kind of a race.
How tough is this Pick 6 sequence been? Started with a $14 winner. It's been those mid-range prices, $16.20 Dancing with the Stars, 6% Empress Tigress, City Man, $26.60 an upset in the Forbidden Apple. And we still have one left, the 10th race coming up. But first, let's back by popular demand. Cart Talk with Jonathan Kinchin. This is where he gets up bright and early, goes to the Saratoga backstretch on a golf cart, rolling around with A-lister after A-lister. For the 2022 debut, it was JK in kind of a carpool situation, hang out with a couple of best friends, former college roommates, and now Grade 1 winning trainers. This is Cart Talk with Jonathan Kinchin.
So I've heard you guys go way back, but my first question is, who was the biggest partier at LSU?
Tom, you want to take that?
I'll take it. Definitely Al. When we were freshmen in college, living together, Al was partying so much that he got sick, and he was out for a few weeks with mono. I had to strengthen him back up by bringing him his meals.
You guys basically kind of grew up going to the racetrack together. Al's dad was extremely involved in Louisiana racing. How did that all come together?
My father was involved with Governor Edwin Edwards, who was elected in '72, but he was always involved in the horses with his father. The New Orleans Fairgrounds is what really got us going. It's a track in the city that we all went to, and Tom and I were good friends when we were younger, and we just got a very, very early start.
You know, for me, it was Al's family that introduced me to racing and gave me a behind-the-scenes look at the backside of the racetrack. But without his family and without his dad's generosity of basically adopting me and taking me everywhere with them when it came to horse racing, including a Kentucky Derby that Spectacular Bid won, I don't know that I'd be here today, so I'm forever grateful to his family.
It's funny, as two Louisiana guys, you guys have some big wins up here at Saratoga. Al, we'll start with you, and you got Blame, won the Whitney up here when he beat Quality Road and then went on to beat Zenyatta in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Tell me a little bit about Blame.
Blame was a perfect horse. He did everything right, showed up every time, wasn't too hard to train. The Whitney day is a day that I'll never forget. It was a dry Saratoga, light humidity day, and he delivered, and Garrett Gomez rode him just unbelievably well. And it was such a great day, and then the evening got better as we went along. Mike Marino had won the test stakes with the filly, and we were at a big table at Ciro's, and I was clearly going to get the check, and I was a little nervous about that, and the waiter came up to me and said, Mr. Marino picked up the tab, and like that movie, I looked up and I said, I'm having a very good day.
One of Tom's big horses, when Serengeti Empress won the Kentucky Oaks, I didn't use her that day, so I was a little upset, and I made a wager with a friend. She would never win another Grade 1. Then I met Tom, we became friends, and I silently had to root against her every time she won, or she ran, and then finally, over here at Saratoga, she snapped me off in what I thought was one of her most brilliant races.
For Serengeti Empress, the Kentucky Oaks was just a spectacular experience for me. The story that sticks out in my mind about that win is that for a long, long time, I was looking for a signature win for my career. And I used to say my prayers at night, and I never asked God for anything, but I did ask him, if there's a big win in my future, could you make it when my mom and dad are alive? And she won the Oaks that year, and my mom passed away the following fall, and my dad the following spring. So he gave it to me, and I'm really proud of that race.
And obviously it's a new meet, so we got some new fun things going on. Al, you've got Delika, who I think is one of the coolest horses. She's one going 5.5. She's one going 1 3/8. She's going to try the Diana. How's Delika doing?
We decided to keep her training just because we wanted to try and get her in a big race, and hopefully there's some room on the podium with Chad Brown for a Grade 1 placing or a win on Saturday in the Diana.
Tom, I was pretty impressed to see that this year with 2-year-olds, you're 9 for 20, 45%. In your career, you're 20%. So you're really up quite a bit this year, and you've got Curly Jack looking to run in the Sanford.
So Curly Jack broke his maiden at Churchill Downs in a really nice effort. This will be his second start here at Saratoga against what's a quality field. Look, I realize at Saratoga, you got to run hard to be competitive. I really think he'll do that for us on Saturday.
Well, good luck this weekend. See if you can't get a couple of Louisiana boys in the winner's circle.
Card Talk presented by Gainesway, home of Super Stallion Tappet, Sire 4 Belmont Stakes winners. A couple of things. I want to know how Tom wound up in the back seat and this wager. Doubting Serengeti Empress. What's that all about?
First of all, I called shotgun, so I blame management on that. And the idea that Jonathan got up early to go to the backside, we filmed that at 10:30 in the morning. It might have been early by Jonathan's standards, but our day was done for the morning, so I just know that.
Just to clarify.
So Jonathan did have a wager after Serengeti Empress won the Oaks and said she won't win another Grade 1, and he told me that. And when I won the Grade 1 here at Saratoga during COVID, no one was actually around to watch her run what I think was her best race here at Saratoga. Jonathan was the first person to congratulate me when I walked out to the winner's circle.
Even though he emptied his pockets and she came back and won a Grade 1 event.
And John, this wasn't like I'll bet you $100, but we won't go there.
Maybe at some point. Maybe at some point we'll unveil exactly the amount of the wager. Here at Saratoga, though, we put such a focus and an emphasis on 2-year-olds. And before the Diana, we do have the Sanford coming up, the first step towards the Grade 1 hopeful at the end of the meet. When we come back, we'll discuss that with Tom, and he has Curly Jack, upstart 2-year-old, in the first of 2 graded stakes races tomorrow. That's next. Much more. One left. Saratoga.
Bightstown, Munning, Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Palamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
They come together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
The Jersey Shore's biggest race is the TVG.com Haskell Stakes, Saturday, July 23rd. Join us at Monmouth Park or watch and wager nationwide as the country's top 3-year-olds battle it out in the race where champions prove their greatness. Play our $400,000 guaranteed pick 4, $200,000 guaranteed pick 5. It's all TVG.com Haskell Day, Saturday, July 23rd, Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as we have New York breds here in the spotlight for race 10, the nightcap today. We'll start with the one taking the early money, and that's your favorite, the number 2, Rosa Veloce, who does go back into New York bred company after actually being the favorite last time and not showing up against much tougher open company. She was off the claim for Bill Morey that day, and again, going back in with this state bred competition, you would think certainly makes sense for her. She did run quite well against open 2 starts back. She's the type of filly that she's very round in her build, in her hindquarters, just in her overall physique, and she really carries that from race to race too. Last time out, it seemed that Kendra Carmouche was really just asking her to keep up throughout the entire race, trying to lug out a little bit. She looked like she just never was really into it. She looks just the same as she does in here today. She's pretty relaxed as well. She's looked good in her last couple. She used to get very hot prior to the race, but I like what I see from her in here today as she comes in looking to rebound off of that poor effort. A horse that's intriguing off the layoff is the 5 Valoran for Charlie Baker, a horseman that I really respect, and bringing horses back kind of felt like deja vu all over again, though, just looking at my notes and then what we saw with her in here today. They tried to saddle her in their saddling stall. She tried to rear up. They brought her out and ended up saddling her on the walk. She's a bit of a quirky type. She seems to be really kind of finicky as far as putting her equipment on, but she looks really fit coming back, and I actually don't mind her at this distance. She does have some size to her, but she's one going to 7/8, and she looks really, really strong coming back for a sharp outfit as Dylan Davis will climb aboard. Lafitte?
Currently 7-1. Acacia, thanks so much. Valoran, Andy and Paul, how'd you see this one unfolding, the 10th and final on the first Friday of the meet?
Valoran is one of 3 horses covered in the pick 6 in here, and a surprising one covered, one that I don't think Paulie and I consider to be a contender in this race. 2, 5, and 9 are covered. If anyone else wins, $588,000 in the carryover in tomorrow's terrific card. And that just shows how tough these cards have been. There's no knocking Rosa Veloci's horse to beat. I think some will look at her last race, think she ran poorly, wondering about the drop down. She was wide against a gold rail that day. I think she had a major excuse last time, and she may just be too good for these, Paulie.
She might be. She might be the quick of the quick. You look at some of her races, and they do tower. They really do tower over this field. Just the last race kind of confuses you, and I think it's thrown a lot of people off, because if she would have ran one of her normal races and maybe run like 2nd or 3rd, I truly believe she'd be 4 to 5 in this spot. But she's 9 to 5 right now, just because I think a lot of people are confused. What happened last
trip
time?
against a gold rail makes a lot of good horses look bad.
And she shows some speed, and she's probably the quick of the quick too, so they're probably going to have to catch her.
Yeah, well, you know, she could be, and
Yeah.
that's an interesting point. We'll see how aggressive Flavian is, because I actually think the horse I picked on top to try to upset her, and I don't think 4-1's any bargain on She's a Wild Joker. But if Jose Ortiz wants it, she could be the fastest horse, and she ran a 67 buyer in her debut as a 2-year-old. With routine improvement, she could get her figure up towards the 80s and be a real player here, Paulie.
100%. I mean, when you go from 2 to 3, sometimes a lot of people will say 3 to 4. You know, Tom and Gary could speak to this, but fillies can grow up overnight. And she's a horse that ran some decent numbers at age 2. She came back at age 3. Obviously, in the Franklin Square, something went amiss. Hey, let's restart. She gets the Lasix, but she's kind of dangerous, and she's betting half.
Horse that you're interested in, I picked third here, is the 8 OK Honey. She's always been kind of one of my favorites. She is a little camera shy, though, at just 6 for 61 and 21 seconds and thirds.
I do like the race 2 back. You know, she stayed on a little bit. She finally got a fast track under Gustavo Rodriguez's care, and she got beat by Brattle House, who came back to win. So I think 6.5 furlongs might be right up her alley. 10-1, I thought she'd be around 5-1, so I'm a little bit worried that she's really not getting bet.
No, I think she's usable at a price and also cuts back in distance. Yeah. The question is whether or not there will be any pace, guys. It looks like the pace could be fairly tepid, which may help both the 2 and 9.
Okay, Honey. Jose Gomez, the apprentice, won the opener in his first ride here at Saratoga earlier today. Again, numbers 2, 5, 9 covered in the pick 6. Anyone else? We have a 2-day pick 6 carryover. Post parade, there's Pretty Clever and Kendrick Carmouche.
Finished third last time out. Kendrick knows this filly well. He's won on her before. She won 2 of her 11 races.
Number 2, Rosa Veloce, favorite, 9 to 5, 7 minutes out.
Yeah, look, there's zero pace in this race. Early pace, I'm talking about when you leave the gate. The 2, Rosa Veliso, is one that maybe can make the lead out of the gate.
Number 3, Cali Magic. Chris Engelhart, the trainer, 6 to 1 currently.
The lack of pace is going to help this filly because she can lay closer. She doesn't have a lot of speed, but she can lay close if the pace is tepid.
Here's Jose Gomez, Waylon Josie, 20 to 1.
Yeah, 20 to 1 in a situation that has tried this level multiple times, hasn't gotten it done. 4 for 39.
Number 5, Valorant. See how she's behaving. There she is. Dylan Davis aboard.
You know, I don't just throw this filly out. She broke her maiden, or not. She won an allowance race actually here last year, and I'm a firm believer horses that like Saratoga, they continue to run well here.
Moshienko would trigger a 2-day pick 6 carryover.
Yeah, and another horse that's stepping up, Mozenko, to a higher classification than what this horse has been competitive in so far.
Thinking it over, number 7, 6 to 1, Joel Rosario just took down the Forbidden Apple.
Yeah, Ray Handel hitting at 21% this year. This one coming fresh off a win with Rosario aboard.
Okay, Honey, to the outside, Jose Lizcano aboard, currently 10 to 1.
A horse with a chance in here. I do think this horse could use a little pace up front, but certainly this horse's best races make her competitive.
And finally, She's a Wild Joker. Jose Ortiz looking for another win this afternoon.
She's coming out of 5 straight stake races after breaking her maiden last June at Belmont Park. She's never run here at Saratoga for David Donk.
New York Breds, $45,000 allowance optional claimer, 6.5 furlong sprint, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older, $100,000 purse, Rosa Veloce, and 2 others covered in the pick 6, 2, 5, 9. Great time to sign up and join us here at Naira Bets, just getting started at Saratoga. Sign up with that promo code TOGA200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. To carry or not to carry. And Tom, you like an outsider here, the 8, currently 11 to 1, yes? The 9. I was close. She's a Wild Joker.
Yeah, I do. There's some things about She's a Wild Joker that really caught my attention on paper. Number one, I don't see a lot of speed in this race, and I think She's a Wild Joker from this outside post. Jose Ortiz, who's a real student of the game when it comes to studying the form, has an opportunity to take the lead right out of the gate with this horse. The fact that this horse being bet down as strongly as she is, down to 7 to 2 in odds, I don't like that because this is my top pick. But on the other hand, it's telling me that the connections believe they're going to put in a powerful race today. So with our 9 horse, She's a Wild Joker, maybe gate to wire. I think that's our best chance to win.
Pedal to the metal, as Andy mentioned on paper, not a lot of speed. Jose Ortiz needs to take advantage of that, Gary.
Yes, and I'm sure he will. With that lack of speed, she's shown plenty of speed. I mean, as compared to the rest of this field in here, I look at the Timeform US pace figures, and there's just she's got more speed in here than anybody. So I agree with Tom. that, yeah, he's probably going to send her away from there and then do whatever he's going to do, try him slowing down her. Rosa Veloce, she's another one, not a lot of speed. She's not going to be far away. She's stuck down in the 2-hole if she gets shuffled back. But that's my pick in here. Bill Morey claimed her 2 back for $80,000. She's won 5 races. She's 1 for 3 here at Saratoga. She ran no good off the claim. That was optional claim, same race as this, except it was for $62.50 in for the $45,000 today. So a little bit of class relief, and that's why she's 9-5 right now.
Why do you have confidence that she will rebound off of a subpar effort where she was a heavily backed favorite in her most recent?
Bill Morey, he's a sharp horseman, and he's not giving her away, but he's dropping her in for half of what he paid for, and he figures things out. I'm sure that Tom can tell you, you'll run a horse that runs poorly, you get back, you adjust some things. That was only the first time he had ran her off of the claim, so I'm just crossing my fingers. To be honest with you, I really have no idea.
And Andy and Paul, it's another aspect of handicapping at Saratoga that you do have to treat class droppers differently here than anywhere else.
To a certain extent, absolutely. I also think that Bill Morey is a little fooled. She was way against the track last time, and I think it played a major role in her bad performance. She's way the horse to beat in this race, but you and I want to talk about a couple possible contenders. Cali Magic's one of a bunch of horses that comes out of that race on June 17th. She was a 1-2 favorite and looked really unbeatable on paper and ran badly. I don't like races, especially dirt races, where the whole field hits the wire together, and it usually portends a bad race, not a good race.
Yeah, and she's really tough to figure out. By looking at her PPs, she must be tough to ride. Now this is going to be her 5th jockey in her last 5 starts, and it seems like they've put her on the front end. Louis took her back last time after, actually, it was a slight bump at the break, and I thought she ran on okay. She's a tiny bit camera shy. She did string a couple races together, but those were non-winners of 3. She's going to have to step it up. I can understand where the public's going at 6-1, I guess.
I wonder if she's a horse that got in good form and her form cycle has potentially sort of gone the other way. As far as thinking it over, a horse who won last time, she made a nice horse and Tell a Perfect Tale. She also got a very nice trip in there, and I just think she'd have to improve to beat this field, and she has that last time was the time look to me.
Yeah, kind of. You look at her first 2 races, she ran really good numbers, and then she sort of backed off. Maybe they put her in the Matty May a tiny bit over her head, but she's starting to gradually maybe get back in form with Lasix, and she's getting played too as well at 5-1, at least in the exotics as well. So some horses I thought would get bet would be like the 8 at 13-1, and horses I didn't think are going to get bet are getting bet, like the 9. I thought the 9 7-2, I don't know, but I thought the 9 was going to be like 5-1.
I got a feeling there's a story on the 9, a horse I picked, because she's taking a ton of money as we head trackside to Acacia.
And I'm curious to see what She's a Wild Joker does do here today, Andy. And I was in agreement with Tom that I thought Jose Ortiz could potentially be aggressive with her, but she had one of the quieter warm-ups out on track, which I found interesting. He opted to stay with the pony, keeping her really settled. She is a bit of a quirky type of filly. Now, Dave Donk brings pretty much all of his runners into the paddock wearing a hood and then takes that hood off before they leave the paddock and going out. She's one that actually runs with that hood on, as she typically has, keeping her ears covered, muffling out the sound as horses react more so to sound than anything else. Back last year as a 2-year-old, she was really vocal prior to her races, lacked a lot of focus. So I think that's more why we saw Jose Ortiz keep her quiet versus speaking to her intent. As you can see, she's pretty sharp out there on the track. Hasn't run since January, but she does look fit coming back for Dave Donk, and Jose will climb aboard for the first time since he was here at Belmont last year, breaking her maiden, Lafitte.
Waiting for the right time to give her cue. Her intentions will be known early on. She's a Wild Joker. Jose Ortiz, Tom. Rosa Veloce, 3-2 as they file into the gate.
Yeah, look, I mean, we talked about intent in these claim races, and I'm talking about intent of the connections when they run to try to get a win versus thinking this horse needs to be claimed and moved on somewhere else. They paid $80,000 for Rosa Veloce, and they're now willing to sell her for $45,000, almost half. But these connections, and I know them, they want to win. So I wouldn't take that as a bad sign.
To carry or not to carry, 259 covered. Everybody else carries. Here's Johnny I.
And they're off. She's a Wild Joker. Jumped up at the start. Is on the extreme outside here. And it is Valorant and Rosa Veloce, those two going out for the lead. And now moving on through. There goes Mozienko, and Mozienko takes the lead, thinking it over on the outside. Down at the rail is Rosa Veloce. Valorant is racing in fourth now. And then comes Kali Magic, who has made his way to the outside. Pretty Clever is down at the rail in sixth. He's a Wild Joker next in seventh, followed by Waylon Josie. And trailing the field is Okay Honey in ninth. The quarter went in 22 and 1/5 seconds. Mozienko gets clear here. Mozienko has opened up a 3-length lead. And then it is Thinking It Over running in second. On the outside is Kali Magic. Farther back, Rosa Veloce is down at the rail. And on the outside is Waylon Josie as Okay Honey now moves up there in the stretch, the half in 45 seconds. It is Mozienko. On the outside, it's Kali Magic. Thinking It Over. Back running in third. And then Waylon Josie, and they're inside the eighth pole. And on the outside, Kali Magic has taken the lead from Mozienko. It is Kali Magic in front, drawing away at the end. Kali Magic takes the nightcap. Mozienko was second, then Waylon Josie, and Thinking It Over in fourth.
Pick 6 carryover for the first Saturday of the meet. Kali Magic, Manny Franco, 6-1 at post time in the 10th and final at Saratoga.
Yeah, and the 9 horse, I don't know what exactly she did at the start. It looked like she kicked out a hind leg.
Here it is. Right at the start.
A hind leg.
The outside horse we're looking at under the S, Saratoga. She acted up, and they took him right when she was acting up.
Reared straight up. Right.
That's just bad luck. And it changed the complexion of the race, as it often does when those things happen. But, you know, if you weren't close in this race, you weren't going to finish up against these lead horses. And for the 3-horse, Kali Magic ran a really good race to run down the horse that made the lead, Mozienko, the 6-horse.
I mean, for these kind of horses, 22 and 1, 45, 110 and 2, that's not all that fast. So none of these horses, though, show speed on the form. So they weren't capable of laying up with those fractions.
Andy and
that
Paulie,
was the problem.
Lots of homework and handicapping tonight, 2-day pick 6 carryover.
Yeah, I'll be working on Wednesday's card, but thanks. You know, Kali Magic is a horse that maybe just got too far back last time, got a little bit lost, got close to the pace today, and when the 2 Rosa Veloce was a no-show, the 9 blew the brake. She was just better than these horses. Mozienko, for my man Dennis Lalman, who I'm a huge fan of, ran well. 22 and 1 is not a fast quarter because it's a huge run up at 6.5 furlongs. And Kali Magic, listen, she was 1-2 last time. People got burned. Today she wins at 6-1. And Paulie, 588.
I know,
and 6 carryover.
And nobody had a shot with the 2, 5, and 9. Now they're taking a look at the inquiry to see if the 9 had a fair break. This is what I'm thinking. And when I'm looking at the head-on, it looks like the horse leapt up. It looks like the horse had a fair break. Sometimes they'll look and see if the assistant starter actually holds on to the horse, but it doesn't look like that.
So I'm not getting a refund. Well, you're telling me, Paulie, no refund, Andy.
But here's the deal. Midway through this race, Louis Sy has changed the race. He said, you know what? No one wants to go to the front end. Okay, I'm taking Mozienko to the front end. I'm 27-1. Let's go. And Manny Franco just sat there with Kali Magic. We talked about this filly. She's a little bit tough to ride, but she's always right there at the wire. Now 4 wins in 5 seconds from 16 starts.
No, she's a nice horse, and a good job by Manny, who's coming off that great meet at Belmont. And I think talking about the pick 6, it shows you how difficult these picks are. People look at the results, and they'll look at these results and say, where was the crazy winner in this sequence that blew everybody out in the pick 6? What you got to realize is, do yourself if you're not going to play this, but do this as a try this out. Put $5,000 of fake money and put together winning tickets and pick 6s. Do it tomorrow. Put yourself a make-believe $5,000 ticket. Paulie knows because you played a lot of pick 6s.
Oh, I'd pay a $5,000 ticket.
You think, I could hit it if I had $5,000. Believe me, putting all the winners on the same ticket is very hard.
I played one time a $5,600 ticket and hit 2 out of 6.
Wait a second, one time? Well, I believe you played a few $5,600 tickets, but only one time you had 2 out of 6.
But one time, $5,600, 2 out of 6. That's almost impossible to do.
It's a tough thing to do. It's one of the reasons I believe in playing multiple tickets, and I know that you agree with that method
100%.
as well, giving yourself chances to win when you're wrong. But you guys said it. You said it right, Lafitte. People are going to be getting ready. It's going to be a tremendous day. We had another great day of racing today, and with that carryover, almost $600,000 tomorrow, there will be $3 million or more in the pool tomorrow. It is up for grabs.
Andy, I don't I don't think a favorite won in the entire sequence today.
You know, it's interesting you say that, Lafitte. I once hit a pick six here. In fact, Travers Day when Sea Hero won, where Sea Hero at $15, the biggest price, we swept the pool, got the whole pool, $141,000. No favorite won in the sequence, and that is a big factor.
Well, it is a big factor because, Lafitte, for some reason, when you come to Saratoga, the favorites get a little bit of a bump. Okay, when you go somewhere else, that favorite might be 3 to 5 or 4 to 5. Not at Saratoga, 2 to 1 because there's deeper fields. So now the 6 to 1 shots, the 7 to 1 shots, and you see City Man at 14 to 1. They play a little bit bigger out here at Saratoga.
No, there was putting this stick together. I mean, anybody had 5 has got my admiration. We'll see how it plays out tomorrow. But let me say something. We're 2 days down. We've handled almost $50 million in those 2 days. So thanks to all the people who are playing our races, and the best is yet to come.
Sending it in. They are sending it in the first couple of days here, day 2 of 40 at Saratoga. Tomorrow, the 2-day pick six carryover, first grade 1 of the meet, the prestigious Diana, the 2-year-olds in the Sanford. So many storylines, so much to unpack after just 2 days, and we'll do it all over again tomorrow afternoon. We'll wrap it all up when we come back, winding down the first Friday at Saratoga Racecourse.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race at the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion. Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
We have 38 more of these live days of racing at Saratoga. Coverage is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Started today at nairabets.com. Another look at the horse that triggered the upset, gentlemen. Cali Magic traveling best of all, and the result of that win, $532,000 plus in the 2-day pick six carryover tomorrow.
Wow. So how do you handle it? I mean, there's a big 3 to 5 favorite on the board tomorrow in the 7th race. Reinvestment Risk, the number 5 horse. He's going to be everybody's single, I think, tomorrow. So if you're a contrarian and you play a different way from that and spread out in that race and he doesn't win, It might be all yours.
What would you say to a fan that says, hey, Tom, you have that horse running into Sanford. What if I want to single Curly Jack into Sanford?
You cannot leave Curly Jack, the 5-horse, out of the Sanford. His first race was very, very good, and I look for him to be very competitive tomorrow in a very tough and crowded field.
No favorites. No favorites. It was the mid-range prices and then got really tricky towards the end. City Man 2660, the biggest long shot in the sequence. That grade 3 Forbidden Apple. Look forward to seeing him perhaps in the grade 1 4-star Dave. Tom, on the eve of the Sanford. With Curly, like, how excited? Are you more nervous? Do you get more excited? What's it like for you the night before a big race, one of your horses are running in a stakes race, a 2-year-old stakes race at Saratoga?
Well, I loved his first start. His first start was really, really good. He actually broke maybe a half a step slow, reestablished position, and he draws off here with a really terrific gallop out, ears forward, the kind of thing that makes you feel like the horse had plenty of energy left. Good time. Everything went well here. I've won the Sanford before. I won it with Back Talk. We're going back a ways to say that, but anyhow, look, I mean, I'm excited anytime I run at Saratoga. So hell yeah, looking forward to tomorrow.
I might be a contrarian and just go ahead and single him.
I like how you're thinking.
I was going to ask Gary, if Tom wasn't sitting here, what he would say about Curly Jack. Now we know. What a great Saturday of racing. It's where it all starts. The 2-year-olds in the Sanford, the first step here towards the grade 1. Hopeful at the end of the season, the most prestigious race for 2-year-olds and the first of 17 flat grade 1 events in the Diana. We'll have it all for you on Saratoga Live Fox Sports 2, plus the $532,000 plus the 2-day carryover 11-race program gets started in race number 6. Thanks so much for joining us on Saratoga Live, where we saw Empress Tigress rack up a second straight win, now a stakes winner, sensational in the Coronation Cup and in the Forbidden Apple. Joel Rosario working his magic. City Man in an upset in the grade 3 Forbidden Apple. Maybe next stop, the grade 1 4-star Dave. And Bleecker Street, 65 morning line favorite. Can she remain undefeated? 7 for 7, the one to beat in the Diana.
The momentum continues for War Dancer, following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire. His progeny have posted 23 more wins in 2022, like Busy Morning.
Busy Morning, she is drawing away here.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing, the winner.
And Dancing Buck.
No threat to Dancing Buck.
Now with $3.5 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf, going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
The Thoroughbred Owner Conference is back in person for the first time in 3 years and is being held in the new 1863 Club at Saratoga Racecourse, July 25th and 26th. Attendees enjoy 9 ownership topics with an impressive list of speakers, along with social events to meet other owners and network, an opening reception at the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, a conference dinner, and an afternoon of racing at Saratoga. It's the 2022 Thoroughbred Owner Conference, July 25th and 26th. See you in Saratoga.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.